Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 3263. Xiaohua actually wants to ask how this scroll is made, but he has already seen the jade eyes in 301's hand and there is no record of this, so he doesn't dare to ask rashly. Of course, if Senior doesn't want to buy these materials, then you can also buy some ready-made scrolls on the second floor. Tonight is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. My Zhai Xing Lu's scrolls are the nemesis of these evil spirits. As long as you have a scroll with you, no malicious spirit would dare to approach you. Room 307 found another topic to talk about. Xiaohua waves his hand. If it's normal, I will also come to pick some, but I'm afraid there isn't enough time today. Wait until after the auction. It won't be too late for me to pick then. 301 doesn't dare to say any more and says with a smile, "That's good." Junior is afraid that Senior won't be able to buy everything on this trip. Alas, we male cultivators are the most careless. Who would think so much? If we go back and people say, "That won't be good." Haha. Xiaohua laughs loudly. No. No one will dare to say that I forgot one thing. Xiaohua is laughing when he suddenly stops, causing 301 to be stunned. He says anxiously, "What did Senior forget? I wonder if Junior can help?" Alas, two things. Xiaohua smiles bitterly. If I didn't hear you mention it now, I really would have forgotten. 301 sighs in relief and pats his chest. No matter, as long as it is related to my Zhai Xing Lu, Junior can help Senior. Don't say it so early. Xiaohua shakes his head. If it's simple, how can I not remember? It's just too difficult. 301 smiles. Senior, please tell me. Although Junior is small and weak, Junior has Zhai Xing Lu behind him. Within Yuzhou, there are not many things that Zhai Xing Lu can't do. And, since that's the case, then my first difficulty is a detailed map of the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua says somewhat gloomily because he didn't see any record of this in 301's jade eyes. Hiss. 301 inhales a breath of cold air and says with a bitter smile, "Senior is really making things difficult for Junior. There are tens of thousands of countries in the 9 prefectures of the hidden immortal continent. If this Junior wants a detailed map of them, it is indeed troublesome. Senior, why don't you talk about the second problem first?" The moment Xiaohua heard, he unwittingly sighed and said with a smile, "The first one is already so difficult, the second one is even harder. I have a Junior who has failed in his studies and wants to find a new path. I heard that Taoism is easy to cultivate and that there is no need to study hard every day. He wants to ask me for a Taoist cultivation method. Tell me, where can I find it for him? That's why I came to Zhai Xing Lu today for this troublesome matter." 307's face was as bitter as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. He smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. "Senior, to be honest, it's not like Zhai Xing Lu has never seen Taoist techniques before. However, it is an ironclad rule of the 3 continents that we cannot sell low-level and high-level Taoist techniques. We, Zhai Xing Lu, do not dare to touch it. You." At this point, 307 hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. Junior has occasionally heard from others that there is a kind of underground auction in Copper Pillar Country. It is similar to my Zhai Xing Lu's auction. However, the things inside are even stranger and more bizarre. Ordinary people cannot enter at all. Junior feels that the low-level Taoist techniques that you want can be found there. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. He had already understood that the so-called underground auction should be Dawn Rain Continent's secret auction. The things inside definitely wouldn't follow the rules and regulations of the auction. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga, not to mention the Dao Sect's low-level cultivation methods. Even the high-level cultivation methods would be available in this auction. However, Xiaohua also knew that what 307 said was correct. It was impossible for an ordinary person to know about this secret. 307 might have only heard about it from others. It was unlikely that he would be able to obtain this information from 307. As for the map that Senior mentioned, 307 opened his mouth again. "Junior will help you ask Junior's steward. Perhaps they have some ideas." "Good," Xiaohua was delighted and said, "as long as there is a map, this old man will reward you greatly. Senior can go ahead and participate in the auction. After the auction, you can come to Star Palace and look for Junior by name." 307 replied. Of course, Junior does not dare to guarantee that it will succeed. Hee hee, Xiaohua laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. Help this old man purchase these Confucian techniques from Zhai Xinglu, and also the prescriptions for these immortal medicines. And also the refining methods for these imperial tools. With the things that this old man purchased today, I presume that your steward will not ignore this old man's request? 307 was overjoyed again and hurriedly nodded. He silently remembered that he had misunderstood Xiaohua's meaning. Xiaohua's original intention was to get some basic Confucian techniques and refining methods for reference. 307 thought that Xiaohua had purposely purchased so many common techniques and methods to help him. How could he not be grateful? In just a moment, Xiaohua had collected a large pile of jade eyes, but what he spent was merely some high-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua originally wanted to see if there was anything else he could take advantage of, but 307 smiled and said, "Senior, the time is already late. Although the auction has been postponed for 2 hours, some immortal friends have already entered. If Senior has the heart to go take a look, you still have to make some preparations first." Of course, what else does Senior want to purchase? Feel free to tell this Junior and this Junior will prepare it for you. It won't be too late for you to come back after the auction. Make some preparations? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, but he could not ask. He nodded and said, "That's good. Help this old man find some strange and unknown items on the 3rd floor. As long as it is something that others do not want, or something that your Zhai Xinglu cannot identify, leave some for this old man. This old man likes to hunt for strange things the most." Hee hee. Senior may be disappointed. Hearing this, 307 understood that Xiaohua was not talking about the items listed in the jade eyes. Thus he smiled and said, "My Zhai Xinglu's items all have clear origins. Anything of unknown origin will not appear. But it is a strange item. Junior will help you take a look." "Thank you for everything." Xiaohua nodded. "Like I said, this old man will thank you greatly." "Yes, Junior understands." 307 waved his hand, and another star path appeared under Xiaohua's feet. He bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, please. Once you leave here, you will reach the Star Palace. Forgive Junior for not seeing you off. Thank you for your hard work." Xiaohua knew that 307 would be busy again, so he casually returned the greeting. He stepped onto the star path, and his figure shot out like a shooting star. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, 307 hurriedly turned around. He still had not handed over the supreme-grade primordial stones that Xiaohua gave earlier. This was the biggest transaction of the night. Moreover, the item Xiaohua wanted was really strange. 307 had no choice but to rack his brains to deal with it. Xiaohua left Zhai Xinglu's Sky 1 Star Palace, revealing his true appearance. He did not look around, and swaggered towards his own Hong Siliu. His soul sense had already been released. Within the Star Palace, there were some restrictions on divine sense and Buddhist sense. They could not go too far, and some places could go far, but they could not stay for long. However, soul sense did not have any restrictions. Xiaohua carefully observed for a moment, but did not see anything strange. Only then did he relax and leave. But just a few dozen feet away from Hong Siliu, across from Xiaohua, a thin and tall young man in embroidered clothes also hurriedly walked towards Hong Siliu. "I owe this person." Seeing that person walk in front of Hong Siliu's star cluster and take out a silver star token, but the star cluster did not react. Clearly, there was no one in the star cluster. The young man in embroidered clothes showed a disappointed expression. Xiaohua originally wanted to slip past the young man in embroidered clothes and enter the Star Palace after he left. But when he was less than 2 feet away from the young man in embroidered clothes, he saw the anxiety on the young man's face. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal, are you looking for Hong Siliu's master?" "Correct." The young man in embroidered clothes raised his eyebrows, clearly on guard. His tone was a bit cold. "But this matter seems to have nothing to do with fellow immortal, right?" "Hee hee, how could it have nothing to do with me?" Xiaohua took out his star token, and a cloud of stardust shot out from the star cluster and enveloped Xiaohua. Similarly, another cloud of stardust enveloped the young master in embroidered clothes. Xiaohua chuckled and said, "Fellow immortal, please enter." The two of them disappeared into Hong Siliu's Star Palace. Sigh, Fellow immortal, please enter. After entering the Star Palace, the young man in embroidered clothes sighed. I originally didn't want to meet fellow immortal with my original appearance, but I had no choice. Hee hee, fellow immortal Fu, this is fate. Xiaohua said with a smile. I am Xiaohua, a Taoist loose cultivator. I also didn't want you to see my original appearance, but since we met outside the Star Palace, why should I hide anything? I wonder why fellow immortal Fu is looking for me? Oh, I am Fu Jiwen, a Confucian cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiao. The young man in embroidered clothes bowed and said, I have always heard that Taoist cultivators are stingy, forgetting righteousness in the face of profit. They have always been the type to kill people and rob them. But I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be so magnanimous, even more open and upright than a Confucian cultivator like me. Oh, fellow Taoist? Xiaohua was startled and asked curiously, fellow Taoist Fu, has also practiced Taoist cultivation techniques? It can't be considered practice. Fu Jiwen replied, I have only dabbled in it a little, and am very curious about Taoist magic power and divine abilities. Upon hearing that Fu Jiwen also had Taoist cultivation, Xiaohua's impression of him unconsciously improved. Naturally, he also knew why he changed his mind when he was just about to miss the opportunity. Young Master Fu, I wonder why you have come to find me? Xiaohua asked. If there is anything I can help with, feel free to tell me. Chapter 3264. Hee hee, I heard that fellow Taoist Xiao collects strange things of unknown origin. I've already come here twice, but I haven't encountered it yet. If I don't encounter it this time, I'll leave the Star Palace. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Isn't that right? My Tao sect emphasizes fate. Didn't we encounter it this time? What strange things does young Master Fu have? To others, it's naturally strange, but to fellow Taoist Xiao, it may not be so. As Fu Jiwen spoke, he took out a spoon-like thing from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, but didn't take it. He shook his head and said, This is a magic treasure of my Tao sect. It really isn't anything strange. Does young Master Fu have anything else? Immediately, Fu Jiwen took out a few more things, either jade slips or old yellow talismans. To Xiaohua, these things were really common and didn't attract him in the slightest. Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile. Young Master Fu, these are all things of my Tao sect. I presume that young Master obtained them when you obtained the Tao sect's inheritance, right? These aren't what I want. What I want is something that young Master doesn't know of its origin and doesn't know what it is. Sigh, then it's difficult. Fu Jiwen scratched his head. I only have these here, actually, as long as it's strange it's fine. It doesn't have to have a bright appearance. Xiaohua was naturally disappointed. Fu Jiwen suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and took out a white bone joint from his sleeve and handed it to Xiaohua. This is something that I've been playing with since I was young. It seems to have been picked up from somewhere when I was young. It looks like an ordinary white bone, but it's also abnormally sparkling and translucent. I know that it's strange, but this thing, it's just strange, nothing else. I don't know if it's the strange thing that fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned. Bone joint? The joint of a soul cultivator. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the joint, and a huge wave immediately set off in his heart. He was very familiar with this thing. It was the joint of the millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain in Xiaoyu continent. Although Xiaohua didn't use his soul sense to examine it, he was almost certain. How is this possible? This was clearly the boundary of the 3 continents. How can he have the bones of a soul cultivator? Xiaohua was puzzled. Because of the physique of a soul cultivator, they can't leave the millions of Meng Mountains. If he left, he would end up like Xiao Mao, unable to cultivate as a soul cultivator. Then how did this bone end up here? Perhaps there are others like me? Fellow Taoist Xiao? Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Fu Jiwen was a little embarrassed. He retracted his hand and said with a smile, So I'll say it? Although this is a strange item, it may not be of interest to you, fellow Taoist. Hee hee, there's no rush. How could Xiao Hua allow Fu Jiwen to retract his joints? He laughed and said, "Let this Xiao take a look first." Okay, both of them were currently blocked by the stardust, so they couldn't see each other's expressions. Xiao Hua did his best to calm his tone, and in a hurry, Fu Jiwen also didn't discover anything from Xiao Hua's tone. Xiao Hua's soul sense entered the bone. With just a glance, his little heart that hadn't been excited for a long time started to beat wildly. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said with a smile, "This strange item is exactly what this Xiao wants. Young Master Fu, name a price. If it's not outrageous, this Xiao will take it." Phew. Fu Jiwen was still inferior to Xiao Hua. When he heard that Xiao Hua wanted it, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he waved his hand and said, "Since this item has entered fellow Taoist Zhao's eyes, then please name a price. As long as it's suitable, this one will definitely part with it." This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. This item was a priceless treasure to him, but if the price was too high, Xiao Hua was afraid that Fu Jiwen would ask for a ridiculous price. "How about this? This Xiao offers 10 mid-grade origin stones. What do you think?" Xiao Hua bid, but Fu Jiwen hesitated instead. Seeing that Fu Jiwen didn't speak, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Young Master Fu, is this price high or low? You should name a price. The auction is about to start. This Xiao doesn't have time to dawdle with you." "Sigh, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao." Fu Jiwen simply told the truth. 10 mid-grade origin stones is far beyond this one's expectations. This item is nothing but a toy for this one. Then why are you hesitating? Xiao Hua was also interested. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly, but this one hopes to exchange for some high-grade origin stones, but fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't like it. So this one is very conflicted. If I give this item to fellow Taoist for 10 mid-grade origin stones, this one will enter the auction, and will definitely return empty-handed. Hee, simple, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How many high-grade origin stones do you want?" 30? No, 25 is enough, Fu Jiwen said hurriedly. Although he couldn't see his expression, Xiao Hua already understood Fu Jiwen's anxiety outside earlier. Then 50 high-grade origin stones. Xiao Hua didn't even think and took out a small Qiankuan bag and handed it to Fu Jiwen. Ah? Fu Jiwen stared blankly and didn't dare to take the small Qiankuan bag. Xiao Hua flung his hand and the small Qiankuan bag landed in front of Fu Jiwen. He smiled and said, "Although you aren't of my Dao sect, you still cultivate Dao techniques. This one can't just watch fellow Taoist in trouble and not help. This item is also worth this many origin stones in this one's eyes. You and I are willing to make a deal. It's very fair." "Haha, well said, fellow Taoist Xiao." Fu Jiwen heard and laughed loudly. He bowed and said, "This one and my humble wife thank fellow Taoist Xiao for the origin stones. If fate wills it in the future, this one will invite fellow Taoist to my humble home for a chat." Forget it. Xiao Hua helped Fu Jiwen up and said, "Young Master Fu, hurry up and go. The auction is about to begin. You and I both need to prepare." Indeed. When he heard the auction, Fu Jiwen hurriedly turned around. "This one still needs to let Zhai Xinglu verify my qualifications to bid." Qualifications to bid? Xiao Hua understood. This was probably the token that 307 mentioned that allowed one to enter the auction site. Since he had the token to enter the auction site, there was no need to rush. When Fu Jiwen's stardust-like figure disappeared, Xiao Hua couldn't wait any longer and took out the bone. He impatiently immersed his soul sense into the bone. He was even more anxious and curious than when he was dual cultivating. "See, it really is this item." Xiao Hua's soul sense clearly saw the contents of the soul cultivator's words and the diagram of the soul treasure. He waved his hand again and took out the bone ball from Million Meng Mountains from the space. Xiao Hua had already examined this ball of bones before. This ball of bones was divided into 18 layers. Each layer was composed of tens of thousands of tiny bone particles. Although the outermost layer looked like a ball of bones, when the bone particles moved slightly, they formed a faintly discernible skeleton. When Xiao Hua met Grandmaster Qin in the soul refining cave, he discovered the shaman code. However, he didn't dare to rashly drag this bone ball into the heaven ring to examine it. Moreover, after many unforeseen events in Million Meng Mountains, he didn't have the opportunity to discover the origin of this bone ball. After returning from Million Meng Mountains, Xiaohua returned the bone snake to Xiao Mao. Although he kept the bone ball, he didn't pay attention to it. What he didn't expect was that in this hidden immortal continent, 100 years later, in this inconspicuous bronze pillar country, he found the green seal text to control the bone ball and the origin of this bone ball in the hands of Fujiwen. It turned out that this bone ball was a soul treasure of soul cultivators. It had the same origin as the soul falling lamp and the nether passage. The function of the soul falling lamp was to attack and kill. Its green seal text could directly communicate with the aura of Hutu Great God. Those few second-grade sword transformation swordsmen couldn't resist the soul falling lamp at all. The nether passage used the bloodline of Hutu Great God's descendant to connect directly to the netherworld. The nether passage was the medium to condense the power of the green seal text. As for this bone ball, it was called the soul bridge, a soul treasure used to communicate with the souls of others. The records in Fujiwen's bone ball were very clear. Although the soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains had been cultivating soul arts for generations, they still didn't have a complete understanding of the mysterious souls. They didn't even know where the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin and the mysterious dark clouds were. Or in other words, they knew it was there, but they couldn't sense it. Even with the soul cultivation technique of 9 heavens of spirit origin and the Magus Codex, these soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains couldn't cultivate their nascent divinities in the layers of spirit heavens like Xiao Hua. Since he couldn't touch his own soul, the souls of others couldn't be touched either. There was no need to talk about attacking and killing. He only needed to take out the soul-falling lamp and attack like a whirlwind. But how could they communicate, repair, and other actions that could help the soul? The soul bridge was such a soul treasure. The owner of the soul bridge could control the soul bridge through the green seal text. Through the soul bridge, they could touch the souls of others, and then touch the heavenly runes and earthly deeds outside of the soul. A powerful soul warrior could even break through these heavenly runes and earthly deeds and enter the souls of others. Excellent! Xiao Hua finished reading a few lines in one glance, then clapped his hands and praised. With this item, Kai Xueqia's soul can be repaired. But, I still need to comprehend this bone ball more, and see if I can find the green seal text that can truly repair the soul. Especially, if I can find the green seal text that can revive people, that would be even better. Of course, Xiao Hua also understood that this item was just a soul treasure that could be used as a medium for communication. If he wanted to repair the soul, or even reach a higher level of reviving the dead, he still had a long way to go. But, this bone ball seems a little strange. Xiao Hua knew that now wasn't the time to look at it carefully. Moreover, he had just thrown a pile of junk to green-robed Xiao Hua, so he didn't have the heart to trample on him. So he carefully stored the bone ball into his space, and waited until he had time to study it. Chapter 3265. When Xiao Hua walked out of the Star Palace, he was still extremely bewildered. He couldn't help but think to himself, isn't this so-called soul just the mysterious dark cloud in my mind? Didn't I see it clearly from the start? Moreover, other people's souls. I can also see them, right? Why can't any soul cultivator see them? Since I can't see them, what kind of 9 heavens spirit are they cultivating? But that's right. Zi Ming didn't seem to have mentioned 9 heavens spirit to me? Xiao Hua lowered his head to look at the star path beneath his feet. The brilliant starlight was truly enchanting. Strands of brilliance flickered with confusing colors, obscuring one's eyes. Even Elder Wu of Hutu village didn't mention it. Could it be that they really can't see it? Only I can see it? As for the 9 heavens spirit they speak of, could it be like the Dao sex cultivation method? Just a realm? And this realm just happens to match the situation inside the mysterious dark cloud? Right, Dharma Eye. Suddenly, Xiao Hua had some understanding. The soul strands he used were all from his Dharma Eye. If he could see the shape of the mysterious dark cloud, then it could only be the effect of the Dharma Eye imprint. Even his mind being able to see his own dark cloud was definitely the effect of the Dharma Eye. What's the origin of the Dharma Eye? Simple. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua thought of the little white dragon. I just need to pull out the little white dragon and ask it, won't that be enough? Sigh, that won't work. The little white dragon itself is a soul essence. A few days ago, it even discovered the seal of the full sky. If it can't see it, how can it sense it? It can't be counted. Senior. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking about it, a voice sounded. Xiao Hua raised his head to look. It was Xiao Jian standing there cautiously, his face full of admiration. Lu Yi's face carried a trace of excitement as he accompanied him. Only Yuanya was still as calm as ever. "You're back." Xiao Hua stopped thinking and smiled. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied, "Yes, now that the auction is near, many cultivators in the Star Palace have closed their stalls. Junior and the others didn't know about Senior's arrangements, but we were afraid that Senior would be worried, so we hurriedly came back." How could Xiao Hua not know that Xiao Jian wanted to go to the auction? He asked again, "How was it? How's your harvest?" Taoist priest, before Xiao Jian could speak, Lu Yi, who was beside him, addressed him as Taoist priest. Although he was not as respectful as Xiao Jian's senior, there was a sense of intimacy between them. "I found a jade eye from our Taoist sect." Taoist priest Xiao said that there was a basic technique inside. When Xiao Jian heard this, he hurriedly looked around and glared at Lu Yi. It was obvious that he was blaming Lu Yi for revealing the secret at the wrong time. When Lu Yi saw this, he hurriedly stuck out his tongue and didn't say anything else. He was so happy that he forgot about what he had just said when he made the deal. "Little guy, you're really lucky." Xiao Hua stared blankly at first, then immediately felt happy for Lu Yi. Not only was this little fellow's fate and immortality extremely good, even his quick-wittedness was not something that others could compare to. These jade eyes were definitely obtained by him by relying on his glib tongue. However, Xiao Hua was immediately confused. He looked at Xiao Jian and asked, "Your divine sense can see the things in the jade eyes?" "Yes." Xiao Jian hurriedly replied. "Junior has some secret techniques for the use of divine sense. They can be used in the same way as the divine sense techniques of Confucian cultivators." "Oh, I understand," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Bring the things over. This old man will first take a look at them for Brother Lu. If it's possible, this old man can give you some pointers." "Thank you, Taoist priest." Lu Yi was wild with joy. He hurriedly took out a dozen small cosmos bags from his bosom and handed them over to Xiao Hua. "The things are inside. This little one is afraid that it's not safe to keep them in my bosom." And, looking at Lu Yi's slightly stingy appearance, Xiao Hua felt that it was very familiar. He took the bags with a smile and sent them into the space. Immediately, Xiao Jian and Yuanya also took out a dozen small cosmos bags and gave them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't look at them carefully and accepted them. "It's really good to have someone to help me." Xiao Hua thought in his heart, "If it was me, I wouldn't be able to do so many things in such a short time." Finally, Xiao Jian took out a small cosmos bag and handed it over to Xiao Hua. "Senior, this is the spiritual grass that hasn't been traded yet. And take it. Return it to me after the auction." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. A grateful expression appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Xiao Jian thanks Senior." "Oh right, take out 30% and give it to Yuan Yao and Lu Yi." Xiao Hua thought of something again and said with a smile, "They don't need to go to the auction. Take those spiritual grass and walk around. Maybe Brother Lu can find something good." Yes, Xiao Jian didn't hesitate and gave 30% of the spiritual grass to Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi was somewhat hesitant and said in a low voice, "Taoist priest, this little one can't see what's inside the small cosmos bags. What if I'm cheated by someone else?" "Ha ha," Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He swung his sleeves and walked away in large strides. As he walked, he said, "In this world, there's nothing that the heart can't see through. As long as you want to, spiritual sense and other things can't replace your heart." Yuanya was confused, but Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand what Xiao Hua was talking about. At the end of the star path was a wide Milky Way. Inside the Milky Way, the stars were shining brightly. The dots of starlight were like ripples in the water, looking very realistic. Above the Milky Way, there was an extremely majestic rainbow bridge. This rainbow bridge had 3 colors, and many people dressed in brocade robes and Confucian robes were stepping on it. The end of this rainbow bridge wasn't the opposite bank of the galaxy. Instead, it was the disk-like bright moon above the galaxy. Damn it, this star-picking tower is even more imposing than my Tao sect. Xiao Hua looked at the grand occasion in front of him. I'm afraid that any ordinary auction in the Dawn Rain continent wouldn't have such a majestic aura. Only the Yuanying auction in Haoming City could compare with it. Confucian cultivators, Oh Confucian cultivators, it's really not what this Xiao imagined. The galaxy naturally didn't appear out of thin air. Many small shuttle-shaped boats were anchored at the edge of the galaxy. The boats were heading towards the rainbow bridge that crossed the galaxy. Xiao Hua brought Xiao Jian to the front of a boat and said with a smile, "The moon is bright and the stars are rare guests returning late. The boat is unmanned. The night rain is continuous, and the spring clothes are wet. Can the boatman cross?" Haha. A hearty laugh sounded, and a blue brilliance flashed on the boat like a comet. A middle-aged Confucian cultivator appeared on the boat, and the clear voice of reciting poetry rushed into Xiao Hua's ears like falling rain. "The bright moon is bright and the stars are gathered. Where can a bosom friend be found? The rainbow bridge crosses the sky, and the boat ferries the fated ones." "Oh, young Master Zhu?" Seeing that the middle-aged Confucian cultivator in front of him wasn't an ordinary blue-clothed youth, Xiao Hua stared blankly. A thoughtful expression flashed through his eyes, and he stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Young Master is so free. The auction at Zhaixing Lu is about to begin. Young Master isn't going to the auction to entertain guests, but instead is here to welcome guests. This really makes me surprised. The auction will naturally be managed by the auction's host. This Zhu only needs to worry about the operation of the entire Zhaixing Lu. This Zhu doesn't care about the specifics." The middle-aged Confucian cultivator smiled and returned the greeting. "Previously, I only saw fellow immortal's unbending character in front of Zhaixing Lu, and now I see fellow immortal's bright and beautiful chest. If fellow immortal wasn't wearing Taoist robes, this Zhu would only think that fellow immortal was a Confucian cultivator. If this Zhu wasn't waiting here, how would I know that fellow immortal was hiding? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Xiao Hua was secretly proud, but he waved his hand and said, "It's all dog-tailed stuff. It can't enter the Hall of Elegance." Dog-tailed stuff. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the middle-aged Confucian cultivator unconsciously rubbed his nose. "It seems, the dog-tailed stuff is me." However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling expression, the middle-aged Confucian cultivator didn't feel that Xiao Hua was mocking him. Thus, he smiled and said, "This one is Zhu Qing. Greetings to fellow immortal. How should I address fellow immortal?" "Oh, this one is a Taoist loose cultivator. Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua also didn't intend to hide anything, and answered truthfully. "I wonder if young Master Zhu was waiting here for this Xiao?" Zhu Qing nodded. "That's right. This Zhu really does have something to discuss with fellow immortal Xiao." Xiao Hua faintly smiled and shook his head. "If young Master Zhu wants to be a peacemaker and make this Xiao lower his head, this Xiao feels that you and I have nothing in common. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. This Xiao feels that there's nothing wrong with what I did. If they do anything, this Xiao isn't afraid of anything. I'll let them experience the thunderous might of my Taoist sect." Zhu Qing's face revealed a trace of astonishment. When Xiao Hua said those words, although his body didn't tremble and there wasn't any heaven-shaking domineering aura, Zhu Qing heard a kind of incomparable confidence from his mouth. He couldn't help but look up and down at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, he really couldn't see where Xiao Hua's confidence came from. Actually, at this time, he really wanted to talk to Xiao Hua about young Master Duanmu. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, how could he say these words? "Fellow immortal Xiao, please rest assured. This Zhu isn't a lobbyist for the Duanmu family. As for what this Zhu has to say, please come on board." Zhu Qing thought for a moment and said with a smile, "This Zhu will send fellow immortal Xiao to participate in the auction. Let's talk while we walk." "See." Xiao Hua stared blankly. He immediately thought of the pile of magic tools in his space and said inwardly, "Damn it, this guy can't be going back on his word, right? Or maybe he sensed something from the magic tools?" After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Hua nodded. However, he pointed his hand and said, "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Zhu. However, where is this Xiao's junior?" "Junior?" Zhu Qing originally had some understanding. Now that he heard Xiao Hua personally admit it, his heart truly understood. The youth in front of him was definitely not a youth in the prime of his youth. "This fellow immortal can go to another ferry," Zhu Qing replied with a smile. "My Zhaixing Lu's ferry can only carry 2 people. Moreover, Every cultivator who boards the ferry must be qualified to participate in the auction. If you don't have enough primeval stones, you can't board the ferry. My Zhai Xing Lu doesn't welcome these cultivators to participate in the auction. Chapter 3266. Oh. Could it be that even with young Master Zhu here, you can't make an exception? Xiaohua originally had one foot on the boat, but stopped when he heard this. Zhu Qing nodded. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Although I am in charge of Zhai Xing Lu, I still have to abide by Zhai Xing Lu's rules. Moreover, I don't believe that this little friend doesn't have enough primeval stones. Good, Xiaohua clapped his hands. I like this answer the most. Then Xiaohua turned his head and said, Go to the boat on the side. The things in the small Qiankuan bag are enough for you to participate in the auction. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Jian was even more observant than Xiaohua. Since he heard Zhu Qing call him little friend, how could he not know Zhu Qing's cultivation level? He obediently replied and went to the boat on the side. When Xiaohua stepped on the boat, Zhu Qing didn't move the boat. Instead, he said seriously, Fellow immortal Xiao, please take out the primeval stones you prepared to participate in the auction. If it doesn't reach the amount my Zhai Xing Lu has, I still can't send fellow immortal to Bright Moon Palace. Hee. Doesn't young Master Zhu have something to do? Can you tell me first? Xiaohua smiled. Clearly, Zhu Qing didn't come here for the pile of magic tools. Xiaohua's heart was at ease. Unfortunately, Zhu Qing glanced at the distant rainbow bridge and shook his head. Fellow immortal Xiao doesn't need to hide anything. What I want to say can't be said in a few sentences. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want to delay the auction, let me take a look at the primeval stones first. In addition, I don't know if it's fellow immortal Zhao's first time participating in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction, so I want to remind you that the more primeval stones you have, the higher the grade you can bid. Since Zhu Qing didn't know about the magic tools, Xiaohua wouldn't take out the VIP token. After hearing Zhu Qing's words, he thought for a moment and understood Zhu Qing's meaning. The amount of primeval stones was like a guarantee. With enough primeval stones, Zhai Xing Lu wouldn't be afraid that you won't pay after bidding. Thus, Xiaohua took out a small Qiankuan pouch from his bosom and handed it to Zhu Qing, saying, How about young Master Zhu take a look at these? Oh. Zhu Qing's expression didn't change as she glanced at the supreme grade origin stones and a large pile of spirit herbs in the small Qiankuan bag. She flipped her hand and took out a golden token with 3 stars engraved on it. She handed it over to Xiaohua along with the small Qiankuan bag and said, Fellow immortal Xiao, please keep it well. With this 3 stars token, fellow immortal can bid for anything in the Bright Moon Palace. Yes. Xiaohua's face was also calm. He took the small Qiankuan bag and the token and asked indifferently, Now, young Master Zhu, you can tell me why you're looking for me. Yes, in this short period of time, Xiaohua had thought of many possibilities, but none of them were possible. Xiaohua didn't think that the so-called Zhai Xing Lu would be able to discover anything wrong with him after he had appeared in Yuzhou for so many days. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Zhu Qing wasn't in a hurry. She waved her hand and took out another star token from her sleeve. She opened her mouth and a strand of true qi similar to the stardust rushed out of her mouth and landed on the star token. Shua, the star token emitted a brilliant yet not dazzling brilliance and then landed on the boat. Buzz buzz. The boat shook slightly and also emitted a dazzling brilliance. Like a meteor, it rushed towards the rainbow bridge in the distance. Although the boat's speed was fast, the rainbow bridge seemed to be very far away. Although it looked very close, in Xiaohua's eyes, the distance didn't shrink at all in a few breaths. Fellow immortal Xiao, do you like the star chart of my Zhai Xing Lu? Zhu Qing asked with a smile. Yes, I do like it. Xiaohua nodded. My Dao sect has always emphasized the heavenly Dao. My Dao sect's cultivators also pursue the heavenly Dao. This starry sky contains the mysteries of the heavenly Dao. How could I not like this starry sky that contains my Dao sect's highest principles? My Dao sect pursues the heavenly Dao and wants to roam the heavens with my own body. Confucian cultivators also pursue the heavenly Dao. However, they believe that the heavenly Dao is the human Dao. Experiencing the world of mortals can naturally temper the heavenly Dao in their hearts. The heavenly Dao is either Dao, law, or truth. Zhu Qing continued, what I am curious about is, Fellow immortal Xiao is such an outstanding person. You should be a bright star in the night sky now that the Dao sect has declined. Why is it that my Zhai Xing Lu doesn't have any records of you? Hee, young Master Zhu. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Zhai Xing Lu does have some strength, but do you think your Zhai Xing Lu can record all the heroes of the hidden immortal continent? What about the cultivators far away in the Western Paradise, the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm, and even the Four Seas? Zhu Qing wasn't angry. He continued to speak slowly. Fellow immortal Xiao actually still doesn't understand what my Zhai Xing Lu represents. Forget it. You will know in the future. Furthermore, you haven't been recorded in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. In the future, as you appear in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes, you will definitely write a thick stroke in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. Is Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes very thick? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Zhu Qing was slightly taken aback. Somewhat puzzled, he said, my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes isn't a book of Confucian cultivators. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. I'm afraid your Book of Heroes won't be able to contain my scribbles. Ha ha, fellow immortal Xiao, please don't worry. If one Book of Heroes isn't enough, my Zhai Xing Lu still has a second one. It will continue until fellow immortal Zhao's deeds are fully recorded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I'll have to trouble young Master Zhu to start from today. Of course. Zhu Qing was also happy to hear this. Fellow immortal Zhao's name has already been recorded in Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and suddenly said indifferently, if young Master Zhu was an individual cultivator, this Xiao wouldn't mind boasting and chatting with young Master Zhu here. However, young Master Zhu is so serious about driving away this Zhao's junior. It can't be that you want to talk about your dreams and future with this Xiao under the romantic starlight, right? If that's the case, I suggest you change to a prettier female cultivator. Zhu Qing's face was really full of excitement. He looked up and down at Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, rubbed his nose and sighed. Alas, I seem to be getting old. With fellow Taoist Xiao, there's really no way to talk about romance. Forget it, fellow immortal Xiao. Have you heard of Star-Moon Union? Or perhaps you've seen these 3 words somewhere. Although Zhu Qing spoke casually, his gaze was looking at Xiao Hua's face. He looked very solemn and cautious. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood the reason why Zhu Qing was looking for him. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the nearing rainbow bridge and said with a smile, Confucian cultivators often say that one shouldn't look at indecent things. When I just entered Zhai Xing Lu, I only took a few glances and you were actually peeping at me from the side. Young Master Zhu, what should I say about you? I don't care what you say, Zhu Qing said word by word. I just want to know if you saw these 3 words or not. I also want to know if it's worth it for me to postpone this auction for 2 hours. Oh, you. Xiao Hua didn't expect that the auction would be postponed for 2 hours because of him. Presumably, even Zhu Qing himself couldn't decide. So he must have reported to the so-called Star-Moon Union within these 2 hours. Therefore, Xiao Hua said word by word, I think young Master Zhu found the wrong person. I didn't see the 3 words Star-Moon Union on the screen. I only saw the 2 words Star-Moon. And a big hand. Good, Zhu Qing clapped his hands and said, fellow immortal Xiao is indeed a fated person. Stop. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. I didn't see the 3 words Star-Moon Union. Why do you say we are fated? There is no Star-Moon Union in this world. Zhu Qing sneered. It's just that some people call Star-Moon Union Star-Moon Union. There are even some bored people who like to call Star-Moon Union Star-Moon Business Union. In this world, how many true allies are there? A business union driven by profit is nothing but a joke. Oh, I understand, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Star-Moon. It's really interesting. Zhu Qing said curiously, fellow immortal Xiao, when you heard Star-Moon, you didn't think of other places. Other places? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. I didn't think of anything else. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Fellow immortal Xiao, it's a good thing that I'm a man. If it was a female cultivator of my star-picking tower, tisk, with your tongue, I would have given myself to you. Tisk. Xiao Hua said righteously, don't come near me. I still have a bottom line of morality. Haha. Xueqi couldn't help but laugh until he bent over. I regret meeting fellow immortal Xiao too late. Too late? Star Picking Tower's hero book has only just started recording. Alright, Xueqi laughed for a moment and said, since fellow immortal Xiao didn't mention that place, you must have a plan. Then I won't hide anything. That's right, Star Moon. Naturally came from Star Moon Palace. Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua's eyes really showed a trace of surprise. Xueqi saw that Xiao Hua's doubt wasn't fake and was stunned. He asked curiously, could it be that fellow immortal Xiao doesn't know about Star Moon Palace? Do I have to know? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. Fellow immortal Xiao should know, but since it's like this, I think you really don't know. Xueqi replied with some surprise. I never thought that fellow immortal Xiao wouldn't know about Star Moon Palace. This is a bit troublesome. Xueqi looked at the approaching Rainbow Bridge and said hurriedly, how about this, I won't say much about where Star Moon Palace is. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to find any cultivator of 3rd or 4th grade of essence power and they can explain it in detail. Even my Star Picking Tower's fantastic stories has a brief explanation. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to know that it's an ancient ruin. Damn it, Xiao Hua shook his head and said hurriedly, young Master Zhu, for this kind of interesting adventure, it's better to choose a few beautiful female cultivators to go with us. I'm an outsider, so I think we should just forget about it. Why don't you look at other people? Chapter 3267. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua refused. Once he arrived in the 3 continents, he had accepted the invitations of Venerable Jing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain, Chu Muhuan from the Jingzhou Chu family, and Xueqi from the Left General of the Nanpu Prefecture. Although the first 2 had fallen, Xiao Hua did not feel relaxed. Not only did he have to go to the Golden Mountain Temple in the Western Paradise, he also felt that he had to give an explanation to the Jingzhou Chu family. If all of this could be accomplished easily, Xiao Hua would not be stingy with his strength and luck. He could follow Sir Zhu of Zhai Xinglu to the Star Moon Palace. However, if even the imposing Zhai Xinglu was so serious about this matter, then the dangers of the Star Moon Palace were obvious. Furthermore, his Dao sect cultivation had not even recovered 10% of his supernatural powers. How could he go there? Therefore, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on when he heard this. Without waiting for Xueqi to say more, his first reaction was to refuse. When Xueqi saw that the expression on Xiao Hua's face was not the shock and joy that he had expected, but instead one of impatience, he was stunned as well. Soon after he smiled bitterly and said, fellow immortal Xiao, you are the first cultivator that I've ever seen or heard of who doesn't want to go to Star Moon Palace. This really makes me depressed. That 2 hours. I have worked for nothing. Haha, Xiao Hua smiled. He could not bear it and said, my cultivation is shallow. I dare not risk my life to laugh proudly in the mortal world. I am so sorry. After thinking for a while, Xueqi smiled and said, how about this, I will not force you to do anything. How about we just briefly talk about the Star Moon Palace? Xiao Hua knew that this was Xueqing's delaying tactic. Xueqi wanted to say something that would move his heart, but he was originally a soft-hearted person. Thinking about how Xueqi had helped him out of his predicament a moment ago, and then delayed the auction for him for an hour, he could only nod his head and say, young Master Zhu, please speak. It is said that the Star Moon Palace was passed down from ancient times. It contains the secrets of the stars and the moon. Cultivators who are fated to know about the Star Moon Palace, whether they are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Taoist cultivators, demons, or even the ancient dragon clan, all covet the Star Moon Palace. According to ancient legends, the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the 3 continents. There are also legends that say that the Star Moon Palace was established by the great divine ability of an ancient god. At this point, Xueqi took a deep look at Xiao Hua and continued. Legend has it that the Dao sect fought with the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators for the Star Moon Palace. That was why the 2 sects joined forces and annihilated them. In short, this Star Moon Palace is a mysterious place. It is also a place of luck. Whoever can enter will be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Hua's expression was calm as he nodded lightly. Yes. It doesn't matter if fellow immortal Xiao believes it or not. According to the records of our Star and Moon Palace, among the few who entered the Star and Moon Palace, there were indeed quite a number of people who were fated to reach the heavens, and became arrogant characters in the 3 continents. Xueqi did not try to persuade him, and only explained. Xiaohua frowned. What? How many times has Star Moon organized such operations? It's like this. Xueqi nodded. My cultivation is not good enough, so I have not participated in these operations. Moreover, the appearance of the Star and Moon Palace does not have any pattern. Even the location is ever-changing. Even if I invite fellow immortal Xiaohua now, I don't know when I can honor it. Of course, if fellow immortal Xiaohua accepts the Star and Moon token and does not intend to go, Star Moon will not force you. Haha, then is the screen in front of your star-picking tower used to select the candidates to enter the Star and Moon Palace? Xiaohua did not continue the conversation, but chuckled and continued to ask. Of course. The operations of our Bright Moon organization have all been carefully planned, and we have made many preparations beforehand. Compared to those aristocratic families and sects, we are worlds apart. Many cultivators who know the inside story want to follow our Star and Moon's operations. Our Star and Moon naturally have to carefully select the candidates. Xueqi said proudly. This screen is one of the checkpoints of the selection. Only cultivators who have divine consciousness, primordial thought, divine eyes, or Buddhist consciousness that have a unique perception of the moon and the stars can enter the Star and Moon Palace and gain the favor of the Star and Moon Palace. All right. Xiaohua was speechless, and expressed a kind of surrender. What specific benefits can one get from entering the Star and Moon Palace? That's hard to say. Seeing that Xiaohua had relented, Xueqi was somewhat happy, but he still shrugged and said helplessly, everyone's opportunities are different. There are Confucian cultivators who cultivate the heart of heaven and become literary stars. There are also demon kings who cultivate the heart of heaven and become great saints. Of course, there are also Taoist seniors who break through the void and ascend. Ah, really? Xiaohua was a little shocked. This Star and Moon Palace is too powerful? It's fake, Xueqi said resolutely. These are all legends. There are only a few words in the records of our Star and Moon, but these cannot be taken seriously. It's true that only you can enter. Just like this rainbow bridge, if you want to participate in the auction in the Bright Moon Palace, you can't just listen to others. Only when you participate will you know the grand occasion inside. When Xueqi said this, the boat had already reached the rainbow bridge. Xueqi looked at the tricolored rainbow bridge in front of him, then looked at Xiaohua as he spoke. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. Actually, this Xiao should have closed his ears long ago and not listened to Serju's advice. Serju's words have still moved this Xiao. Whether you are moved or not is fellow immortal Zhao's own matter. It has nothing to do with this Zhu. Forget it. The Bright Moon Palace doesn't seem to force others to participate, right? Xiaohua asked tentatively. Even if this Xiao doesn't go, it's fine, right? Yes, that's for sure. Xueqi nodded. Because I don't believe that anyone can resist the temptation of the Star and Moon Palace. Xiaohua stretched out his hand. I hope this Xiao is the first person who can resist the temptation. Maybe. Xueqi answered with a smile, then looked at Xiaohua's outstretched hand and asked curiously. Fellow immortal Xiao, why are you doing this? Don't you have any token? Naturally, there's no need for that. Xueqi waved his hand. When the Star and Moon Palace descends, all 3 continents will know. When the time comes, fellow immortal Xiao can go to any star-picking tower and just report your name. Naturally, there will be people specially assigned to arrange everything for you. That's strange. Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Then your Star and Moon Palace. What benefits do you get? This one doesn't know. This one is only responsible for finding and selecting fellow immortal Xiao, who is qualified to enter the Star and Moon Palace. Xueqi smiled lightly and raised his hand. Fellow immortal Xiao, the boat has reached the shore. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to step onto the Rainbow Bridge, and the Star-Picking Tower's disciples will naturally receive Bright Moon Palace. Many thanks, Lord Zhu. Xiaohua shook his Taoist robe and stepped onto the boat. Could it be that Lord Zhu doesn't want to go in with this one? Our guest has arrived. Our Star-Picking Tower has its own way of entertaining guests. As for the host, he naturally has his own path to walk. Xueqi stretched out his hand and took out a star-patterned mask from his sleeve and handed it to Xiaohua. Once you enter the marquee gate, you will be a passerby from now on. This one doesn't dare to travel with fellow immortal Xiao. Ha ha ha, passerby Zhu, goodbye. Xiao Hua didn't put it on. He put his hand behind his back and stepped onto the rainbow bridge, his body and mind following the rainbow bridge as it flew towards the full moon. This Taoist is indeed somewhat interesting. Zhu Qing looked at Xiao Hua's confident and unrestrained back and said with a smile, if he changed into Confucian attire, he would definitely be a romantic youth. Immediately, starlight flashed around Zhu Qing's body and his figure disappeared again. Xiao Hua's figure rose up along with the rainbow bridge. He watched as the bright moon gradually grew bigger, finally transforming into a huge moon hall high up in the sky. The number of cultivators flying towards the moon gate had already decreased. Xiao Hua knew that he had arrived a bit late. He swept his divine sense around and discovered that he had actually been restricted. Immediately, he put the mask in his hand on his face. However, he felt a wave of coolness sweep over his body from top to bottom. A figure that was also covered in stardust appeared in front of the moon gate. This one's Xueqi greet Senior. Xiao Hua's figure had just stopped in front of the moon gate when a woman with a graceful figure walked out from the gate. She placed her hands on her waist and saluted. This old man has come to participate in the auction. Little girl, lead the way. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said. Unexpectedly, his voice was also somewhat different. It was impossible to tell that it was Xiao Hua's voice. That woman smiled apologetically and said, Senior, please take out your star token. This one will arrange a place for you to go. Here. Xiao Hua extended his hand and handed over the star token that Zhu Qing gave him. Senior is a distinguished guest of 3 Dawn. Please follow Xueqi. The woman looked at it and carefully returned the star token to Xiao Hua. Okay. Xiao Hua took the star token. Just as he was about to step into the moon gate, he heard another voice not far away. This one's Xueqi greet Senior. Oh? Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, there was also another woman walking out from that place. She was bowing and saluting a figure covered in stardust next to him. Senior, please. Xueqi seemed to know what Xiao Hua wanted to say. She smiled and said, in this bright moon palace, all the disciples of Zhai Xinglu are called Xueqi. Haha, interesting. Xiao Hua smiled. In Star Palace, all the disciples are numbered. In Bright Moon Palace, all the disciples are only given one name. This Zhai Xinglu is really interesting. Xueqi didn't reply. She pursed her lips and smiled as she walked into the moon gate. The space inside the moon gate was extremely large. Above their heads were specks of starry sky and below their feet was solid ground. In the center of the space was an enormous vermilion palace. It was divided into 3 levels. In front of this palace, there was an enormous, perfectly straight osmanthus tree. Senior, please. Xueqi raised her hand again. Xiao Hua gave a rough glance and followed Xueqi towards the vermilion palace. That palace looked very far away, but after walking for a few dozen steps, they arrived in front of the palace. The palace was simple and unadorned, but its specifications were elegant. Rather than calling it a palace, it was better to call it a large embroidered building. A kind of indescribable hidden bitterness seeped out from the vermilion palace. Even the 3 words Bright Moon Palace on the door in the middle of the palace exuded endless loneliness. Senior, please take out the star token and place it here. Xueqi extended her jade-like index finger and tapped on the door. A furry little white rabbit poked its head out from the door. Xueqi used her finger to point at the rabbit's 3-petaled mouth and smiled. Chapter 3268. Xiao Hua glanced at it with interest and placed the star tablet in his hand into the rabbit's mouth. Squeak, squeak. The rabbit seemed to be crying out as it retracted its head. Creak. The vermilion door slowly opened, revealing a room of 1 zhang in size. When the rabbit retracted its head, Xiao Hua did not feel any fluctuation of magic power. It seemed to be completely a kind of mechanism technique. Seeing the door open, Xueqi bowed again and said, Senior, please. Xiao Hua nodded and walked into the room. He saw that the room was very clean. Other than the door he came in from, there was only a window on the opposite side. Leaning against the window, there was a desk and a chair. On the desk, there were some 4 treasures of the study, a plate of spirit fruits, and a jade plate with a wine pot and a wine cup. Senior, please sit. Xueqi walked to the side of the window and invited Xiaohua to sit. She carefully picked up the wine pot and poured a cup of jade-like spirit wine. She smiled and said, "This is my Zhai Xinglu's Yun Ji. It can be considered a famous wine in Hidden Immortal Continent. Senior, please have a taste." "Forget it," Xiaohua waved his hand. "This old man does not like spirit wine. You can have all these spirit wine. This old man will have a taste of these spirit fruits." "Hee, many thanks, Senior." Xueqi was very happy. Seeing Xiaohua pick up a spirit fruit to taste, she put away the jade plate. Then, she walked to the front of the window and pushed her hand. The window also opened with a creak. Buzz buzz. As the window opened, a burst of abnormal noise rushed in from outside the window. There was even a kind of slightly hot breath that entered. Xiaohua was startled. He seemed to have not experienced this kind of noise in the secular world for a long time. Xiaohua unconsciously stood up and looked outside the window. Xueqi looked at Xiaohua very considerately. Although she could not see Xiaohua's expression, Xiaohua's sluggishness when he turned his head immediately aroused her vigilance. She hurriedly said, "Senior, if you feel that it is noisy, this servant will ban all the noise." "No need." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since your Zhai Xinglu has this kind of consideration, there must be someone who likes this kind of noise. This old man will also join in the fun." "Yes. Senior. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can tell me immediately." Xueqi was very happy that she had met such a kind senior. She stood at the side with a smile. Xiaohua walked to the window and stretched his head out to look. He saw that this was a huge space, and at the top of the space, there was a resplendent Milky Way across the sky. The starlight was not flashing in the Milky Way, but it was really like the mischievous eyes of a child, blinking from time to time. In the surroundings of this space, on the opposite side of Xiaohua, were rings of star veins that rippled like waves. Every place where the star veins dimmed should be a cultivator participating in the auction. This was because every starlight would more or less emit some sort of sound. There were even many places where the starlight lines were connected together, and there were also loud discussions. In the beginning, what Xiaohua didn't understand was that some of these star patterns were bright while others were dim. Furthermore, there were layers to them. It was as if the starlight around him was already extremely bright. However, in a short moment, Xiaohua already knew that the brightness of these star patterns should be related to the star veins. The area where the cultivator holding the 1 star veins was located should be a bit dimmer. If the cultivator holding the 3 star veins was like him, then shouldn't it be a bit brighter? Everything was beautiful, and compared to the star palace from before, it was even more enjoyable. However, in this misty illusion, there were some bald heads and white beards that were especially eye-catching. Xiaohua looked for a moment and asked with a smile, "Are these Buddhist cultivators?" Xueqi glanced at them and nodded. "These are all monks from the temples near the Bronze Pillar State. There are also those old men wearing Confucian robes. They are also rotten Confucians from the Bronze Pillar State. They came here to participate in the auction? Why aren't they wearing masks?" Xiaohua was a bit surprised because these monks didn't seem to have a high cultivation. Those old men were even panting. They didn't seem like Confucian cultivators at all. Hee, Xueqi laughed. Those monks naturally came to participate in the auction, but they only bid for the Buddhist sect's relics, ignoring all cultivation techniques and Buddhist artifacts, so they don't need to hide anything. As for those rotten Confucians, they are purely here to cause trouble, since they aren't here to participate in the auction. They don't need to hide their true faces, right? Cause trouble? Xiaohua asked curiously. They don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. What kind of trouble can they cause? Senior will know in a while. Xueqi actually kept him in suspense, pursing her lips and smiling. Senior, take a look. Aside from you and the other seniors holding the 3 star veins who have their own rooms, the others don't have rooms and are sitting together with the others. There are so many people, even if some of them are unwilling to wear masks, they still wear them for the beautiful scenery of the Bright Moon Palace. But these people are really annoying, adding so many bald white flies to the beautiful scenery of the Milky Way. Cough, cough. Xiaohua coughed and said unhappily, "Everyone has their own ideas, and they are also abiding by the rules of Zhai Xinglu. As for whether they wear masks or not, that is their own business." These Buddhist sect's great masters are merciful and have come here to welcome the Buddhist sect's disciples' relics back to the sect. How can you casually insult them? Even these elders, they may have some thoughts of causing trouble, but they are old enough to be your grandfather. Don't you feel guilty for being so eloquent? When Xueqi heard this, her expression changed rapidly. Perhaps she didn't have so many filthy thoughts in her heart, so she followed Xiaohua's words and even had the intention to curry favor with him. But she didn't expect that she would end up making a fool of herself. With a plop, without waiting for Xiaohua to say a second word, Xueqi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Senior, it's all Xiaoyi's fault. Please forgive me." "Ah, get up." Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xueqi up with a flick of his sleeve and sighed. "Don't think too much. This old man doesn't have any other intentions. I just feel that you should have more awareness of respecting your elders. You have no reason to lose your moral integrity in order to curry favor with honored guests." Yes, this servant also didn't want to. But this servant is only a disciple who attends to honored guests. Xueqi lowered her head and replied with some hidden bitterness. "Don't say any more." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Tell this old man, what is a pedantic scholar?" A pedantic scholar is naturally a pedantic Confucian scholar. Xueqi blinked her eyes. Although she was very curious, she didn't dare to ask too much. She answered obediently, "It's those bookworms. They only know how to read. They are inflexible and ignorant of worldly affairs. So they are called pedantic scholars." Are these white-bearded elders all bookworms? Xiaohua naturally knew the meaning of being ignorant of worldly affairs, but he didn't expect that these bookworms would have such an elegant name. Xiaoyi's heart became lively again as she said with a smile, "Actually, simple bookworms can't be considered pedantic scholars. Sometimes, Zhai Xinglu will also have some bookworm scholars. They are quite cute, but most of them don't know worldly affairs. That's why they are ignorant of worldly affairs. On the other hand, these old, pedantic scholars are really pedantic. They only know how to use the dogmas in the books to apply to people. They are simply stuck to the rules. Look, this is not good, that is also not good. They also say that our Zhai Xinglu's female disciples should kneel and serve them. They also say that women without talent are virtuous. Zhai Xinglu shouldn't have female disciples at all. Other than marrying and having children, women have no other merits." "Ha ha ha, this old man understands," Xiaohua laughed, finally understanding why Xueqi was so disdainful of these so-called pedantic scholars. "This old man has wronged you just now. This person's words are indeed very annoying." "That's right." Xueqi also beamed with joy, "looking at your appearance. You are not a pedantic scholar." "Sweat, this old man wants to be a pedantic scholar," Xiaohua said with a smile. "It's a pity that this old man hasn't read a lot of poetry and books, and also doesn't have that kind of scholarly wisdom. Even if I want to apply dogmas to people, I can't." "Hee, if you are like those pedantic scholars who read books, you will have read all the books into a dog's stomach." At this point, Xueqi was shocked again, knowing that she had said something wrong. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, but she couldn't see his expression clearly, so she covered it up and said, "On the other hand, the famous great scholars, although they are well-read and can write poems that can shock the wind and rain, and make ghosts and gods weep, they also won't take advantage of their seniority." Dong. Just as Xueqi was afraid that Xiaohua would get angry and was trying her best to remedy the situation, she heard a clear bell ring outside the window. Not only did this voice cover up all the other noises in an instant, it even swept away the heat that filled the entire space. "Senior, the auction has begun. If you have anything you want to bid, feel free to tell this servant." Xueqi breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. Xiaohua had participated in many auction gatherings, but when had he ever received such treatment? He didn't need to know how to bid, he only needed to tell Xueqi, and it would be easy. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Then I will have to trouble Miss Xueqi." "I don't dare." Xiaohua's seemingly ordinary words made Xiaoyi's tense heartstrings immediately relax. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it, he only looked outside the window and saw that in the center of the space, a burst of star patterns flashed, and a fist-sized brilliance appeared out of thin air. It was just that this brilliance was too dazzling, just like a heartbeat, it was dazzling to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua looked carefully again, the brilliance had already turned into 3 balls of light, and they were rapidly expanding. In just a moment, they had already turned into 3 balls of light of different shapes and colors. Hua! The sound of huge waves suddenly filled the entire space, and 3 water-blue brilliances appeared from the edges of the 3 balls of light, like a huge wave, rushed to the center, which was where the brilliance had appeared. On the tip of the wave, the boat that everyone was sitting on previously floated out of the water. A handsome scholar holding a folding fan stood on the boat with a serene expression. Chapter 3269. After the scholar appeared, the water quickly retreated and turned into a strangely shaped pool of blue water that surrounded the 3 different colored balls of light. At first, Xueqi was astonished by the appearance of these balls of light. He didn't know what these balls of light meant, but when the waves of water appeared and turned into a water blue color that separated the 3 balls of light, he immediately had a sliver of understanding. Wasn't this the appearance of the 3 continents? Weren't these water streams the 4 seas? However, Xueqi was somewhat baffled. The Dawn Rain continent was incomparably huge and no one knew its shape. Why did the people of the 3 continents know? Could it be that the cultivators of the 3 continents had a higher cultivation level than the Dawn Rain continent? With these thoughts, Xueqi's attention was clearly different from others. He stared closely at the edges of these balls of light. Unfortunately, the edges of these balls of light were abnormally blurry. If they were the boundaries of the 3 continents, wouldn't that be too deceptive? Fellow immortals, seniors, good evening. The scholar stood at the bow of the boat and gently opened the folding fan in his hand. He slightly shook it and cupped his fists towards the surrounding people. This one's surname is Yu and given name is Xin. My courtesy name is Linfeng. Today, my star-plucking pavilion's Bright Moon Palace's auction will be hosted by this one. Oh, I forgot. Although this one can't see you all, this one can't be talking to myself in the sea of stars, right? And fortunately, there are a few Buddhist masters and my Confucian seniors accompanying me. As he spoke, Yu Linfeng stomped his foot. The boat beneath his feet instantly shattered, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in all directions. Pa pa pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out. The star patterns from before all shattered, revealing the human figures that sat around the Bright Moon Palace. They were condensed from stardust. Xueqi slightly poked his head out and saw that the entire Bright Moon Palace seemed to be in a spiral shape. Those spiral stripes were where the cultivators were sitting, and Xueqi and the others were sitting on the highest floor. The room on the highest floor was also affected, revealing the appearance of a window in space. However, everything inside the window couldn't be seen clearly. Although this one can't see the faces of fellow immortals, this way, I can always feel that someone is listening and watching. It's much better than playing the lute to a cow. Yu Linfeng's voice was very exaggerated. It sounded humorous, and many people actually laughed. Yu Linfeng circled around Bright Moon Palace again and said, "Originally, this auction was the same as the previous ones. I wanted to see if there were any familiar immortal friends. If there were many familiar immortal friends, I wouldn't have to waste my breath explaining the rules of the auction. But everyone is still hugging the pipa and covering half of their faces. Oh, the masters don't count." Boom. Some people roared with laughter again. Therefore, I have no choice but to explain the rules of the auction once again. Fellow Taoists who have already heard it can cover their ears. Yu Linfeng said from below. Xueqi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 3 balls of light. He didn't listen carefully. Now that he had little E by his side to serve him, he could just tell her if he wanted to bid on something. Why would he need to listen to the rules for no reason? Presumably, the cultivators on the same floor as him with the 3 dawn star plate wouldn't listen carefully. Little E, Xueqi suddenly asked, in this room, no matter what this old man says, you have to listen, right? When little E heard this, a trace of panic appeared on her face. She slightly clenched her teeth and said, "No. That's right. Senior's words. This servant has to listen. And then let this old man ask you. The tricolored brilliance under Yu Linfeng's feet should be the shape of the 3 continents, right?" Xueqi didn't notice Little E's strange behavior and only asked indifferently. Little E was stunned and hurriedly replied, Yes, that's right. These are the 3 continents and 4 seas." "Then that's strange." Xueqi muttered and probed. According to this old man's knowledge, these 3 continents don't have an end. Where did this shape come from? Xueqi was naturally confused. If Little E said that he was wrong, he would definitely make Little E listen to his orders and not tell anyone about this. Unfortunately, Little E laughed again and said, "Of course. This is my Zhai Xing Lu's gimmick. Take a look. The edges are very blurry and there's also a blue brilliance. Just treat it as the 4 seas enveloping these continents. As for the end, only ghosts know." At this point, Little E hurriedly stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "This servant said the wrong thing again. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. This servant can't mention them." "Hee hee," Xiaohua laughed. Just as he was about to look at Yu Linfeng, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He secretly said in his heart, "Io, how could I forget about this matter?" Immediately after, Xiaohua pointed at the 3 continents diagram and said with a smile, "If this old man goes from hidden immortal continent to Western Paradise, is there any transportation array?" "Transportation array?" Little E stared blankly for a moment, confusion appearing on her face. "Senior? What's a transportation array?" "Oh no." Xiaohua's heart quivered again. He secretly said, "Could it be that the 3 continents don't have transportation arrays? Or perhaps it's called something else." "Oh, it said that in ancient times when Taoism was prosperous, there was a kind of array that connected 2 extremely far places. For example, one was Zhai Xing Lu in Bronze Pillar Country, and the other was Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country. Entering the transportation array of Bronze Pillar Country's Zhai Xing Lu would bring you to Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country." Xiaohua thought for a moment and explained. Little E shook her head blankly. This servant's knowledge is shallow and has never heard of the transportation array that Senior is talking about. And this servant has never walked out of Yuzhou. Perhaps there are other transportation arrays that Senior is talking about? How about this servant helps Senior ask? "No need," Xiaohua faintly said. "You can't reveal anything that this old man has said here." "Yes, this servant understands," Little E hurriedly replied. This request was really simple. Zhai Xing Lu originally asked them to keep their mouths shut. Even Zhai Xing Lu itself never asked about the movements of these distinguished guests. After getting the answer that he didn't want, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Previously, when he heard Xiao Jian say that to go to Western Paradise, one had to take a boat across the East Sea, Xiaohua didn't care. He thought that Xiao Jian didn't know about transportation arrays, but now, after hearing Little E's words, he was afraid that the 3 continents really didn't have transportation arrays. The problem was, without transportation arrays, the cultivators of the 3 continents would go to very far places. How could they arrive quickly? Did they all fly over? Even if it was as fast as lightning evasion, then it would still take a long time to fly a distance of 1,000,000 li. Oh, right, Master Qing Chen's rainbow wand, Chu Huan's flying crane. Xiaohua suddenly realized, and young Master Duanmu's golden carriage. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators don't use transportation arrays. Instead, they use these flying magic tools and flying spirit beasts. Little E, Xiaohua muttered again and said, "At the auction. Are there flying magic tools? Senior should be talking about flying magic tools, right?" Little E probed. And Xiaohua slightly nodded and replied, "Of course there are. And there are quite a few of them." Little E said with a smile, "Senior should know that the word magic in magic tool originally meant to control. It said that in the earliest days, magic tools were all called magic tools. Only magic tools used for flying were called magic tools. But later, there were too many magic tools. Furthermore, magic tools and magic chi weren't easy to distinguish, so magic tools were all called magic tools." Hee hee, this old man knows. Xiaohua made up the numbers and waved his hand, saying, "This old man is just a bit puzzled. The legendary transportation arrays are very convenient, so why were they lost?" "This," Little E said awkwardly, "with this servant's knowledge, I'm afraid I can't answer Senior. However, this servant seemed to have served a great Confucian a few years ago. Although he didn't mention transportation arrays, he once said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 1,000 li. Confucian cultivators can only learn more by walking more. Moreover, one can't travel 1,000 li without accumulating one step. Only by advancing step by step can one understand the difficulty of each step. In his opinion, not only can you not have a magic tool for flying, you also can't have a flying demon pet. Where you want to go, you can only rely on your own ability." "Sweat," Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. "Little E, are you sure this great Confucian isn't a rotten Confucian? Sometimes, It's impossible to travel extremely far in a short time just by relying on one person's flight. Senior, please don't laugh. This servant is just relaying what this servant has seen and heard. It may be a bit contrary to what this great Confucian said. Little E hurriedly smiled. That old man is a famous great Confucian in Yu province. He can't be wrong. Hee hee. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile. Let this old man ask you, do you know who flies the fastest in the 3 continents? Hee hee. Little E blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Senior has asked the right person. Last time. Hee hee, it was also an old senior who asked this servant. This servant originally thought it was a cultivator of my human race. Who knew that senior told this servant that my human race's physical body is not good, unable to resist the pressure of space. Flying speed is limited. What is the fastest flying golden-winged great pung? It is said that with a flap of its wings, it can travel 90,000 li. Good heavens, it disappeared in an instant. Senior, is this servant right? It's really not bad. Xiaohua nodded with a bit of astonishment. I didn't expect you to know so much. That's. Little E stuck out her chest and said with some pride. Although this servant's cultivation is shallow, and I have never traveled far. However, after serving many elites of the human race like senior, I naturally know a lot of things. Little E's flattery was really not obvious, making Xiaohua feel comfortable listening to it. While they were talking, Yu Linfeng outside the window seemed to have finished speaking. With a wave of his folding fan, there were already some green-clothed youths holding red lacquered plates coming up one after another. However, seeing the green-clothed youths appearing one after another, the scene was a bit cold and cheerless. There weren't too many people bidding. It seemed like these were all ordinary things. Although Xiaohua was chatting with Little E, he was actually listening attentively. He knew that the things that were ordinary to the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent were not the same to him. Chapter 3270. Unfortunately, in any auction, whether it was hidden immortal continent or dawn rain continent, there would always be a gimmick of throwing a brick to attract jade. Following Yu Linfeng's shout, if it wasn't some spirit herbs, some spirit fruits, and even some materials for refining tools. Even the 4 treasures of the study didn't appear. Although these spirit herbs were rare, no matter how Xiaohua looked at it, he felt that these things were only used to arouse the crowd's emotions. Little friend Yu. A voice rang out like a golden bell. This isn't the first time this old man has come to Zhai Xinglu. I've also participated in this auction 3 times. Why is the beginning of each auction so boring? These are all the trash your Zhai Xinglu threw at you? If you want, you can leave them in the First Heaven Star Palace. If we need them, we can go and buy them. Every time you take them out to show off, the price is so high. Who would want them? Haha. Yu Linfeng laughed and waved his hand. This immortal friend is right. These things are indeed leftovers from the previous auctions. But how can my Zhai Xinglu be so stingy as you say? As the saying goes, the auction is made of iron, and the bidders flow like water. The immortal friends in this auction are naturally different from the previous ones. These immortal friends naturally don't know about the good things from the previous auctions. In order to not let these immortal friends miss out, my Zhai Xinglu has no choice but to take out these things for you to see. However, immortal friends, don't worry. There are still a few slightly rare items. After bidding, you can see the newest item in this auction. Quick, quick, quick. A group of people began to clamor. Haha, next is. Yu Linfeng stretched out his voice and laughed loudly. Last time, a few female cultivators didn't come and bid. The beauty-preserving pill. Oh? That's great. Immediately, a few high-pitched female voices rang out from all around. Immortal friend Yu, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? I've been waiting for a long time. As they spoke, a young girl dressed in palace attire suddenly appeared in mid-air and leisurely walked to Yu Linfeng's side. With every step she took, there was an osmanthus flower. When the girl walked past, the osmanthus flowers turned into petals and fell from the sky. It looked very beautiful. The woman was holding a green lacquer plate in her hand, and on top of it was a budding flower. Yu Linfeng pointed with his finger and the flower flashed with brilliance. Layer by layer, it bloomed and a green pellet flew out from the flower. This is the famous beauty-retaining pill, Yu Linfeng said loudly. I don't need to explain the specific effects. As long as a pretty female cultivator takes this pill, they will be able to maintain the same appearance as when they took the beauty-retaining pill for the rest of their lives. They will not age for the rest of their lives. Whoa. Another round of female cultivators cried out in alarm. Haha, isn't this Dawn Rain Continent's ageless pill? Xueqi smiles. Looks like, no matter what world it is, a woman's face and beauty will always be number one. It's just that. I don't know if there are many beauty-retaining pills in the hidden immortal continent, and how many spirit stones can one beauty-retaining pill be exchanged for? The price of this beauty-preserving pill is 50 mid-grade primordial stones. Every increment is 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Ladies and gentlemen, please bid. After Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, I offer 80 mid-grade primordial stones. I offer 100 mid-grade primordial stones. The other female cultivators naturally did not hesitate to raise the price. In a short moment, the price had already reached 5 high-grade primordial stones. At this time, the surrounding female cultivators who were bidding suddenly became silent. The previous rising and falling bids had already disappeared. There were only 3 female cultivators bidding for 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Oh no! Xueqi smiled bitterly. Looks like beauty-retaining grass is not very rare in the hidden immortal continent. Even the beauty-retaining pill that can retain one's appearance has fallen. If this was the Dawn Rain continent, I don't know how many top-grade spirit stones it would cost. Although there was a huge advantage to be taken, Xueqi himself knew how to refine beauty-retaining pill. There was no reason for him to snatch these beauty-retaining pills from other female cultivators. Therefore, after a few more bids, a female cultivator finally bid for this beauty-retaining pill with 8 high-grade primordial stones. Following that, there were 2 more beauty-retaining pills. However, the price also fluctuated around 8 high-grade primordial stones. There was no special change. Next is the first-grade rejuvenation pill. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. That cyan-colored pill fell into the flower bud. The woman in palace attire used a lacquer plate to hold that flower bud-shaped thing and slowly walked away. When she disappeared in midair, Yu Linfeng spoke again. After taking this first-grade rejuvenation pill, you can return to your appearance from 10 years ago. Yu Linfeng introduced, although it can't compare to the 9th-grade rejuvenation pill that can completely restore one's youthful beauty, it is still much better than the beauty-retaining pill. Following Yu Linfeng's words, another woman in palace attire walked in front of Yu Linfeng. Her hand was still holding a lacquer plate. However, this time, it had already changed into a light green color. I want to remind you all that this first-grade rejuvenation pill can only be taken once. It cannot be taken more than once. As for the specific drawbacks, I don't need to say any more. Yu Linfeng chuckled and said, Fellow immortal who wants to regain their youth, don't daydream. Haha. A few people couldn't help but laugh. It was as if they could see a white-bearded cultivator taking a few rejuvenation pills and immediately turning into a baby. After the laughter, Yu Linfeng spoke again. This rejuvenation pill has the same starting price as the beauty-retaining pill. However, each increment is 20 mid-grade primordial stones. Fellow immortals, please bid. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A group of female cultivators began to bid. Even a few male cultivators' voices appeared. Contrary to Xueqi's expectations, this rejuvenation pill was also quickly sold out. Moreover, the price wasn't very high. In the end, it was only 2 more primordial stones than the previous beauty-retaining pill. It was a successful bid for 10 high-grade primordial stones. This was great. Xueqi, who originally wanted to rely on the rejuvenation pill to make a fortune, was disheartened by this reality. Hi, that's right. Returning to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference between this and the beauty-retaining pill? Even if an old woman returns to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference? 2 high-grade primordial stones is still considered a lot. That's right, Xueqi. Xueqi asked in a low voice. How many years can a 9th-grade rejuvenation pill restore one's appearance? Senior knows. It can restore one's appearance from 100 years ago, and it won't change for the rest of one's life. Xueqi said in a low voice. Oh, Xueqi nodded. Then, a first-grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously. Then a first-grade and 9th-grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously either? Exactly. Xueqi said with a smile, My Zhai Xing Lu hasn't bid on a 9th grade rejuvenation pill for a long time. If Senior wants to take this kind of elixir, it's best to wait. Xiaohua smiled. Is there no elixir in this world that can directly restore one's appearance to one's youth? Is Senior testing this servant again? Xueqi pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't the immortal elixir from the immortal palace empress? Moreover, this servant also heard that the Dipankara Buddha in the Western Paradise also has elixirs that can restore one's youth. These aren't things that I can reach. Xiaohua pretended to sigh. I just don't know how much a 9th grade rejuvenation pill costs recently. It seems to be 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. Xueqi replied solemnly. This kind of rare elixir is really rare. This servant remembers it very clearly. Sigh. Only 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. Why is it so little? Xiaohua listened very dejectedly, and he thought of Qian Diheng, who was far away in the Dawn Rain continent for no reason. It's still more convenient to bid for the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City. Damn it. Qian Diheng, this guy took a huge advantage of this Xiao. I don't know how many spirit stones I earned from the rejuvenation pill in the end, but this guy doesn't know what to do with these spirit stones. Give them to Mistress and the rest? Or keep them for this Xiao? Sigh. Presumably with his high standards, he might not take a fancy to the myriad Thunder Valley. Even if he did give some of those spirit stones, I'm afraid it won't be too much. If this Xiao can return, these spirit stones will definitely be this Xiao's. This guy's character is still trustworthy. But if this Xiao can't return, these spirit stones will be too cheap for this guy. In just a few thoughts, Xiaohua actually sighed twice, and a kind of deep homesickness involuntarily overflowed in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything after asking a few questions, Xueqi also didn't dare to say more. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, not knowing whether he would bid or not. Below, Yu Linfeng didn't give Xiaohua a chance to hesitate, and in a moment, another 2 first-grade rejuvenation pills were sold. Okay, there's one last one. Yu Linfeng seemed to be relieved, and said, it's the thunder amplifying wood that failed in the previous auction. Last time, the starting price was 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and no one bid. This time, the starting price has dropped to 8 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and each increase is 1 piece of supreme-grade primordial stone. Which immortal friend is bidding? 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones? Damn it, it's the same price as a first-grade rejuvenation pill. Hearing this, Xiaohua unconsciously became interested, and pulled his thoughts away from his homesickness. This thunder amplifying wood has the word thunder in it. I wonder what use it has. How come no immortal friend is bidding? Seeing the cold silence of the scene, Yu Linfeng bitterly smiled, but he still shouted with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, a dark yellow thunderbolt streaked across the sky, and appeared in front of him. It was a 1-foot-long branch, and the branch emitted a dark gold color. In the center of the branch, there was a section that was charred black, as if it had been burned by fire. There were very few branches on this branch, and there were only 2 at one end of the branch. In the charred area, there were 2 protruding branches. Looking from afar, this branch was somewhat twisted, and unexpectedly looked like a horned dragon. Fellow immortal friends, don't think that this thunder amplifying wood has already been struck by lightning once, and can't be used again. Yu Linfeng said, after my Zhai Xing Lu's appraisal, this thunder amplifying wood is basically intact. Not to mention being able to withstand 1 lightning strike, even 3 lightning strikes, are not a problem. Chapter 3271. Alas, fellow immortal you, although this item has the benefits you mentioned, it can only withstand the lightning thunder lightning. However, the thunder amplifying wood can only block the golden thunder of Gongxin. Even the golden thunder of Shenyu is not strong enough to block it. The other types of fire lightning, and earth lightning cannot block it. Instead of bidding for this item, why don't we find a great craftsman to forge a few imperial equipment that can block the heavenly thunder? Who do you think would do such a stupid thing? I've participated in 3 auctions in a row. Fellow immortal, you've already taken out this item the last 2 times, but no one bid for it. Fellow immortal, you should save your time and let us see what kind of surprises you'll bring out next. A voice rang out, seemingly very familiar with the thunder amplification wood. Yu Linfeng smiled and said, this fellow immortal is right. My Zhai Xing Lu naturally knows this as well. However, this lightning thunder lightning is a natural spiritual item of our 3 continents. It is different from those imperial tools that can withstand the heavenly lightning. Although the imperial equipment of a great artifact master was powerful, it was able to block the lightning power and lightning chi of the lightning tribulation. Only a natural spiritual item could block the lightning power and leave the lightning chi behind. If any immortal friend were to rely on this item to pass through the lightning tribulation, the benefits obtained would far surpass that of a normal imperial equipment. My Zhai Xing Lu wants to leave this natural spiritual item for the fellow immortal who needs to withstand the golden lightning. Forget it. It's your Zhai Xing Lu's business anyway. This old man will be patient. That cultivator sighed, clearly too lazy to explain. Golden lightning? Wood lightning, fire lightning and earth lightning? Xiao Hua, who was in the room, was bewildered. Seeing that Yu Linfeng was bluffing again, he turned his head and asked, Xueqi, this old man wants to ask you, other than these wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning, what other heavenly lightning are there? This. Xueqi clenched her teeth, her face a bit red. She smiled and said, this time, this servant has been tested by Senior. This servant has only heard of heavenly lightning and earthly lightning. That Senior just now seemed to have said heavenly 5 elemental lightning. Shenyu golden lightning should be earthly 5 elemental lightning. Heh, not bad. Xiao Hua's face should be even redder than Xiao Yi's. Fortunately, his skin was also thick for 200 years. He only chuckled and looked out of the window again, secretly wondering if he should bid or not. 7 high-grade primal stones. A dim figure behind Yu Linfeng shouted. Yu Linfeng's face lit up. He turned to the cultivator who finally made a bid and smiled. Immortal friend really knows how to do business. This thunder amplification wood has a base price of 8 high-grade origin stones. You're only willing to pay 7. You're really making things difficult for me. This item doesn't have much use for this old man. It's just a preparation. If fellow immortal you doesn't think it's suitable, then forget about it. That person played it down. It sounded like he didn't care about this item at all. Yu Linfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, the auction hasn't really started yet, but this rare thunder amplification wood is already breaking the reserve price. I can't make the decision. Fellow immortal, please wait a moment. This old man offers 8 high-grade primal stones. Suddenly, a voice came from the 3rd floor pavilion opposite Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal you doesn't need to ask for permission. Heh, that's great. This old man thanks Senior. Yu Linfeng was even more happy. He cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he asked the cultivator downstairs, fellow immortal, can you increase the price? If you don't, then this item will be this Senior's. That person didn't make a sound. It was unknown whether he was thinking or had already given up. Oh, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, then this item will be this Senior's. Yu Linfeng raised his voice. 9 high-grade primal stones. It was still the same voice, but this time, it was filled with helplessness. Xiao Hua laughed from upstairs. Haha, this guy really wants it. But it seems like he doesn't have too many primal stones in his small Chenkuan pouch, so he's playing hard to get. Unfortunately, there's also a rich and overbearing person waiting on the 3rd floor. Damn it. Isn't this the legendary waiting for rabbits by a tree stump? 10. Sure enough, the rich and overbearing person on the 3rd floor didn't care at all. At this point, the cultivator who just bid couldn't hide his intentions anymore. He could only follow suit. Not long after, the price of the thunder amplification would reached 40 high-grade primal stones. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Bright Moon Palace was in an uproar. The previously cold and cheerless atmosphere was swept away by the lack of bids. Everyone understood that no matter if it was the rich and overbearing person upstairs or the person downstairs who made the first bid, both of them were determined to get the thunder amplification wood. After all, this thunder amplification wood's use was very targeted. Since these 2 people both needed this item, then they both needed this item to resist the golden lightning. Since they had already encountered this item, who would let it go? 40 high-grade primal stones, it was more than 5 times the starting price. It was far beyond everyone's expectations, and even more so, far beyond Yu Linfeng's expectations. Fellow immortal, do you still want to increase the price? If not, then this item is this Senior's. Yu Linfeng shouted excitedly, as if he represented the mood of all the cultivators in the Bright Moon Palace. Senior. The person downstairs stood up and bowed. You're upstairs. Junior is downstairs. Junior knows that I can't compare to Senior's primal stones. In fact, when Senior started bidding, Junior should have tactfully withdrawn. However, Junior urgently needs this item. This item is related to the life of Junior's close relatives. Senior. Please be lenient. After the auction, Junior will return to the 3rd floor to pay a visit to Senior. In the future, Junior will remember Senior's name and be deeply grateful to Senior. Fellow immortal, do you still want to bid? Yu Linfeng said sympathetically. I also sympathize with your situation. However, auction is auction. Fellow immortal, please bid. Of course, this Senior didn't say it out loud. Perhaps he also has an urgent matter, so he bid like this. There is only one thunder amplification wood here. There must be a place for it to fall. 41. That cultivator raised the price in a low voice. 42. The cultivator upstairs didn't hesitate at all. He immediately added another primal stone, as if he didn't care about the cultivator's words at all. Hee hee. Xiaohua felt like he was going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. These two are both cunning old foxes. One is retreating in order to advance. He actually started with 7 primal stones. The other is pressing on step by step, not giving in at all. The cultivator downstairs actually used the life of his close relatives as an excuse. Even I, Xiaohua, have some doubts, not to mention that he really needs this thunder amplification wood. 43. While Xiaohua was pondering, everyone was surprised. The price of the thunder amplification would actually reached 50 primal stones. Of course, contrary to everyone's expectations, this 50 primal stones wasn't called by the person upstairs. Rather, it was the cultivator downstairs who directly increased the price from 46 primal stones to 50 primal stones. It was very obvious that the cultivator downstairs only had 50 high-grade primal stones. After the cultivator downstairs finished calling out 50 primal stones, he said with a somewhat mournful tone, Senior, please understand. This is all I have. Perhaps Senior feels that Junior's reason is somewhat laughable, but Junior has taken out all the primal stones I have on me to show my sincerity. Senior, please forgive me. This was already the 2nd time the cultivator downstairs opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If Xiaohua still had some doubts the first time, this 2nd time, Xiaohua still believed him. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. Alas, this poor child. If it was me, I would definitely let him go. Hee hee, Xueqi pursed her lips and laughed from the side. Senior is indeed soft-hearted, just like what I thought. To be able to serve you, this time, I can be considered lucky. However, you're somewhat mistaken. These words. I've heard a lot in the Bright Moon Palace. This isn't even considered much. There are even more crafty and scoundrel methods that you haven't seen before. In a while, you can take a look. Hee hee, I'll point them out one by one for you. Alas. Xiaohua understood and slightly shook his head. The wolf is coming, the wolf is coming. If you speak too many lies, who can still distinguish which is a lie and which is the truth? However, this old man still believes that this person only has 50 pieces. Speaking until here, Xiaohua suddenly stared blankly and suddenly had a kind of realization in his heart. What I gave to that Fu Jiwen, wasn't it just 50 high-grade primordial stones? It can't be so coincidental. This person can't be Fu Jiwen, right? That's right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua also thought of what Fu Jiwen said at that time, that he brought his humble wife to thank Xiaohua. Just now, the person that this person spoke of, wasn't that his wife? 60 high-grade primordial stones. The senior on the 3rd floor opposite Xiaohua still spoke indifferently. Obviously, he had the same idea as Xueqi. Alas, with a long sigh, the person downstairs said mournfully, this junior knows that no one will believe what I say, but this is this junior's last chance. This junior still wants to ask senior to be lenient. Rip. With a faint sound like silk tearing, among the many stardust figures, a pale-faced young master in embroidered clothes revealed his true appearance. Haha. Seeing the face of this young master in embroidered clothes, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the Fu Jiwen that he suspected a moment ago? It seems that this Fu Jiwen's last sentence wasn't said to others, but to himself. He hoped that if he was in this bright moon palace, he could help him. Fellow immortal. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly and said, if you want to ask this senior to be lenient, no matter what, you have to add a primordial stone. No matter what you say, this senior can't give you a piece of amplifying thunderwood for free. At this moment, the entire bright moon palace was very noisy. Almost everyone was discussing whether this Fu Jiwen was speaking the truth or guessing the identity of the senior on the third floor. Almost all of Yu Linfeng's words were suppressed. Looking at Fu Jiwen's dejected appearance, Yu Linfeng finally opened his mouth and said, fellow immortal, I'm very sorry to say this to you, but this is your last chance. If you don't increase the price, this amplifying thunder wood will be this senior's. Fellow immortal Yu, how many primordial stones is my life worth? Fu Jiwen raised his head, his face was pale, but his eyes were like stars. Chapter 3272. Yu Linfeng seems to have seen Fu Jiwen's situation many times. He smiles faintly and says, your life is worth countless top-grade primeval stones. My Zhai Xing Lu can't afford it. Hee, senior, look, he's starting to act like a scoundrel. Upstairs, Xueqi purses her lips and laughs. Xiaohua doesn't laugh. He asks faintly, how do I bid? Senior. Xueqi is stunned. She looks at Xiaohua in disbelief and says anxiously, senior, this is... You tell me how to bid. Xiaohua says in a deep voice. Senior, you only need to say the word. Xueqi comes back to her senses and says anxiously, leave the future matters to me. All right, at this moment, Yu Linfeng seems to have lost the patience to pretend. He looks at Fu Jiwen and says, this thunder-amplifying wood, one top-grade primeval stone. Xiaohua's voice isn't loud, but it's abnormally clear. It's like a huge rock is thrown into a deep pool. However, when the rock enters the water, it's quiet. It seems that everyone has shut up. No one dares to believe their own ears. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yu Linfeng, who has encountered many unforeseen events, is stunned for a moment. Then he says with ecstasy, this senior bids one top-grade primeval stone. This is the first item in this auction to bid more than one top-grade primeval stone. Boom. At this moment, the shockwave of the huge rock falling into the water raises the heavenly abode. The entire bright moon palace is boiling like never before. A single thunder-amplifying wood, after two failed bids, this time it appears, it immediately causes such a huge commotion. It's actually bid for one top-grade primeval stone. One top-grade primeval stone. Xiaohua exchanged so many broken artifacts for only 10 top-grade primeval stones. This thunder-amplifying wood that no one paid attention to before actually bid for one top-grade primeval stone. Previously, they thought that 60 top-grade primeval stones was already high enough. However, they didn't think that. There's no higher price, only higher. Because this is a battle between two rich and overbearing people on the third floor, and this is only the beginning of their first confrontation. While Bright Moon Palace was seething with excitement, Xiaohua's balcony had instead calmed down, as if there wasn't the intense reaction that everyone had expected. After half a cup of tea's time, when the atmosphere in the entire Bright Moon Palace had calmed down a little, Yu Linfeng took a deep breath and slowly flew up. When he was level with Xiaohua and the others, he bowed and said, Seniors, although the thunder-amplifying wood is not bad, our Zhai Xing Lu has prepared many good things for you later. If it wasn't necessary for any of the seniors to do so, they wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss over it. This junior asks the two seniors to calm down a little. No need. The cultivator opposite Xiaohua said indifferently, this old man will add 10 high-grade primordial stones. 2 top-grade origin stones. Xiaohua was even more aggressive. He didn't allow Yu Linfeng to ask him and immediately shouted, Fellow immortal. The cultivator on the other side seemed to be somewhat angry. How could this thunder amplification would be worth 2 top-grade primordial stones? One was more than enough. 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua was usually somewhat stingy, but when it came to a matter of life and death, or when it came to someone pleasing to the eye, he definitely wouldn't be stingy. Seeing that cultivator's voice floating over the Bright Moon Palace, he immediately shouted, 3 top-grade primordial stones. This sentence was more powerful than any rebuttal. The other side immediately stopped talking. This. Happiness came too suddenly. Yu Linfeng didn't dare to believe it and smacked his lips. He said with a smile, since this senior needs the thunder amplifying wood so much, this item. Wait a moment, the person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, this junior didn't come here specifically for this thunder amplifying wood, so the primordial stones in my hands are slightly insufficient. But when I heard about the thunder amplifying wood, I suddenly remembered that I have a close friend who should be able to use this item. In a few months, it will be her birthday. This junior wants to give this item as a gift. Fellow immortal, please don't give in. This fellow immortal, this junior's identity, will be revealed to fellow immortal after the auction. This junior will definitely thank you greatly. Hee. As for this junior's identity, Star-Picking Tower's young Master Zhu is very clear. Fellow immortal doesn't need to worry about anything. Hearing this, Xiaohua was amused. Damn it, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably that bullshit young Master Duanmu, right? Even if he isn't, for a so-called birthday gift, you're fighting over this thunder-amplifying wood with Fu Jiwen. Look at Fu Jiwen, he's already said that this thunder-amplifying wood is related to his wife's life. You still won't let it go. Even at this point, you still want this Xiao to show mercy? Not a chance. This Xiao doesn't care if you're young Master Duanmu or not. Today, this Xiao will fight to the death with you. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, that person was overjoyed and said with a smile, many thanks, fellow immortal. Cough cough. Yu Linfeng coughed and said with a smile, senior hasn't increased the price yet. And this junior will add another top-grade primordial stone. That person suddenly realized and said with some embarrassment. Unfortunately, before Yu Linfeng could speak, Xiaohua said with a smile, this senior will add 9 top-grade primordial stones. Senior. When the others didn't speak, Xueqi hurriedly reminded, senior, you can't increase the price anymore. Why? Xiaohua asked curiously. This senior also wants this item. This. Xueqi said with a smile, senior. It's obviously your first time coming to this auction. This junior will tell you the truth. The seniors on the 3rd floor all have some background. If it weren't for the last few most important items, it's rare for them to bid like this. Especially that senior on the other side, he's already stated his purpose. He's just short of revealing his identity. If senior increases the price at the beginning of the auction, then that's shedding all pretense of cordiality. This face could be the face of that country's monarch, a sect, or an aristocratic family. Senior, you must think carefully. And this senior understands. Xiaohua nodded indifferently. Sure enough, the other side was silent and didn't say another word. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be squatting in a corner of the room and drawing circles. Senior, you've offended that senior. Xueqi muttered with a bitter face. Now that things had come to this point, the women who served in the room would most likely be implicated as well. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. This had always been an unbreakable principle. If Xiaohua saw that he couldn't afford to offend the cultivator on the other side, he could just say that Xueqi didn't warn him and he didn't understand this rule. Wouldn't that be the best way out? Star-Plucking Tower or the cultivator on the other side might not be able to do anything to Xiaohua. Then where would they get their face from? They could only remedy it from a girl like Xueqi. This kind of thing had happened before, and it wasn't like Xueqi hadn't seen it before. Her mood was already somewhat bad. Cough cough. Since senior has increased the price, this item is senior's. Yu Linfeng coughed a bit. He was naturally willing to bid for the thunder amplification wood at a good price, but such a bidding war also made him tremble with fear. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, that thunder amplification would slowly flew in front of Xiaohua. Does senior want to pay the primeval stones first, or do you want to pay after the auction? If you pay now, you can get this thunder amplification wood now. Xueqi forced herself to smile and said, senior doesn't need to do anything. You just need to tell this junior what to do. And, naturally I have to pay the primeval stones now. Xiaohua said indifferently. Also, call that scholar downstairs who revealed his face. Ah? Xueqi was stunned. Senior. Are you talking about the young master who bid for this thunder amplification wood just now? And yes. Xiaohua nodded. He took out the primeval stones from the space and handed them to Xueqi, saying, just give this thunder amplification wood to him. No, no way. Xueqi cried out in shock as if she had seen a ghost. You actually believe his words? Could it be you don't believe him? Xiaohua asked back mercilessly. This junior indeed doesn't believe him. Xueqi lowered her head and said, in this bright moon palace, this junior has seen too much. This junior is unable to distinguish between them. This senior is also unable to distinguish between them. Xiaohua said indifferently, however, this senior is willing to believe. I'm willing to pay the price of 2 supreme-grade primeval stones. It's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones and 10 high-grade primeval stones. Xiaoyi's heart warmed for no reason. All the fear and guesses from before were swept away. No matter how much this kind of senior evaded the responsibility, it was impossible for him to push the responsibility of offending this senior to her, right? And go. Pay the primeval stones and give this to him. Xiaohua waved his hand. Go quickly and come back quickly. This senior still wants to bid for other things. Yes, this junior will do it right away. If you want to bid, you can bid as much as you want. This junior will settle the transaction with the senior after returning. Xiaoyi took the primeval stones and the thunder amplification wood and hurriedly left. Xiaohua looked below the balcony. Fu Jiwen was looking at him very eagerly. The reason he revealed his true face was to let Xiaohua see it and let Xiaohua make a move. Although this method had the intention of taking drastic measures and forcing Xiaohua could also feel his helplessness when he put himself in Xiaohua's shoes. Thinking about Xueqi in the space, thinking about how much primeval stones Fu Jiwen's life was worth, Xiaohua felt that even if he was deceived, it was worth it. In this world, how many men could say these words? However, Xiaohua didn't dare to wait until after the auction to give the thunder amplification wood to Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua's heart was like a mirror. But Fu Jiwen didn't know. He didn't know if this kind of trust would allow Fu Jiwen to persist until the auction ended. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen after the auction, Xiaohua didn't have Fu Jiwen's message talisman and other things. At that time, Fu Jiwen would be so happy that he went silly. He said that he would invite Xiaohua to his humble home for a chat and didn't leave any jade eyes. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen, then Xiaohua's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones would be wasted. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng, who was in midair, had already landed. He said with a smile, after the fierce battle just now, many of the rare items have already been returned to their owners. Now, this junior will bring fellow immortals to see the rare items in my hidden immortal continents auction this time. Chapter 3273. While speaking, Yu Linfeng waved the fan in his hand. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, the fan flickered with a faint brilliance. That brilliance split off and rushed towards the silver-white hidden immortal continent light ball under Yu Linfeng's feet. The brilliance was extremely fast, arriving in front of the light ball in a moment. However, just before the brilliance fell into the light ball, it suddenly changed into a complete ray of light. A ray of light as sharp as an awl. Boom! A huge trembling sound rang out. The silver-white brilliance filled the entire bright moon palace. Within the brilliance, a woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe descended from the sky. Her long sleeves, which were like a rainbow, slowly waved. Countless bright specks of light flew out. This woman's face was blurry, but her bright eyes and white teeth were faintly discernible. Everyone's gaze landed on this heavenly maiden. When the brilliance faded, the heavenly maiden's figure disappeared. More than 10 specks of light adorned the light ball as if the heavenly maiden had just placed them there. Xiaohua's divine sense is powerful, and his Tao foundation is even stronger than others. With just a glance, the charm technique within the brilliance lost its effect on him. Seeing the heavenly maidens dance, Fu Jiwen, who is downstairs, is stunned at first. Then, he seems to have realized something. He turns his head to look and disappears. Xiaohua smiles. He knows that Xueqi called Fu Jiwen out and gave him the thunder amplification wood. His karma can be considered settled. 3 top-grade primeval stones were really insignificant for that bone. Since Xiaohua had this dilemma in his heart, he could not help but help. Fellow immortals, everyone knows that my hidden immortal continent's cultivation base is Confucian. Yu Linfeng opened his mouth again. Speaking of Confucian cultivation, although I'm neither high nor low, I also know that I can't do without the 4 treasures of the study. Whether it's the 8 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, flower, tea, or the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, and mathematics, they all can't be done without ink, paper, and inkstone. Even my 10 great imperial artifacts. What? Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice called out. You. Fellow immortal Yu, could it be that you want to bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts today? Cough, cough. Yu Linfeng's face was rather awkward. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal, can you listen to what I have to say? What's more, I was only talking about the 4 treasures of the study, not the 10 great imperial artifacts. If you really want to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment, do you think I can stand here? Ha 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 ha. That person laughed. Who asked your Zhai Xing Lu to make the fairies so alluring? This old man had just woken up from the beauty of the female immortal when I heard you mention the 10 great imperial equipment. This old man has only heard of them and has never seen them before. How can I not be shocked? Okay, go on, go on. Yu Linfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at the silhouette and said, The 4 treasures of the study are necessary for us Confucian cultivators to draw scrolls. At the same time, the 4 treasures of the study can also be used as imperial weapons. Of the 10 great imperial artifacts of our Confucian cultivators, the divine pen is ranked 2nd and is the most famous representative. Of course, my Zhai Xing Lu temporarily doesn't have the opportunity to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment. Because if I see this item, I will use my family's fortune to obtain it. Damn it, why don't you tell me what the 10 great imperial equipment are? The bystanders all laughed and listened to Yu Linfeng's nonsense. However, upstairs, Xiao Hua was scratching his ears and cheeks. At this moment, a light sound came from behind Xiao Hua. Xiaoyi walked back and said in a low voice, Senior. Xiao Hua nodded, indicating that he heard. Senior. Xiaoyi said in a low voice again, That young master is waiting outside to thank Senior. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted to save his family? Why isn't he in a hurry to go back? Could it be that he really is lying to this old man? Reporting to Senior, Xiaoyi smiled and said, This servant has already brought him to the door of Zhai Xing Lu. He has already given the item to his servant. Looking at that old servant's appearance, he has already galloped away. He is not a swindler. So fast. Xiao Hua stared blankly, then immediately understood. This bright moon palace probably had a special passage that led directly to the door. Moreover, if not for Xiao Yi leading the way, Fuji Wen would not have been able to come here so easily. Xiao Hua originally did not want to see him. After all, he had a wife waiting for him at home. However, he heard Yu Linfeng's chatter downstairs. He could not keep asking Xiao Yi, so he smiled and said, Go, let him in. Oh, also, Miss Xiao Yi, you wait outside first. When this old man is bidding, I will call you in. Yes. Senior. Xiao Yi was somewhat unhappy, but she still walked out obediently. Junior greets Senior. Fuji Wen walked in, looked around, and hurriedly bowed his head and thanked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and did not get up. He waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Didn't you take off your mask so that this Xiao could make a move? Now that we are here, we are instead distant? So it really is fellow Taoist Xiao. All of a sudden, Fuji Wen relaxed. He looked to the side and said, This is the highest level place in Star Picking Tower. Normally, only Confucian cultivators or disciples of aristocratic families can come here. I have never come here before. You also did not reveal your identity, so how could I dare to be careless? How could I succeed if I did not put on a show? Xiao Hua smiled and did not intend to say more. Fuji Wen once again respectfully straightened his robe and bowed. However, I came here this time to thank fellow Taoist. If not for fellow Taoist's help, I would not have been able to obtain this thunder amplification wood. Since this thunder amplification wood is actually so important, you should hurry back. The matter at your wife's side is the most urgent. Do you not care about this little bit of formality? Xiao Hua stood up and solemnly helped Fuji Wen up. The old housekeeper has already brought the thunder amplification wood back. This thing, even though the bidding price here is so high, in reality, no one will have any ideas about it. Nothing will happen. Fuji Wen smiled and said, If I did not come to see if it was fellow Taoist Xiao, there would always be a knot in my heart, and it would be detrimental to my cultivation. Especially, fellow Taoist Xiao. You are a guest from afar. I have to accompany fellow Taoist no matter what. When the matter in Copper Pillar State is over, I will send fellow Taoist away. It won't be too late for me to return. It can also be considered to be a good host. Haha, just right. You can explain to me a bit about the 10 great imperial artifacts of Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua did not stick to formalities and smiled as he pointed to a chair at the side. Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao. When Fu Jiwen heard this, he was also very happy. He pulled a chair and sat next to the windowsill. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something. He hastily put his hand into his bosom, took out a jade eye, and personally handed it to Xiao Hua. Just now, this little one left in too much of a hurry. I didn't even leave behind my address. I'm really ashamed. This little one is from the Yu Province's Ping Shan country. This jade eye contains the address of this little one's residence, and also, some of this little one's cultivation experience. I really don't know how to thank fellow Taoist. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Xiao Hua glanced at him, reached out his hand, and carefully took it. He didn't check it, and sent it into his space. He smiled and said, "Your jade eyes are actually unnecessary." Hee. Fellow Taoist took it. Only then can my heart be at ease. Fu Jiwen finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and looked outside the window. He smiled and said, "This place is really good. I can see the outside, but the outside can't see the inside." At this moment, Yu Linfeng, who was in the air, grabbed one of the light spots on the map of hidden immortal continent into his hand. It was a rectangular jade box. The outside of the box was drawn with neat patterns. There were even some characters carved on it. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this jade box is different from the Dao sect's jade box. Fu Jiwen said naturally. Ordinary Dao sect's jade box would have talismans attached to it to prevent the aura inside from leaking out and attracting the attention of others. But Confucian cultivators use these characters to suppress the aura inside the jade box. Those patterns also have this effect. In short, there are some similarities between Confucian cultivators and Dao sect cultivators, but in essence, there is a difference between heaven and earth. After Fu Jiwen finished speaking, Yu Linfeng pointed his hand and a stream of true energy rushed out. Buzz. The jade box also emitted a faint buzzing sound. Waves of clear air came from the patterns and characters. A crisp sound rang out. Roar. Following the crisp sound, the jade box opened and a red fire dragon rushed out of the jade box. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the bright moon palace. Then, an even brighter crimson color mixed with an indescribable heat slowly floated out of the jade box. Everyone squinted their eyes and saw clearly that it was an ink brush that was over a foot long and as thick as a fist. The ink brush was made of a very strange material. It was completely red, and a horned dragon was engraved on it. The horned dragon was swimming in the light, and the clear dragon roar came from the shadow of the horned dragon. What was even stranger was that the ink pen was only a pen holder. The place where the brush should have been was empty. Fellow Taoists, this is what I was talking about. A copy of the divine brush, red dragon brush. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and his true energy fell on the red dragon brush. The dragon-like light gradually fell and the heat was withdrawn into the red dragon brush. This red dragon brush is made from the bones of a fire dragon. The dragon engraved on the surface is also made from the blood essence of a fire dragon. When you use this red dragon brush to draw a scroll or use it as an imperial weapon, you can use the fire dragon's soul to fully display the power of the divine brush. Then Yu Linfeng gave a simple introduction of the red dragon brush and announced the starting price of the red dragon brush. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't bid for it. He smiled and asked Fu Jiwen, "This red dragon brush is a copy of the divine brush. If it's so powerful, then what would the real divine brush look like?" Chapter 3274. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, a big sound has no sound, a big elephant has no shape, a real treasure is returning to its original state. I have never seen the divine brush before, but I have heard that the divine brush was not made from the tendons and bones of some fire dragon, nor was it made from any other demonic beast. It was made from a type of green bamboo. Only the green bamboo's upright and unbending character could bring out the true noble spirit. What is special is that when the divine pen appears, it always has a faint clear chi. This clear chi can directly rush to the sky and resonate with the literature star in the sky. I heard that when the divine pen is writing the scroll, it can borrow the literature star's literature chi to attract the noble chi of the world. Good. So powerful. Then this green bamboo is definitely not ordinary. Xueqi smacked his lips and said with a smile. Indeed. It is said that this green bamboo is taken from the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor's favorite green bamboo, and it is personally made by a great artificer who cultivated to the literature saint realm. Immortal Palace? Hearing Empress and Immortal Emperor one after another, Xueqi unconsciously muttered in his heart and said in a low voice, "Does young Master Fu know where the Immortal Palace is?" How would I know? Fu Jiwen shook his head as expected. Perhaps when I cultivate to the literature saint realm, I will be able to see the mystery of the Immortal Palace. Why do you say that? Xueqi asked curiously. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, on the hidden immortal continent, all Confucian scholars who can cultivate to the literature saint realm can receive the invitation of Emperor Go Chen and Empress Dong Ming to participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet. Although the road to the Immortal Palace is specially guided by the Immortal Palace's warriors, the literature saints don't know where the Immortal Palace is. But after all, they can see the wonders of the Immortal Palace. Xueqi nodded slightly. In other words, even if they participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet, it is impossible to know where the Immortal Palace is. Yes, it should be. Otherwise, this Immortal Palace has existed for who knows how many years, but there is no rumor of the Immortal Palace's location on the hidden immortal continent. Fu Jiwen nodded. Let's not talk about the Immortal Palace. Xueqi did not care about the location of the Immortal Palace. After all, that was the ultimate goal of Confucian cultivation, and it was far from him. Let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment. Fu Jiwen pointed at the falling fire dragon brush and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao already knows about the second-ranked divine brush. The 10th-ranked imperial artifact is the 10,000 transformation scarf." Ever-changing scarf? When Xueqi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This myriad of transformations sounds like, why does it have something to do with my Tao Sect's Dharma artifacts? Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't I say it before?" Although Taoism had been in decline for a long time, both Taoism and Confucianism were passed down from ancient times. Both sects had their own advantages and disadvantages, but they could also learn from each other. As for who was whose essence and who was whose fabrication, who would be able to tell? The ever-changing scarf is a Confucian scarf used by a Confucian scholar. Rumor has it that when worn on the head, not only can it change one's appearance at will, but also when reciting poems, the clear air on the head can connect to the stars. Different times can connect to different constellations, and when drawing inscriptions, it can also borrow the power of the constellations. Inscriptions? Xueqi heard a new term. Fu Jiwen immediately explained. Inscriptions are words that are written with a divine brush and contain an aura of righteousness. When these words are written on paper, the paper becomes a scroll. If it is directly written in the air to counter the enemy, it is called inscriptions. Oh right, the words carved on the jade box just now can be called inscriptions. These inscriptions should be similar to the Tao Sect's runes. Xueqi nodded. If that's the case, then I understand. These runes and inscriptions are indeed different methods to achieve the same result. The 9th-ranked imperial equipment is misty like a mortal robe. Fu Jiwen said again, the biggest effect of this imperial equipment is that it can create auspicious clouds in the 9 heavens and dance with the white clouds. It is the fastest flying imperial equipment among the top 10 imperial equipment. It can be considered as a real imperial equipment. Of course, this immortal robe can also become invisible and illusory. Even if it is as strong as the sage of literature, it will not be easy to detect. Good, so to say, who can wear this misty like a mortal robe, in this world? There is almost no one who can defeat him. In this lifetime. Even if he can't beat him, he can still escape with his life. It is indeed so. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, speaking of this misty like a mortal robe, there is a wonderful thing. Quickly tell me about it. Xueqi liked strange things the most and withdrew his gaze from the auction. This matter happened in the Pure Land world. Fu Jiwen said tirelessly, the Buddhist sect has always claimed that they are benevolent and pity the world. They even shout out slogans such as sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants and cherishing moths. A Confucian scholar in my hidden immortal continent thinks that human nature is evil. How can there be such a benevolent person? Even if there is such a person, it is impossible for the entire Buddhist sect to be like that. Thus, in front of a famous temple in the Pure Land world, a very ferocious and filthy beggar appeared. Every morning, this beggar would come when it was time to give out porridge and would leave after eating the porridge. He would not give these Buddhist sect monks the opportunity to say Zen. At the beginning, the monks of this temple were very obedient and did not get tired of it. Every day, they would chant the name of Buddha and give porridge to this beggar. They would also take advantage of the time when they were giving porridge to explain some Buddhist teachings. Unfortunately, that beggar did not listen at all. This continued for 3 years. The beggars who came to eat porridge left wave after wave. However, this beggar's appearance was the same as before, regardless of rain or shine. The beggar did not change, but the monks who gave porridge began to slack off. From the 4th year onwards, the porridge bowl slowly became half a bowl. Moreover, they no longer taught any Buddhist teachings to this beggar. They only chanted the name of Buddha to deal with him. Since he began to slack off in the future, it will be even more uncontrollable. Xueqi thoughtfully said, "This monk who gave porridge is not a senior monk of this temple. I'm afraid that he fell into the beggar's trap." Indeed, before the 6th year, the monk who gave porridge had already begun to speak ill of him. Even when there was no one around, he would drive the beggar away. The so-called Buddhist mercy had long been thrown to the back of his head. Xueqi laughed. The most tragic thing was that one day in the 7th year, the weather seemed to be extremely cold. Except for this beggar, no other beggar went to eat porridge. And the rule of this temple is that as long as someone comes to eat porridge, they must give porridge. I don't know if this monk was in a bad mood, or if it was cold and he did not want to give porridge, or some other reason. In short, this monk actually had a conflict with this beggar when he was giving porridge. He used a porridge spoon to break the beggar's skull, causing his brain to splatter everywhere. "Good boy." Xueqi laughed. "This time the trouble is really big." "Yes, this kind of trouble can really be big or small." Xueqi said in all seriousness, "This is also the key to the beggar's test. After all, giving porridge or not, patience or not, are all small things. This life and death is righteousness, whether or not he is a beggar." Alas, this Confucian scholar is really patient. Xueqi sighed. He actually spent 6 years of effort to investigate the good and evil of human nature. The hypocrisy of Buddhism. This world is most afraid of this kind of persistent investigation. Xueqi shook his head. "If fellow Xiao does not have this kind of persistence, I'm afraid that the road you can walk in the future will not be long." Haha. Young Master Fu is absolutely right. Hearing Xueqi's tone, Xueqi unconsciously felt warm in his heart. Although these words are not pleasant to hear, they are really for his own good. Moreover, Xueqi also heard that Xueqi should be able to sense his cultivation and feel that his cultivation is still shallow. It's only because he has a lot of primordial stones that he can reach the 3rd floor of Bright Moon Palace. This monk has caused a disaster. The safest way is to directly return to the temple and admit his mistake to the abbot and ask the expert in the temple to perform a ritual for this beggar. No matter what, the abbot will not let this monk pay with his life for this beggar. After all, that place is not my hidden immortal continent. Xueqi said again. Unfortunately, this monk was lucky. Seeing that there was no one around and the wind and snow covered the sky, he boldly dragged this beggar's corpse into the wilderness and threw it down the cliff. Seeing this corpse falling down the mountain stream like a fallen leaf, even if it is a living person, there is no doubt that he will die. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the temple. Xueqi was speechless and said with a bitter smile, "A pitiful person must have a hateful side." Just now, this Xiao felt that this monk was somewhat pitiful. After being stared at for 6 years, who knows how many good deeds he did before this? His moral integrity was destroyed for a moment. But from this monk's actions, not only does he have Buddha in his heart, he also has a devil. This Buddha and devil are the most terrifying. Correct. Exactly. Xueqi nodded and said, "Actually, this monk also has his own difficulties. It is said that the next day is a big day. A bodhisattva from the great Layin temple will come to their temple to give a lecture. Therefore, the entire temple was moved by this grand event. This monk originally also had something to do, But he could not refuse to give porridge to this beggar, so he had resentment in his heart. Especially, before this grand event, how could he dare to report the matter of him killing the beggar to the abbot's table? He could only quietly cover up this matter. Of course, the weather that day was extremely cold. Other than that beggar who was killed, no one came to eat porridge. Even the entire temple was busy and chaotic. They did not know that a murder had occurred in front of their temple. This day passed by very quietly. That monk who was originally somewhat worried and nervous finally fell asleep. He thought that everything had passed and that everything that he had endured for 6 years had become a passing cloud. However, on the second day, that bodhisattva from the great Lain temple came to the temple. Before he opened the altar to give a lecture, the monks in the temple discovered that the chests of all the Buddha statues in the temple had been broken open, revealing holes in the golden body. On each hole, there was a large flamboyant character. Naturally, the abbot did not dare to be negligent. He thought that this was a conspiracy against the bodhisattva and hurriedly reported it to the bodhisattva. After the bodhisattva heard it, he released his Buddha's consciousness to investigate. After seeing these words he sighed, "The human heart is hard to fathom. Human nature is hard to be at peace." Then, without saying another word, he stepped on a lotus and flew away. Chapter 3275. This time, the entire monastery, even the high monks and abbots who heard the news, were confused. They didn't know why the bodhisattva left in a huff. When a group of monks gathered the words written in the Buddha's heart together, they formed a nondescript poem. Oh, what poem? Xueqi was very interested. Sweeping the floor, afraid of hurting the lives of ants, cherishing moths, covering the lamp with gauze, human life is hard to be heavier than moths, Buddha's heart is lighter than white porridge, if not for the ethereal immortal robe, beggars would have lost their lives in front of Buddha. This time, everyone understood that it was the matter of giving porridge. When the abbot asked the monk who gave the porridge, his face unconsciously turned ashen, and all the monks present were sad. Xueqi laughed. The specific outcome of the matter was not spread out, but the name ethereal immortal robe was famous in the hidden immortal continent for a while. This ethereal immortal robe was originally not in the top 10 imperial artifacts, but after this matter, it was included in the list. Hee. Xueqi clapped. It seems that every imperial artifact has a thought-provoking story. However, young Master Fu, do you know? In this world, there are people who give porridge every day for decades. Although he is often hungry, he has never stopped. How is that possible? Xueqi frowned. Which temple's high monk is this? I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can enlighten me. When I have time, I will pay him a visit. Haha. Xueqi laughed. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. It's not a temple, and it doesn't need a time. It's the old Taoist from the Seven Suns Temple in Bronze Pillar Country. Taoist sect. Xueqi was somewhat shocked. Xueqi looked at the auction downstairs. Under Yu Linfeng's persuasion, the Crimson Dragon hairbrush had already been sold for a good price, and now he had bid for several rare items from the hidden immortal continent. Looking at Yu Linfeng's hand grabbing, it seemed like another imperial artifact flew out. Xueqi said indifferently, not only does the hidden immortal continent have mystical imperial artifacts, it also has the Taoist sect's loyalty. If young Master Fu has time, you might as well go take a look. You also have Taoist cultivation. This might be useful for your persistence. Indeed. Xueqi nodded. In my eyes, most of the Taoist sects are deceitful and cunning people. It's rare to see someone as magnanimous as fellow Taoist Xiao, and I've never seen such a tenacious and kind person. After daybreak, I will definitely pay a visit to this senior and seek his advice on cultivation. You will be disappointed. Xueqi shook his head. This Taoist priest has no cultivation at all. Xueqi nodded slightly, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. If it weren't for the persistence in your heart, if it weren't for the great kindness in your heart, you wouldn't have been able to persist like this. With such people, the Tao sect can prosper. Yes, I think so too. Only people like Master Dao Shan are the backbone of our Tao sect. Xueqi sighed. They are the ones who are supporting our Tao sect when our Tao sect is in decline. Master Dao Shan. I will remember it. Xueqi nodded. At this moment, Yu Linfeng's voice rose again. Previously, the bidding for the Crimson Dragon hair set off a small climax. Then, he bid for some rare items. Although these items couldn't be compared to the crimson dragon hair, they were still very popular. The atmosphere of the entire auction was maintained at a relatively high level. However, following the appearance of a few rare items, the atmosphere began to drop. Yu Linfeng was naturally an expert in this field. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of extremely tragic brilliance flew out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent. It landed in front of him, and he said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, can you guess what this item is? If any of you can guess it, I will make the decision and reduce the amount of primordial stones during the transaction." One of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an old voice sounded. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly. "Fellow Taoist, you really think too highly of my Zhai Xinglu. Just now, I already said that my Zhai Xinglu has never bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts." Fellow Taoist Yu, at this moment, another voice sounded from the slightly chaotic clamor. "This brilliance looks very strange. It doesn't look like the luster of an imperial artifact, nor does it look like the righteousness of a scroll. But this light is filled with a kind of indescribable brightness. Even my clear eyes technique is unbearable under this brilliance. This really makes me puzzled. If my guess is correct, this isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent. No, that's not right. If it isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent, how can it be taken out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent?" Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yu Linfeng didn't dare to let everyone guess anymore. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, what you said is reasonable. However, you didn't completely guess. This item is naturally something that my hidden immortal continent's Confucian sect uses." Saying this, Yu Linfeng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of clear air. The clear air landed on the bright ball of light, and it was like a layer of thin clouds covering the ball of light. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the ball of light was actually a block of ink. However, it was just a block of ink that was 2 inches wide and 3 inches long. In addition to the dazzling brilliance, the surface of the ink block was very smooth. Faintly, there were some small lines on the surface. Those lines were slightly fine, and there was a faint scarlet color. Many cultivators with high clear eyes technique could already see that these lines were some blood vessels. However, it was precisely the blood vessels within these lines that emitted a dazzling light that caused the cultivators who were staring at the ink stick to feel waves of dizziness. Amidst this dizziness, another strange demonic beast was revealed. "Light! Light beast!" A voice cried out, "I understand. This is blood ink refined from the light beast's light blood." "Yes." Hearing this, Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. This blood ink is refined from the extremely rare light beast's blood essence in the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm. It is most suitable for us Confucian cultivators to make scrolls. Of course, this blood ink can only be used by seniors above the level of Literature Master. Fellow Taoists below the level of Literature Master must not try it. In particular, seniors who have reached the level of Great Grandmaster can use this blood ink to write scrolls that have the power of literature saints." A figure not far from Yu Linfeng cried out in shock. How is it so powerful? Ha ha ha, that's not all." Without waiting for this person to finish speaking, another voice called out, "Since this blood ink is mixed with the light beast's blood essence, it doesn't need to be written into a scroll. As long as you hold it in your hand, not only will ordinary demonic beasts not dare to approach you, you can even wander around in the middle of the night. All the evil spirits and ghosts won't dare to approach you." Also, across from Xueqi, another person called out, "With this blood ink on your writing desk, your reading will be like the help of a god. If you practice qi, it will be twice the result with half the effort." Fellow Taoist Yu, what's the starting price for this item? While several people were showing off their knowledge, someone had already asked eagerly. Not only was Yu Linfeng overjoyed, he hastily reported the starting price for this blood ink refined from the light beast's blood essence. On the 3rd floor, Xueqi smiled and pointed his hand, saying, "Young Master Fu, you just said that the Crimson Dragon hairbrush was similar to my Taoist's magic tool talisman brush. Now that this blood ink has appeared, isn't it the same as my Taoist spirit talisman refining? Both use the spirit beast's blood essence and use magic to draw talisman charms?" "Hee, that's right," Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "A true scroll doesn't need the help of any spirit beast's blood essence, nor does it need the help of a special imperial tool. That so-called divine brush is nothing more than an accessory. This one has only heard of this kind of scroll, and this kind of inscription can only be written by seniors at the level of literature saints. As for the rest, they are all at a disadvantage. And let them bid. Left and right. Oh, young Master Fu, if you like something you can say it. This one only came to take a look. I don't plan on bidding for anything. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fu Jiwen hastily waved his hand and said, this one's needs have already been met. I have no more requests, there's no need to mention this matter again. Up to you, up to you. Xiaohua smiled. That bone was very useful to him. Xiaohua always felt that a thunder amplifying wood wasn't enough to express his gratitude. So he said this. Fu Jiwen glanced at the enthusiastic bidding, he said with a smile. Just now, this one was talking about the misty like immortal robe, the 9th of the 10 great imperial tools. Above the misty like immortal robe is the Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan. Actually, when it comes to this Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan, this one feels that rather than calling it a Confucian cultivator's imperial tool, it would be better to call it a Taoist magic tool. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. This imperial tool is different from other imperial tools? Yes. Fu Jiwen nodded. It is said that this Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan's original form is a Taoist magic tool called the Mountain and Rivers Map. However, this magic tool was damaged during a fight, and it was extremely serious. Taoist magic tools were unable to repair it, so it was abandoned. Later on, a Confucian great toolmaster obtained this item and used Confucian magic tools to seal a strand of dragon qi from the 9 continents into it, using the dragon qi to nourish the damaged magic tool. After more than 1,000 years, it was completely repaired. When this Myriad Miles Mountain and Rivers fan is waved, it has the weight of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and it also has the appearance of a majestic dragon qi. Without great luck and the strength of dragons and elephants, it is extremely difficult to resist. Therefore, it is ranked above the misty like immortal robe. Luck. Xiaohua frowned and asked, what is luck? What young Master Fu said about the weight of mountains and rivers, the strength of dragons and elephants, this one can understand, but this majestic dragon qi, great luck. This one can't understand. Fu Jiwen smiled faintly and said, luck is very illusory. If we look at it in a big way, it is the direction of all things in the world. For example, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and Taoist sects, whoever can occupy great luck will be able to prosper and develop. In the ancient times, the struggle between Buddhism and Confucianism was a struggle for luck. If Taoist sects' luck was occupied by Buddhism and Confucianism, they would reach a dead end and could only perish and descend into desolation. If we look at it in a big way, it is the development of a country and a family. If a country obtains luck, it will prosper, and the country's strength will be strong. If a family obtains luck, it will flourish, and its descendants will flourish, lasting for thousands of generations. If we look at it in a small way, if a person obtains luck, he will definitely win every bet, and disaster will become auspicious. It can turn a woman into a skeleton. Fu Jiwen says with a smile, without words, without sentences, without text, those beauties can only be a lump of meat, a skeleton. After 100 years, who can still remember them? Inscriptions? It should be said that the collection of inscriptions and scrolls is completed. Fu Jiwen nods. This imperial equipment is called the 10,000-word book. According to legend, it was written by the earliest 9,999 inscriptions born in the world in ancient times. When the 10,000-word book is used, every word can reach the stars, every word can disturb heaven and earth. It can be said that every word is a gem, every word is heavy, every word is ancient. Under this 10,000-word book, even if the sage of literature can reach the Milky Way, he will still be suppressed by these words. Not even a trace of noble spirit will leak out. 9,999 inscriptions? Xiaohua frowned. Why not 10,000? It is said that when the 10,000th inscription was created, heaven and earth changed colors, gods and devils wept, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Thus, the last inscription A was merged with heaven and earth, and no one can see it. Of course, if anyone can see this inscription A, their body will immediately become a sage. Hearing this, Xiaohua can't help but secretly curl his lips. Isn't this the soul cultivator's green seal text? Xiaohua clearly knows what the inscription A looks like. Xiaohua is even more clear about the power of the green seal text. In this world, besides the green seal text, how can there be 9,999 inscriptions A with the same power? Isn't this the legendary inscription A? Oh, young Master Fu. Please wait a moment. Just as Xiao Hua curls his lips and Fu Jiwen is about to speak, Xiao Hua suddenly waves his hand and says. Fu Jiwen is stunned, but looking at the auction downstairs, he immediately understands. Just as the two are talking, Yu Linfeng has already bid for the blood ink. The one who obtained it is the person who bid for the thunder-amplifying wood with Xiao Hua. After the blood ink, he bid for a few more rare items. Now, on the lacquer plate in front of Yu Linfeng is a jade eye. Yu Linfeng is also speaking in a loud voice. Fellow immortals, after bidding for some rare items of the hidden immortal continent, let's take a break for a while. Now, there are a few interesting items. Although they have nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators, if any of you are good at both, you can use a small amount of primeval stones to bid for them. This jade eye in front of me records a Taoist technique called Wind and Cloud Spell. Just as Yu Linfeng says this, an impatient person everywhere interrupts him. A cold voice says, Fellow immortal you, our 3 continents have a law. No one can sell Taoist techniques. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that Zhai Xinglu will be destroyed by the immortal palace? My Zhai Xinglu has always been enforcing the law. How can we violate the iron law of the 3 continents? Yu Linfeng says with a smile, in order to contain the great enemy of us Confucian cultivators, the immortal palace prohibits the sale of Taoist techniques. However, it is only limited to low-level and basic techniques. As for high-level techniques, they don't really care. As for fellow immortals, there are people with peerless aptitudes. I'm afraid many of you also have Taoist cultivation, right? My Zhai Xinglu's technique is only a technique between the 3 levels of essence energy. It should be a Taoist golden core technique, but it is not prohibited by the immortal palace. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen looks at the star-shaped Xiao Hua and understands something. He knows that Xiao Hua wants to bid for this item. Oh my, a Taoist technique of the 3 levels of essence energy. That voice smacks his lips and says, this thing must cost a lot of primeval stones, right? Not much, not much. 1 top-grade primeval stone. Yu Linfeng waves his hand and says, damn, 1 top-grade primeval stone. That voice seems to want to jump up from below. This is too expensive. How could anyone want it? Yu Linfeng shrugs his shoulders and slightly waves the folding fan in his hand. With a calm appearance he says, there's no other way, it's a rare item worth hoarding. This is the price. This is a technique. Unlike some imperial tool or scroll, it can be passed down forever. Moreover, in the eyes of fellow immortals, it may be worthless, but in the eyes of others, it may be a priceless treasure. 1 top-grade primeval stone. Without waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish speaking, someone not far away called out a price. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He looked downstairs. Needless to say, this person must have a Taoist cultivation base. Moreover, he must have already reached the peak of foundation establishment, or even the early Jindan stage. Only then would he come to the auction to bid for this Jindan cultivation method. Good, this fellow immortal bids 1 top-grade primeval stone. Yu Linfeng raises his eyebrows and calls out in a slightly exaggerated manner. Is there anyone else bidding? Hee, I'm afraid 1 top-grade primeval stone is enough to close the deal. Besides Xiao Hua, Fu Jiwen says with a smile. Even fellow Taoist Xiao wouldn't spend a few top-grade primeval stones to compete with a Taoist disciple for this golden core technique, right? Xiao Hua nods, indeed. Now that the Taoist sects are in decline, any Taoist cultivator who has some sense of the big picture wouldn't kill each other like this. Sure enough, after this cultivator speaks, although the entire auction is somewhat noisy, no one bids against him. If no one bids, this item will be this fellow immortal's. Yu Linfeng raises his folding fan and is about to drop it. Wait. At this moment, the person on the 3rd floor opposite Xiao Hua speaks again. I'll add 10 top-grade primeval stones. Oh, this is... Not only is Xiao Hua baffled, even Fu Jiwen raises his eyebrows and looks at the opposite building with some surprise. After all, although the opposite side has only bid twice, the items they bid for each time are completely unrelated to the Taoist sects. One is the thunder amplification wood. The other is the light beast blood ink. How could they bid again for a golden core technique? Could it be a diversion? This person in front of us is also a Taoist cultivator? Xiaohua seems to understand something. His goal is the same as mine, also a Taoist treasure? If so, just now, I was too impetuous. I thought this person was that Duanmu. That's not right. Just as he thinks up to here, Xiaohua seems to have thought of something again, and a trace of a smile hangs at the corner of his mouth. Fuck. Just now from that tone, I can only guess with 30% certainty that that person is young Master Duanmu. But now that this guy opened his mouth to bid for this Taoist sex technique, I'm afraid I'm 70% sure that this person is young Master Duanmu. The person who bid for the thunder amplification wood with me just now is really a Taoist cultivator? Fu Jiwen at the side shifts his gaze from outside and looks at Xiaohua. After all, the Taoist sex methods are unique and can use this thunder amplification wood in many places. Would a Taoist sect disciple be very familiar with this star-picking tower's manager? Xiaohua smiles faintly. Fu Jiwen, however, says with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm not too sure about your cultivation, but I reckon you should be the kind of cultivator who secludes himself from the world and only cultivates Taoist sex techniques, not involving yourself in other things. Fellow Taoist also doesn't know, in this hidden immortal continent. No, it should be the 3 continents. Although many cultivators don't dare to say that they are good at both sects, there are often some Confucian cultivators who have Taoist divine abilities and Buddhist sects who have Confucian cultivators' divine abilities. The person bidding may not be a true Taoist sect cultivator, but he may also have Taoist divine abilities. Even if this kind of person has some connection with star-picking tower, it's also normal. Chapter 3277. Xiaohua had already told Fu Jiwen about his situation. Now that he had asked him so many seemingly ordinary things, Fu Jiwen's explanation was also normal. Especially since Fu Jiwen didn't know about his conflict with Duanmu Gongzi. Of course he didn't think as much as he did. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua didn't explain and only responded. Downstairs, in this short moment, dozens of high-grade primeval stones had already been added. Finally, the cultivator downstairs helplessly withdrew. Clearly, he was somewhat embarrassed. Good, this wind and cloud art will go to this. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. Just as he was about to settle, Xiaohua raised his voice again. 2 top-grade primeval stones. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction was bustling with activity again. Obviously, the first wave of the thunder-amplifying wood was caused by Xiaohua and the person opposite him. Now, this inconspicuous jade eyes had successfully provoked a fight between the two. Add 10 high-grade primeval stones. The voice from the opposite side was extremely fast. It was a bit faster than the previous bid with the cultivator downstairs. And this voice, when heard by Xiaohua's ears, actually carried a kind of relaxed, a kind of excitement. It really is this guy. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. That's right, since Xiaohua could guess that the person opposite him was Duanmu Gongzi. How could Duanmu Gongzi not guess that it was Xiaohua here? Not to mention that Duanmu Gongzi had already met several distinguished guests on the 3rd floor before entering the balcony. Just based on Duanmu Gongzi's words just now, as long as someone paid attention, they would be able to guess that the person on the balcony was Duanmu Gongzi. But Xiaohua still twisted his neck and competed with him. Who else could it be other than Xiaohua? Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were other cultivators who urgently needed the thunder-amplifying wood and thus didn't care about Duanmu Gongzi's face. Therefore, Duanmu Gongzi was the same as Xiaohua, bidding with the cultivator downstairs in an uncertain situation. The purpose of this bidding wasn't the wind and cloud art, but Xiaohua's identity. Even the moment Duanmu Gongzi bid for the wind and cloud art, he already denied that Xiaohua was on the balcony and thought that the cultivator downstairs was Xiaohua. Of course, in this way, Duanmu Gongzi won the wind and cloud art and ruined Xiaohua's good thing. So Duanmu Gongzi was also happy. After all, it was only a top-grade primeval stone. Duanmu Gongzi could still afford to waste. Since Xiaohua understood the reason, why didn't he stand up to fight? There had already been conflicts left and right, so what was one more? Naturally, Xiaohua's shout had revealed his identity to young Master Duanmu at the same time. How could young Master Duanmu not be excited? 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua shouted again without hesitation. Fu Jiwen was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, although this cultivation method is rare, but It's really not worth 2 supreme grade essence stones. Add another 10 upper grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu also opened his mouth. Forget it. At this moment, Xiaohua smiled and said loudly, just now, this old man took advantage of this fellow immortal. This time, even though this old man really desires this jade eye, in order to make up for the injury I inflicted on fellow immortal, I'll give it to fellow immortal. You. Right after Xiaohua finished speaking, a furious roar rose, but it only lasted for a moment before the voice fell silent again. When it spoke again, there was no anger in it. Then thank you, fellow Taoist. Hearing the word fellow Taoist, Xiaohua shrugged and said to Fu Jiwen with a smile. See, you're indeed a fellow Taoist. This Xiao knows his mistake and corrects it. Can this be considered the greatest virtue? Fu Jiwen naturally couldn't see Xiaohua's expression, but he stood up apologetically and cupped his hands, saying, alas, it's all my fault. I caused fellow Taoist Xiao to become enemies with this person. At this point, what did Fu Jiwen not understand? It's just that he thought it was his own matter that made things difficult for Xiaohua. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating for Fu Jiwen to stand up. If there's no accident, that person should be young Master Duanmu of the Duanmu family. This Xiao doesn't know his name, but when I entered Star Picking Tower, this Xiao inadvertently had an unnecessary conflict with him. Even if this Xiao ignores him, he'll still remember this Xiao in his heart. There's no harm in letting him spend 3 supreme grade primordial stones to deepen his impression. See, Duanmu family. Xiaohua said it casually, but Fu Jiwen gasped. The Duanmu family was truly a colossus to him. Ignore him. Xiaohua waved his hand. He also doesn't know who this Xiao is. After tonight, we'll go our separate ways. Fu Jiwen looked at Xiaohua's figure, bit his lips slightly, and said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, the Duanmu family isn't an ordinary family. Even if fellow Taoist has the cultivation of 7th grade essence energy, I'm afraid you won't be able to confront them head-on. 7th grade essence energy? When Xiaohua heard this, he unconsciously felt a little bitter in his mouth. 7th grade essence energy was the cultivation of body integration. Given 1,000 years, who knew if Xiaohua could cultivate into body integration? However, Fu Jiwen hesitated again and said, the descendants of the Duanmu family are also divided into direct and side branches, and even partial branches. Not everyone with the surname Duanmu can't be provoked to be able to participate in this kind of auction in Bronze Pillar Nation. They shouldn't be from the direct branch of the Duanmu family. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to be too worried. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua's voice regained its calmness. He already had a plan in his heart. This Duanmu family was like the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although it was very big, but on the other hand, it also had a lot of disciples. This Duanmu young master's cultivation wasn't very high, but there were probably many disciples like him in the Duanmu family. There might not be any top cultivators who would stand up for some small matter for no reason. You better tell this Xiao what the 5th imperial artifact is. All right. Fu Jiwen saw that Xiaohua was calm. Although he was a little anxious in his heart, he could only agree and sit down again. He said, the 5th imperial artifact is the Divine Devil Chess. Divine Devil Chess? When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned again. This? What chess? How did it become one of the top 10 imperial artifacts? Fellow Taoist isn't the only one who is puzzled. Even I and many other cultivators don't understand. Fu Jiwen said absent-mindedly, it said that the reason why the Divine Devil Chess became one of the top 10 imperial artifacts is because of the mystery of this Divine Devil Chess. No one has ever seen this Divine Devil Chess, and no one knows the use of this Divine Devil Chess. I have only heard that this Divine Devil Chess is a chess set that uses heaven and earth as the chessboard, and gods and devils as the chess pieces. Gods and devils? How is that possible? Xiaohua snorted. He felt that this Confucian student was the best at making up nonsense. Everything that came out of their mouth was impossible. Gods and devils. How could they be chess pieces? If gods and devils were chess pieces, who would be able to control gods and devils? That's right. Fu Jiwen withdrew the trace of worry in his eyes and said with a smile, that's right. However, I have also heard of some legends that are related to this Divine Devil Chess. Xiaohua looked downstairs. The auction had started again. Yu Linfeng actually took out some Dao sect talisman crafting and alchemy techniques to bid. These talisman crafting and alchemy techniques were obviously more popular than golden core cultivation techniques. Many cultivators began to bid. Of course, the price of these secret techniques was far less than the golden core cultivation techniques. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he secretly said, "Damn it, I forgot. I have now reached the peak of golden core stage. Although I still don't have any signs of condensing a nascent soul, and I don't know how to condense a nascent soul, I should prepare these nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills. Now in these 3 continents, Dao sects have declined, and it's hard to say if there are any nascent soul cultivators. Where would there be people who can refine nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills for them? I'm afraid I have to refine them myself." It's said that only pills refined by pill masters who surpass nascent soul can truly form a nascent soul. However, in terms of cultivation and comprehension of heavenly Tao, my green-robed primordial spirit may not be inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if the nascent soul birth pills and nascent soul birth pills he refined are useful? No matter what, I don't have the pill formulas here, and I have to find the pill formulas of these pills in these 3 continents. Alas, it's really difficult. Hee, young Master Fu. Xiaohua's ears perked up, waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish refining the pill formulas. At the same time he said to Fu Jiwen, "Quickly tell me about the legend." Fu Jiwen cleared his throat, and said with a smile, "This legend is different from Misty like a mortal robe. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a flourishing empire on this hidden immortal continent called Dongchen. This Dongchen Empire's territory was vast, and it occupied most of Qing Province and Su Province among the 9 provinces of hidden immortal continent. It was more than 10 times bigger than the second-ranked country. Moreover, this Dongchen Empire's several generations of kings were extremely wise. Under their political and military skills, this Dongchen Empire's people were rich, and the country was prosperous, attracting tens of thousands of countries. However, in the end, an extremely ambitious monarch appeared in the Dongchen Empire. He wanted to be the ruler of the entire hidden immortal continent, so he began to develop his military force and frantically expanded. At the beginning, the Dongchen Empire's expansion was very smooth, and it once reached 3 provinces. However, when the Dongchen Empire attacked a nameless small country in Yan Province, they encountered an unprecedented resistance. Many of the Dongchen Empire's famous generals died in this small country. In the end, the king was enraged and personally led the army to attack. This king was said to have a cultivation of 5th-grade essence force, and he had countless generals under his command. All of them were 3rd or 4th-grade essence force cultivators. Under the king's frantic attack, that small country was forced to retreat, and finally reached the end of the line. Just when the Dongchen Empire's king thought that victory was in his hands, he heard a series of earth-shattering roars from thousands of miles away. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the entire ground was also covered with black flames. In this drastic change in the sky, a huge chessboard appeared. On the left and right of the chessboard, there were 6 godly generals and 6 demon generals. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and they charged out from the chessboard. Within thousands of miles, all living things were slaughtered by these 12 godly demons. Although the king urgently mobilized all the generals to fight back, how could they be a match for the godly demons? In just half a day's time, Dongchen Empire's 100,000 elite soldiers were all crushed into meat paste. Not a single one of them could escape alive. The most frightening thing was that the nameless small country also had no survivors. Within thousands of miles, all living things were plunged into misery and suffering. Vengeful spirits wandered around freely, and even the demon generals who were born with ghosts could not devour the millions of living things in time. Chapter 3278. After all the living beings were massacred, wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Torrential rain poured down, and everything within 10,000 miles became a swamp. However, within this swamp, corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed everywhere. The stench of blood did not dissipate even after 100 years, and no one could survive in this place. Fu Jiwen spoke eloquently. As for the celestial fiend chest that caused such a calamity, it disappeared without a trace. Where it went, or which expert triggered the celestial fiend chest, no one knows until now. Of course, from this legend, I feel that this celestial fiend chess is a great killing machine. Its activation requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of living beings. Unless it's a matter of life and death, no one would easily take it out. That's why it's so mysterious. My goodness. Xiaohua sighed. Such a great killing machine. I'm afraid it's ranked first among the 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Why is it only ranked fifth? Fu Jiwen shook his head. This celestial fiend chess is too bloody. Confucian cultivators would never place it first. Actually, Xiaohua laughed again. This legend is too exaggerated, to the point that I feel that it's all made up. Look at that so-called Dongchen Empire. They're crazy and exaggerated. Do those Confucian aristocratic families not care? Although Duanmu aristocratic family is a first-class Confucian aristocratic family, it's not difficult for them to reach out and take care of this matter, right? Secondly, that monarch was actually able to cultivate to the 4th grade of origin power. How long is his lifespan? He's probably tired of being the monarch, right? Thirdly, so many famous generals have fallen in this nameless small country. That monarch, how could he personally go into battle? Furthermore, life is the most important thing. Fourthly, since Dongchen Empire is so powerful, it must have 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Can't the ones ranked first suppress the celestial fiend chess? Haha. Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't nitpick too much. This is just a legend. Who knows if it's true? However, there's one thing that's true. It's that 10,000 miles of blood pool, Fu Jiwen said. Today, that blood pool is still uninhabitable, and it's still abnormally bloody. Even birds can't fly over that blood pool. Back then, I even made a trip there. Is that so? Xiaohua asked curiously. That place is in Yan province. Yes, it's celestial fiend blood pool. And if there is a chance, this Xiao will personally go and take a look. It was very strange. When Xiaohua heard this very unfamiliar name, a trace of feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. This feeling was indescribable, as if it was a kind of summoning? Oh, that's right. As soon as Xiaohua felt this, he immediately asked, the God and Devil blood pool is the place where the God and Devil chest disappeared. Could it be that no one went there to see it? Xiao, Confucian, Xiaohua, Confucian, Yen, Confucian, Taoist and occultive cultivators, fiends, Yen, 1,000 years and Confucian, Xiao, Confucian and Anan years. Xiao, Yate. Xiao, 8 yen. Shout. How dare you? You're going against your ancestors. Just as Xiaohua sighed and wanted to listen to the stories of the other 10 great imperial equipments, he heard a few angry curses that sounded like rolling thunder coming from downstairs, instantly attracting Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen's attention. The two of them thought to themselves at the same time, what's going on? At this auction, Yu Linfeng had a row of 4 scrolls open in front of him. These scrolls were all rolled up together and tied together with purple threads. In front of him, the so-called rotten scholars that Xiaohua had just seen walked out of the crowd. They stood under these scrolls and scolded. Yu Linfeng, you are also a disciple of us Confucian cultivators. Your star-plucking tower is also a branch of us Confucian cultivators. How can you be so blinded by primeval stones? The so-called imperial artifacts, the so-called spiritual herbs, the so-called blood ink, you can just bid. Those are only used for cultivation, defense, and attack. But although the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars of the early years contain an unparalleled noble spirit, they themselves represent the academic achievements of these great scholars. They are the crystallization of their lifetime's knowledge, and can't be compared to those earthly imperial artifacts and scrolls. You're bidding for the painstaking efforts of these great scholars in public. Isn't that a disgrace to culture? Isn't that a disgrace to your ancestors? Although Yu Linfeng's expression was somewhat awkward, he still carefully cupped his hands and said, Seniors, although these scrolls are the writings of great scholars, they're still scrolls. Our star-picking tower can't just keep these sacred objects in our tower, can we? We have to let these great scholars' knowledge be admired by the younger generation, right? Perhaps our star-picking tower's method is a bit wrong, a bit vulgar, and can't enter your eyes, but it's still our star-picking tower's way of commemorating and valuing these great scholars, right? Bullshit. An old man with a bald head and a few strands of white hair under his chin raised his walking stick and swung it at Yu Linfeng in midair. He scolded, "I'll beat you to death, you unfilial junior." The calligraphy and paintings of great scholars are elegant objects that can only be admired in a quiet room. Once these elegant objects are here, they're stained with the stench of money. Inside, the noble spirit that all of you are drooling over is also somewhat inferior. No matter how Yu Linfeng explained, he was not allowed to bid on these great scholars' calligraphy and paintings. Xiaohua was a bit bored and was just about to ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts when he suddenly became vigilant. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Xueqi, what's the matter?" Reporting to Senior, "Someone sent a visiting card and wants to come and pay a visit to Senior." Xiaoyi's voice came from outside. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, "Come in first." "Yes, Senior." As Xiaoyi spoke, she walked in with a golden visiting card. Just as she was about to respectfully hand it over, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't be anxious. This old man is just asking, is the owner of this visiting card an honored guest on the 3rd floor?" "Yes, Senior." Xiaoyi nodded and said, "Any honored guest on the 3rd floor of the Bright Moon Palace can pay a visit to each other if they don't want to hide their identity." Just now, this servant not only saw several attendants of the honored guest carrying visiting cards to other pavilions, but also saw 2 honored guests enter other rooms. "Who sent this visiting card? Do you know?" Xiaohua asked again. Xiaoyi shook her head. "This servant doesn't know." The one who sent the visiting card was also Xiaoyi, not that Senior's attendant. "And since that's the case, this old man doesn't need to look at this visiting card," Xiaohua said with a flick of his sleeve. "Tell that Xiaoyi exactly what I said." Xiaoyi's expression changed slightly again, and she begged in a low voice, "Senior, you don't need to make things so stiff. Even if you don't want to see that person, you only need to say that you don't want to see him. There's no need to return the visiting card. This kind of face-slapping matter, Senior should consider it more carefully." Chapter 3279. So it's like this. Xiaohua had always believed in the advice of others. He thought for a moment and said, "Then put down the visiting card. You tell Xiaoyi that this old man has a guest here and it's not convenient for me to see him." Xiaoyi's face lit up with joy. She smiled sweetly at Xiaohua and placed the visiting card on the desk before hurrying out. Fu Jiwen really wanted to know who the guest was. However, this was clearly Xiaohua's private matter. Since Xiaohua didn't intend to open the golden visiting card, Fu Jiwen shifted his gaze away from the golden visiting card and looked at the auction. At this time, the auction was as lively as a marketplace. Although there were no peddlers, the several old men, whose veins were bulging, looked like old beggars who were pointing and gesticulating around a vegetable stall. Where was the elegance in them? Where was the etiquette? It was as if the beauty of their first love was suddenly exposed in front of everyone, and they were trying their best to hide it. However, as Xiaohua watched, he felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Yes, the people of the secular world often said that there were only 2 words in this world, either fame or fortune. Everything else was born for fame and fortune, and if these 2 words were combined into one, they would become one word, and that would be profit. All the people in the world came for profit, and all the people in the world went for profit. This was exactly the case. Similarly, in the eyes of cultivators, there were also 2 words, either merit or longevity. All other things were born for this merit and longevity. This skill was naturally the cultivation level, the realm, and the strength. This longevity was also lifespan, and immortality that cultivators pursued. If these 2 words were combined into one, it would be longevity. The cultivators in the world had countless methods. Killing and robbing, deceiving each other, and being selfish, wasn't it all for strength? And with strength, wasn't collecting a lot of resources for one's own longevity? It could also be said that everything in the world came for longevity, and everything in the world went for longevity. On the other hand, these seemingly inflexible scholars, although they took advantage of their seniority and pointed fingers at others, what they stubbornly defended was also the thought in their hearts. This thought was the inheritance of Confucian cultivation, the essence of Confucian cultivation, the true meaning of Confucian cultivation. Perhaps Dao Shan, who doesn't have any cultivation, can be compared to them. Looking at these rotten scholars, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Dao Shan. When they had just arrived at the Seven Suns Temple tonight, Dao Shan's meticulous etiquette and clean and decent Taoist robes had left a deep impression on Xiaohua. This might be the last pride of these so-called rotten scholars, and also their last struggle. Xiaohua looked at the few old men who were panting and shouting hoarsely as he thought to himself, in the torrent of people who pursue profits, the so-called persistence can only be regarded as pedantic and can only be used as a support. In the eyes of others, the dignity that they try their best to maintain can only be regarded as the performance of actors, which can only make people laugh. Perhaps, such a Confucian cultivator is the hope of Taoism? Thinking of Xueqi's mockery of these rotten scholars, Xiaohua understood that the previous inheritance of Confucian cultivation had already declined, and the Taoist cultivation method that they had always ridiculed had gradually appeared. Even if it was only the beginning, it was clear that the essence of Taoism cultivation had already been implanted in the hearts of the new generation of Confucian cultivators. After another half a meal of cultivation, several white-haired rotten scholars collapsed on the ground. After all, they were already old, and their bodies could no longer support their rainbow-like ideals. Several Xueqis from the Bright Moon Palace leisurely walked over and offered hot tea and pastries. But how could these old men use the pastries of the Bright Moon Palace? What was the difference between this and food that was given away? The old man's face was pale, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the pastries and hot water fell to the ground. He stepped on the pastries and slowly staggered away. Looking at these lonely figures, the entire Bright Moon Palace was deathly silent. Other people might not have thought as much as Xiaohua, but these old men's actions that pointed directly at their hearts caused them to naturally feel ashamed in their hearts, an indescribable sense of inferiority. Sigh. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Fu Jiwen, who was beside him, looked at these old men with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He sighed deeply, and his tone was obviously heavy. "Young Master Fu?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Could it be? You have other thoughts about these rotten scholars?" "He. Fellow Taoist Xiao also knows about rotten scholars?" Fu Jiwen smiled faintly. "This humble one not only has some thoughts, but this humble one has also been deeply harmed by them." "Deeply harmed by them?" Xiaohua was even more puzzled. "Can you tell me more about it?" "I'm really sorry, fellow Taoist Xiao, but this is this humble one's privacy, and it's not good to joke about it." Fu Jiwen shook his head, however. "Although this humble one says that this humble one has been deeply harmed by them, the root of this harm is still love. It's just that this love is too heavy, too old-fashioned." Xiaohua looked thoughtfully at Fu Jiwen's complicated expression, then smiled and said, "As long as it's love, then it's fine. Whether it's old-fashioned or heavy, it's better than nothing. Moreover, this is love, the most selfless thing in the world. Young Master Fu, treasure it well." "Yes, this humble one understands." Fu Jiwen nodded. "Deep love, deep responsibility, that's exactly how it is." At this point, Fu Jiwen didn't say anything else, and Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He stuck his head out and looked down. At this moment, he was very curious about these 4 scrolls. These were the handwriting of a great scholar who founded a sect. What would they look like? Fellow immortals. At this moment, Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly. My Zhai Xinglu actually understands these elders' painstaking efforts. These scrolls are indeed the handwriting of an ancient great scholar, and shouldn't be treated as ordinary scrolls to be auctioned. Of course, my Zhai Xinglu has also taken out these scrolls separately as a sign of respect. Moreover, my Zhai Xinglu has always been a place for auctions. Since my Zhai Xinglu has obtained these scrolls, it means that these scrolls can be auctioned. Moreover, our Confucian cultivation is the grandest cultivation method in the world, and we can't stick to the rules. We can only innovate at every moment, and maintain a fresh flow of water. This is the only way to ensure our Confucian cultivation's solid position in the 3 continents. Forget it, this humble one won't say much. Either way, others will be criticized, and this humble one will silently guard my heart. This humble one is currently the host of this auction, so this auction will be a success." Yu Linfeng pointed at the scrolls in front of him again and smiled bitterly. Also, this humble one would like to say that the handwriting in these scrolls, although it's also left behind by a great Confucian cultivator, it's not the great Confucian you all mentioned just now. For example, the scroll on the left has the word law written by the great Confucian of the legalists, Senior Han Cheng. Fellow immortals, think about it, If it's really the handwriting of a great Confucian who founded a sect, then it's a treasure of calligraphy in the world. Not to mention that my Xueqi Lu can't afford it. Even if we want to bid, we have to save it for last. Haha, fellow immortal you, don't hold back your resentment. A cultivator laughed. The old man's words make sense, and your Xueqi Lu's actions are also reasonable. There's no right or wrong in this world. Fellow immortal, why don't you open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy and take a look? That's right, fellow immortal you, hurry up and open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy. We can't wait any longer. Many people started shouting, and even more people looked eagerly at the other 3 scrolls. They really wanted to know who the great Confucian handwriting that Xueqi Lu had put up for bid belonged to. Everyone, please wait a moment. I still have to inform the officials of the Copper Pillar State. If the great Confucian handwriting is opened, it'll cause too much of a commotion. Yu Linfeng said, gesturing to a corner of the Bright Moon Palace. There, a woman in palace robes hurried over. Fellow Taoist Xiao, upstairs, Fu Jiwen explained to Xiao Hua, the legalists are a branch of Confucian cultivators. Because they believe in using law to rule the country, there's no need to be close or distant, there's no need to be high or low, there's no need to judge by law, they're called the legalists. The famous ancient figures Guanzhong and Zi Chan were the pioneers of the legalists. Li Kai, Shang Yang, Shen Buhai, Shen Dao, and the others founded the legalists. In the end, Han Fei combined Shang Yang's law, Shen Dao's power, and Shen Buhai's technique to form the culmination of the legalists' ideology. Therefore, Han Fei can be considered the great scholar who founded the legalists. He received the honorific title of Zi and is known as Han Fei's Zi. Note: in the future esoteric debate, the 3rd place won't be listed solely for the ancestors. It's in accordance with history. However, everyone must remember that this is just a name. There's no need to take the rest seriously. Apart from Senior Han Fei Zi, the other representatives of the legalists are Li Si and Shang Yang. As for Senior Han Cheng, he's a descendant of Senior Han Fei Zi. As for which generation, I'm not too sure. Apart from the legalists, what other 99 schools are there? Xiao Hua finally couldn't help but ask. Fu Jiwen smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. The esoteric debate is just a description of the numerous and complex schools of thought. There aren't really 100 schools of thought. To be honest, according to the historical records, there were many schools of thought that hadn't been founded. How could there be only 100? There were more than thousands. Confucianism is actually this prosperous? Xiao Hua was truly amazed. Apart from the legalists, the most famous schools are the Confucians, the Mahists, the militarists, the scholars, the Yin-Yang school, the school of vertical and horizontal, the school of miscellaneous, the school of farmer, the school of fiction, the school of martial arts, and other schools of thought. Fu Jiwen said simply. Even if it's just these simple and famous schools, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao will be confused if I explain them one by one. Why don't you take a look at what scrolls the Bright Moon Palace is selling, and I'll slowly explain them to fellow Taoist. Hee, that's great, Xiao Hua nodded. To be honest, when he heard the legalist say something like, don't be too close or distant, don't be too noble or lowly, cut off by law, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on. He was a genuine Taoist cultivator. Although he had some Confucian foundation, he didn't have the slightest understanding of any theories or poetry. How could he possibly understand? He might as well listen to the stories of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Good heavens! This is merely Senior Han Cheng's handwriting, but it already has such a powerful aura. The majestic aura contained in this handwriting can really shock heaven and earth. Even after fellow immortal you put away the scroll, this one still hasn't seen Senior Han's original handwriting. If someone were to hold this scroll, wouldn't it be comparable to an imperial weapon? A shocked voice couldn't help but speak, I just don't know. If it was Senior Han Fei's original handwriting, what kind of aura would it have? Fellow immortal, what you said is also this one's thoughts. Yu Linfeng's eyes flashed with fervor as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Although this one hasn't seen that kind of heaven-shaking aura, this one heard from the seniors of Star Plucking Tower that if it was Senior Han Fei's handwriting, this brilliance should be able to penetrate the outer realms and reflect the power of the outer realm stars. No evil in the world can resist this power of starlight. In particular, If it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, what broke through just now wasn't my Bright Moon Palace's origin array, but all the restrictions within a radius of 100 li would no longer exist. Damn it. Others didn't say anything, but Xiaohua jumped up first and scolded with a smile. How is that possible? This thing isn't a real spiritual treasure. Without anyone activating it, how can it have such power? Unfortunately, before Xiaohua finished speaking, Fu Jiwen laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're still lacking." What Yu Linfeng said. I'm afraid it's not enough to describe Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting at his peak. According to this one's ancestors, 100,000 years ago, when the demon realm invaded. What? Demon realm invaded? Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was the first time he heard about the demon realm in the hidden immortal continent. Yes, it's really that time when the demon realm invaded. Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiaohua's surprise and nodded. That time, Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting revealed its might for the first time. When it was opened, it directly killed 100 demon generals. 100 demon generals. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He already knew from Zhang Qingxiao that the strength of a demon general was comparable to the golden core and nascent soul stage of the Dao sect. This Senior Han Fizi's handwriting was actually able to kill 100 nascent soul stage demon generals. Wasn't this too unimaginable? Bragging. Although Xiaohua didn't refute, it was obvious that he was already secretly criticizing. It's exactly 100 demon generals. Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Taoist, don't think this one is exaggerating. The righteous qi of us Confucian cultivators is the nemesis of the demon realm. Although their physical bodies are incomparably powerful, the demon flames and demon blood they cultivate have no resistance in front of the righteous qi of us Confucian cultivators. Especially when they invaded my hidden immortal continent, in front of the righteous qi that has been settled for hundreds of millions of years, it was like a drop of water falling into a sea of fire. How could it set off a big wave? Oh, this one understands. Xiaohua nodded. There is righteous qi in heaven and earth. Since ancient times, it has been supporting the justice of the world. As long as there are people, there will be this kind of aura everlasting. No, what fellow Taoist said is wrong. Fu Jiwen shook his head. There is righteous qi in heaven and earth. This righteous qi has existed since ancient times and does not vary from person to person. Where there are people, there is righteous qi. Where there are no people, there is also righteous qi. It can be said that everything has righteous qi. Even the demon realm also has righteous qi. And this righteous qi is the true qi cultivated by Confucian cultivators. It is not the spiritual qi of heaven and earth cultivated by the Dao sect. Boom. Fu Jiwen's words were like a stone rushing into Xiaohua's ancient well that had remained motionless for 10,000 years. Xiaohua instantly became like a clay statue. An indescribable fluctuation emitted from Xiaohua's body. The stardust that was originally covering his image instantly turned into dust and floated around Xiaohua. Of course, in just an instant, the starlight and silver light in Xiaohua's eyes retracted. All the dust fell around Xiaohua and turned back into stardust. A sudden realization came from Xiaohua's mouth. So it's like this, so it's like this. This one was wrong. Yes, Xiaohua was really wrong. His mistake was inconceivable. He had always been cultivating the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators, but what he refined was only the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. How could it be the righteous qi? No wonder he had been cultivating for 100 years and was still unable to condense his core. It turned out that the path he started on was wrong. And his success in refining essence into qi, most of it was because of the core that he passed on to others, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao? Fu Jiwen was somewhat puzzled. He hesitantly asked Xiaohua, what's wrong? Nothing. Since he found the root, Xiaohua immediately felt refreshed. He said with a smile, this one always thought that the righteous qi was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Who knew that it was actually so different? Oh, that's natural. Fu Jiwen understood and said with a smile, this is the difference between the Dao sect and Confucian cultivators. Of course there are differences. However, sometimes the righteous qi has the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the righteous qi within the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, it may not be possible to distinguish them clearly. Then, how can one distinguish the righteous qi? Xiaohua asked tentatively. Is it possible that there is a secret technique within the basic cultivation method of Confucian cultivators that is the same as the Tao sects? It's not the same. Fu Jiwen waved his hand and said, the reason why Confucian cultivators are called Confucian cultivators is because they use the righteous qi as their foundation. They rely on Confucian to distinguish the righteous qi. Although everyone more or less has the righteous qi in their body, how can a common person like a common person understand the righteous qi? Only people like us who read and recite scriptures can read the righteous qi from the ancient characters. Only then can we use this righteous qi to trigger our own righteous qi. With our own righteous qi, only then can we draw in the righteous qi of heaven and earth. And I've learned. Xiao Hua nodded. He understood that the cultivation of Confucian cultivators was still the same. It seemed that the so-called secret technique was just an opportunistic trick of the Tao sect. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart jumped. He seemed to have a bad premonition. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Fu Jiwen, just now. Did you see something? Fellow Taoist Xiao. What are you talking about? Fu Jiwen was surprised by Xiao Hua's question. He didn't know what was going on. Xiao Hua saw Fu Jiwen's ignorance and unconsciously felt relieved. In the moment when he was absent-minded, Xueqi saw his death. Master Qin also saw his death. Xiao Hua didn't want this Confucian cultivator in front of him to follow in their footsteps. It's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile. However, just as he waved his hand a few times, he was stunned again. That's not right. If Confucian cultivators don't need the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, then what spirit stones do they use? If they don't use spirit stones, why do they still use spirit stones on the hidden immortal continent? Xiao Hua seemed to have suddenly woken up. He seemed to have suddenly become confused. He frowned and thought. Chapter 3281. Forget it, let's just ask. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Since I've already asked so many questions, I don't mind asking a few more idiotic questions. After Xiao Hua finished speaking the doubts in his heart, it was Fu Jiwen's turn to be surprised. If it was some common knowledge from before, it could be said that Xiao Hua was a cultivator from overseas and had not stepped on the continent for a long time, so he did not know much. However, this matter of origin stones was too inconceivable. Cough cough. Xiao Hua smiled. Young Master Fu, I've always been a lone cultivator and I've always been self-sufficient, so I really don't know about this. Nothing. Fu Jiwen hurriedly waved his hand. What you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you don't know. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed magnanimous, but I'm still lacking. Then, Fu Jiwen gave a simple explanation. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, this primordial stone also contained righteous qi. However, from what Fu Jiwen could see, the primordial stone was slightly inferior to the primordial qi used for Taoist cultivation. Of course, Confucian cultivators also had methods to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. However, ordinary Confucian cultivators didn't use these methods. Confucian cultivators believed that the noble spirit was a living and lively world origin qi. Only the noble spirit that flowed between heaven and earth and was drawn from densely populated places was the best. Therefore, source stones were used to refine imperial equipment and arrange origin formations. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Connecting it to what he saw with his illusion breaker eyes, there were many types of world origin qi in this world. If Taoists picked one type, Confucian cultivators could naturally choose another type, and the world origin qi could also be condensed into a spirit stone. However, absorbing the noble spirit from heaven and earth is somewhat difficult. It's easy to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. Nowadays, students are greedy and many students have secretly started to use source stones to cultivate. Fu Jiwen sighed and said, especially my Taoist sect's spirit pills. It is said that after refining with a special method, it can also promote the cultivation of Confucian cultivators. Students who haven't broken through for a long time have also started to try. Now, the spirit grass and spirit fruits are a lot more expensive than before. Humans are insatiable and always seek opportunities for themselves. In the long run, what difference will there be between Confucianism and Taoism? In any case, this Xiao is a Taoist, so I won't worry about Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua shrugged. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, There's no need to worry about others. Looking back at the auction, legalist senior Han Cheng's handwriting had already set off a frenzy of bidding. Even young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiao Hua, was repeatedly bidding. Clearly, this handwriting was his main objective for coming to Zhai Xinglu this time. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, everyone finally stopped. No one else bid against young Master Duanmu. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Xiao Hua. He thought that Xiao Hua hadn't opened his mouth to bid from beginning to end. Haha, Xiao Hua laughed. He finally understood why young Master Duanmu sent the visiting card. That was to test him, to show him a kind of intention. That was to not let Xiao Hua compete with him in order to reach the bottom line in his heart. Add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Boom. Everyone immediately cheered loudly. This one will also add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu's tone was also indifferent. It didn't matter if Xiao Hua increased the price. The key was that he couldn't force him step by step. In the end, it was just as young Master Duanmu thought. Xiao Hua only increased the price once, conveying that he already knew the meaning, and didn't say anything else. This caused the cultivators who wanted to watch the show to feel sad. All right. Yu Linfeng had a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, Great Scholar Han Cheng's handwriting flew into young Master Duanmu's pavilion. With another wave of his hand, the second scroll slowly landed in front of him. This is the second Great Scholar's handwriting today. Fellow immortals may not be familiar with this great scholar, but fellow immortals definitely know about Confucianism. This great scholar is the Yinyang School's old master Zhou Yuan Han. Along with Yu Linfeng's long voice, he stretched out his slender finger and pulled the purple silk thread. As the scroll fell, 2 bright and dark rays of light suddenly appeared. Although it was somewhat inferior to Han Cheng's sword qi, the light and dark rays had a solemn air of annihilation. At the same time, these 2 rays of light soared into the sky, higher than the previous sword qi, and formed the shape of a huge yin-yang fish in the night sky. As the brilliance of this yin-yang fish circulated in the night sky, thousands of evil spirits scattered in the night sky, causing the entire bright moon square to seem to tremble. Clear yang is the sky. Turbid yin is the earth. Above the earth is the clouds, below the sky is the rain. Rain comes from the earth, clouds come from the sky. Yin and yang are the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the gods. Fu Jiwen looked at the yin-yang fish in the sky through the broken origin array of the bright moon palace and sighed. Heaven and earth have yin and yang turn into 2 qis. Everything can be divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. This school of yin-yang advocates controlling the yin and yang of heaven and earth, using the 2 qis of yin and yang to kill all things. The great scholar who established the school of yin-yang was Zhou Yan. Later on, because he was called Zi, he was given the name Zhou Yanzi. This old master Zhou Yuan Han is most likely his descendant. AI, the esoteric debate is indeed formidable. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, even though our Taoism also has the saying that Tao begets one, and one is divided into yin and yang, but the profoundness of yin and yang is truly obscure. Without a certain level of cultivation, how can one understand it? This Xiao really did not expect that this Confucian cultivator actually has a school of yin-yang that specializes in studying yin and yang. Furthermore, this Xiao admires this senior Zhou Yanzi even more. How can he explain yin and yang so clearly? That's right, 100 years ago, when Xueqi and Wu Hai's soul entered Xiao Hua's space, he had already experienced the division of yin and yang. If one were to talk about comprehension, Xiao Hua himself indeed has a lot. However, if one were to ask him to form a theory and explain it, it would be extremely difficult. Just like what the Taoists often say, Tao can be said, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Name can be named, but it is not an ordinary name. Just a few words can indeed extend a lot of comprehension, or can only be understood, but not explained. Actually, a strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. He hesitated for a bit, then smiled and said, this yin-yang school might have been extremely powerful in the past. It is said that Senior Zhou Yanzi obtained an innate spiritual object called the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook. From it, he comprehended the Tao of yin and yang and established his own school. However, as the Yin-Yang school of yin-yang developed, the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook was lost for some unknown reason. The Yin-Yang school of yin-yang's research on yin and yang gradually deviated. Didn't fellow Taoist Yulin Fengjiu say it clearly just now? Everyone might not know about Zhou Yanzi, but almost everyone in the Yin-Yang school knows about him. That's because the current Yin and Yang more or less falls into the intersection of Yin and Yang. Some crooked sects, such as the Yin-Yang Unity School, also pass down some of their secret techniques from the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang. At this point, Fu Jiwen did not say anything else. Xiao Hua was also a person who had undergone dual cultivation. How could he not understand? Perhaps some dual cultivation secret technique, some fusion technique. These Yin and Yang mating techniques were the things that the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang was talking about, right? Decline. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This might be the current situation that those so-called rotten scholars don't want to see. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Time flies, clouds and flowers pass by like water. On this hidden immortal continent, not only are the dynasties of 10,000 countries replaced, even the 100 schools are also being washed away by great waves. Only schools and doctrines that can adapt to the changes of the times can truly be preserved. These are not things that can be done by humans." Back then, the Tao sect was tyrannical for a period of time. It could almost contend with the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. However, what about the current Tao sect? After the ancient war, wasn't it also obliterated? If you want to revive the Tao sect, is it something that can be done by a few generations? Let's not talk about this. When Fu Jiwen talked about the decline of the Tao sect, he seemed to be afraid that Xiao Hua would be displeased, so he changed the topic. Looking at the fierce bidding scene downstairs, he said, "Such a rare Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang writing. Doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao want to bid for one? Even if this thing's true qi is used up, it is still an authentic work handed down from generation to generation." Forget it, Xiao Hua said with a smile. If it was some Yin-Yang illustrated handbook, if it was some harmony secret manual, this Xiao would still be interested. What kind of writing is this? This Xiao doesn't understand. Pfft, Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really a straightforward person. If it was an ordinary Confucian scholar, they would definitely not say these words. You dare to do it while hiding in your room, but don't dare to say it when you come out? Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully. If you want to say it, you have to use alternative words. For example, the joy of the boudoir is even greater than the one who draws the eyebrows. Fellow Taoist Zhao's straightforwardness is a disgrace to the refined. Damn it, to turn a good yin-yang into a marriage, isn't this a disgrace to the refined? Xiao Hua really couldn't see through the act of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Especially using words to replace imagination, it was really annoying. While the two were talking, that Zhou Yuanhan's old man Zhou's calligraphy was also bought by a certain senior on the 3rd floor. Xiao Hua also clearly saw that young Master Duanmu also seemed to slightly raise the price and immediately gave up. Clearly, he also had a tacit understanding with the others. Xiao Hua could know, and Yu Linfeng even more so. However, this was a kind of mutual compromise. The price of the calligraphy was something that both sides could bear. Who would care about the movements behind the scenes? Yu Linfeng sent that scroll to the 3rd floor's balcony and began to bluff the 3rd scroll. Fellow immortals, the writing on this 3rd scroll is also very famous. Moreover, this school created a Confucian cultivation method that is widely spread in my hidden immortal continent. As he said that, Yu Linfeng opened this scroll again. Chapter 3282. Upstairs, Fu Jiwen pointed at the righteous spirit that flashed like the Milky Way and said, "The school of vertical and horizontal is a very famous school in the esoteric debate. The school of vertical and horizontal is 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 the school of vertical and horizontal. This is the so-called vertical and horizontal. The school of vertical and horizontal was created by the two seniors Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Senior Su Qin advocated the vertical and Senior Zhang Yi advocated the horizontal. It was in the vertical and horizontal that the two seniors comprehended the true essence of water flow and created the cultivation method of the righteous spirit Long River. Using this as a basis, they were honored as Su Qin Zi and Zhang Yi Zi respectively, leaving their names in history. Moreover, this righteous spirit Long River is very easy to obtain. It is the simplest among the many cultivation methods of the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, once this cultivation method was spread out, it was immediately passed down. In the ancient times, The number of disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were as many as the hairs on an ox. The Confucian cultivators who answered in unison just now were most likely disciples who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River. Of course, now that this cultivation method has been spread out, they may not necessarily be disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal. As Fu Jiwen spoke, many cultivators began to bid again. This time, the liveliness was even greater than before. This was because great scholar Lu Cheng's handwriting not only had the same righteous spirit Long River as the previous handwriting, but also the true essence of the righteous spirit Long River could be found in this handwriting. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. All the Confucian cultivators who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River naturally rushed like ducks. After seeing the righteous spirit Long River of legalism, school of yin-yang, and school of vertical and horizontal, Xueqi was looking forward to the handwriting in the last scroll. He simply didn't ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts that Fu Jiwen hadn't explained yet. He smiled and stuck his head out, looking at the sounds of bidding below with interest. Fu Jiwen saw that Xueqi's attention wasn't here and didn't say much. He looked at Xueqi's star-like figure with some confusion. He really didn't understand why Xueqi asked him so much common sense. That's right, common sense. As a cultivator of the hidden immortal continent, whether they cultivated Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or even Taoist cultivation methods, as long as they grew up here, they should know this common sense. Although Xueqi was a Tao sect cultivator and didn't understand the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, the 100 Schools debate was an ancient story. The 10 great imperial artifacts were stories that ordinary people grew up listening to. How could Xueqi not know? Even if he was an overseas rogue cultivator, he still had to grow up, right? Fu Jiwen did not believe that a cultivator who grew up in the hidden immortal continent would not know about the 10 great imperial equipment. Perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao came from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm or the Pure Land world. This was Fu Jiwen's final guess, but this guess was immediately doubted by himself. Essence stones, who in the 3 continents didn't know about them? Maybe he came from the Pure Land. That place doesn't need vitality stones. When the dust settled, to everyone's surprise, the authentic work of the school of vertical and horizontal's great scholar, Lu Wenxing, was not bought by the cultivators on the balcony. The final bidder was an unknown cultivator on the ground floor. Hee, looks like I'm not the only one who's keeping a low profile. Xueqi laughed. Fu Jiwen frowned and said, that might not be the case. In my opinion, I'm afraid several small aristocratic families or several sects gathered together to bid. Who cares who he is? It has nothing to do with me. I've never cultivated the noble spirit river, and I don't know anything about authentic works. Xueqi stretched. Moreover, this star-picking towers auction, it's really boring. There's nothing that I want. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, right now, the auction is for Confucian cultivators. Tao sect's items are very rare. What about the especially precious items? Perhaps at the end, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't be impatient. I know. Xueqi nodded and pointed outside the window, saying, what I want to know now is, who is the owner of the last scroll? Which school is it from? The most famous of the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators are Confucian, Mahist, Legalist, Military, School of Famous, Yin-yang, School of Vertical and Horizontal, School of Miscellaneous, School of Farmer, School of Novels, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Just now, 3 great Confucian scrolls appeared. School of Legalism, School of Yin-yang, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. As for the 4th school, it's hard to guess. Fu Jiwen's curiosity was also great. He pinched his chin and looked at Yu Linfeng holding the 4th scroll in his hand. Yu Linfeng's face carried a trace of mystery. His hand was placed on the purple silk rope, but he didn't release it. Instead, he raised his head and looked around, saying with a smile, this last scroll, I don't know if it's out of everyone's expectations. Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, his finger shook. Boom. A violent vibration sounded, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A 5-colored brilliance mixed with an indescribable noble spirit rushed out from the scroll. Ah! Xueqi was used to seeing the brilliance of Taoist cultivators' treasures. This 5-colored brilliance didn't count as anything magical. But Fu Jiwen actually jumped up from his chair in shock, shouting in shock, This is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications? Sure enough, that five-colored noble spirit rushed into the night sky and actually formed an auspicious cloud several meters in size, illuminating half a mu of the sky. That five-colored brilliance was different from when it rushed out just now. This time, it was extremely gentle, even more silky than a lover's gaze. And above this auspicious cloud, endless starlight faintly sprinkled down, enveloping the auspicious cloud. It really is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications. Fu Jiwen raised his head and said excitedly, Zhai Xinglu is indeed amazing, to actually be able to find the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians. Nowadays, on the hidden immortal continent, the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians have long been extinct. That's right, that's right. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly shouted in hindsight. Young Master Fu, you just said that there must be Confucian writings among the century-old theories. Is Confucian the same as Confucian cultivators? Hee, of course they're not the same. The excitement on Fu Jiwen's face hadn't disappeared, and he answered with a smile. Confucian cultivators are naturally a kind of cultivation method, just like what I just explained to fellow Taoist, using the noble spirit of heaven and earth as the foundation. And Confucian is a school of Confucian cultivators. It's just that the influence and scale of this school is far greater than the sum of the other schools, so this cultivation method is also called Confucian cultivators. It's not what fellow Taoist thinks, that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators. At this point, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly again, smacking his lips and saying, although that's the case in reality, Confucian cultivators account for 90% of Confucian cultivators. Saying that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators is not impossible. Who was the great scholar who founded Confucian? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he asked with extreme curiosity. Speaking of Confucian cultivators, Fu Jiwen was also in high spirits, and he spoke frankly with assurance. Confucian cultivators are one of the most important schools of thought in the 100 schools of thought. Confucian cultivators use the 6 arts as their method: advocate, etiquette, music, benevolence, and righteousness. They advocate loyalty and forgiveness, and they advocate the golden mean. They advocate rule of virtue and benevolence. Confucian cultivators emphasize the function of education, and they believe that heavy education and light punishment is the only way for a country to be stable, and the people to be rich and happy. They advocate education without discrimination, and they should educate both the ruler and the ruled, so that the whole country from top to bottom becomes a person of high moral character. The founder of Confucian was surnamed Kong, and his name was Chiu. His courtesy name was Zhong-ni. He was from Yu Province's Lu country, and after he founded the Confucian school, he was revered as Confucius. Today, he is respectfully called Eternal Paragon by the later generations of hidden immortal continent. The core of his theory is benevolence. He advocates love, and demands that people should love each other and get along harmoniously. To realize benevolence, one must be tolerant of others, and do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. And the system or code of conduct that embodies benevolence is restrain oneself and return to etiquette. Confucius's works include poem, book, etiquette, music, and so on. These 5 books are the most famous, and they are often called the 5 classics by hidden immortal continent. Other than Confucius, there are 2 other important figures in Confucian. One is Meng Ku, whose courtesy name is Ziyu. Senior Meng Ku advocates benevolence, and further proposes that the people are the most important, the state comes second, and the ruler is the least important. His ethics is good by nature. The other is Sun Kuang, and people at that time called him Sun Qing. He advocates benevolence and righteousness, and the way of the king, and using virtue to convince people. He also proposed that the ruler is the boat, and the commoners are the water. The water carries the boat, and it also capsizes the boat. These 2 were also respectfully called Zi by later generations, Meng Zi and Sun Zi. The 4 books that hidden immortal continent often refers to, De Shui, the Golden Mean, the Analects and Meng Zi, were written by these 3 great scholars. Although the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators was passed down from ancient times, it doesn't matter what it was called in the beginning. After Confucian cultivators appeared, this cultivation method became Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua understood and sighed. The influence of Confucian cultivators on hidden immortal continent is so deep. These opinions and propositions, although they are not cultivation, they are enough to have an impact on cultivation. This 5 Qis unifications should be the manifestation of the noble Qi in the chest of Confucian cultivators being condensed to the extreme, right? Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Confucian cultivators emphasize on entering the world, which is different from Taoist cultivators. Therefore, all Confucian cultivators have their own opinions and opinions to govern the country and educate the people. This is related to cultivation, but also has nothing to do with it. This 5 Qis unifications is the purpose of Confucian cultivators. As long as one cultivates to the realm of 5 Qis unifications, one's physical body can become a saint, and one can ascend." Hiss. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he had thought of an inconceivable question. He almost blurted out, "Then, the place where Confucian cultivators ascend is the immortal world? Is this immortal world the same as the immortal world of Taoists?" "Ha ha." Fu Jiwen laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you want me to answer this question, I'm afraid you have to wait for me to cultivate to the realm of 5 Qis unifications, ascend to the immortal world, and then return from the immortal world. Right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua touched his nose and helplessly said, "This is indeed true." At this time, at the auction, the people who were as shocked as Fu Jiwen were also boiling with excitement. The people who were familiar with each other were not only whispering, but even the people who didn't know each other were also saying something loudly. If they weren't showing off their talent, then they were showing off their knowledge. Chapter 3283. Fellow Immortals, you can see it clearly. Yu Linfeng loudly said. This is the word Confucian, written by the Confucian school's senior Kong Liwen. When he wrote this scroll, he had already stepped into the realm of literary star. Therefore, the auspicious clouds of the 5 Qis unifications can also attract the starlight from the sky to destroy evil and exorcise demons. If this book was written by Confucius, the sage Kong Liwen, it would definitely be a clear cloud with a righteous aura. Not to mention the starlight, even if one's eyesight was slightly poor, they might not be able to see it. Fu Jiwen sighed. Unfortunately, this one has only heard of it. This is the first time I've seen the handwriting of a great Confucian scholar. Oh, why is that? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The Confucian school emphasizes the path of the golden mean. The golden mean is impartial and without fault. The common principle is the natural order of the heavens, the pinnacle of subtlety. Confucius's righteous aura must be quiet and without a trace, without the smoke and fire of the mortal world. This one understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of the sentence, within the Tao sect's magical techniques, the brilliant ones didn't necessarily have great power. It was precisely those magical techniques that contained terrifying power that were extremely restrained and wouldn't waste unnecessary spiritual qi. Seeing Yu Linfeng put away the scroll, the soaring righteous aura disappeared. Xiao Hua heard the bidding sounds downstairs and his heart itched. He secretly pondered whether he should also get one to play with. Actually, this path of the golden mean originated from Confucius, but it flourished with Zhu Xi, old man Zhu. Fu Jiwen sorted out his mood, slowly sat down and said casually, "What? Zhu Xi? Old man Zhu?" Xiao Hua heard this and was suddenly shocked. Is it the Confucian Zhu family? Oh, fellow Xiao actually knows about the Zhu family? Fu Jiwen was greatly surprised. Xiao Hua laughed, hee hee. This one can't possibly not know anything. I've heard of this Zhu family. I wonder how they are now. How are they now? A strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face again. He looked out of the window and said, the Zhu clan has been passed down since ancient times and has lived in Wuyuan County of Shuzhou. Back then, Zhu Xi, old Master Zhu's name shook the hidden immortal continent. He was known as another great master after Confucius who could be respected as Z. However, after the war between Confucianism and Buddhism, for some unknown reason, the once prosperous Zhu clan actually declined. In the end, it actually disappeared without a trace. Now, there are many surnames of Zhu on the hidden immortal continent, but I have never heard of anyone who is the true descendant of the Zhu clan. Xiao Hua inwardly nodded his head. He already understood that the Zhu family had likely been annihilated by the Tao sect. Their descendants should have been cursed by the Tao sect experts, causing them to slowly decline. It's a pity that the Zhu family has been annihilated, and so has the Zhu family's academic legacy. Fu Jiwen's face was filled with regret. Even now, there are still many students who frequently travel to Shuzhou's Wuyuan County to study, hoping to discover the heritage of the Zhu clan. That inheritance is second only to Confucius's knowledge. If you can get it, it will definitely be an amazing achievement. Obtaining and achieving are two different things. Xiaohua laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. But since you can get it, you might be able to break through the Zhu clan's academic legacy and become a great scholar. Fu Jiwen also nodded his head. Who wouldn't like this kind of temptation? It's still fame and fortune. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. While they were talking, the bidding for the authentic work of Senior Kong Liwen had finally reached the climax. Young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiaohua, seemed to be competing with another VIP on the third floor to raise the price, directly raising the price to a terrifying level. Unfortunately, in the end, young Master Duanmu actually had no choice but to give up when the other party only increased the price by one top-grade primeval stone. This made Xiaohua sigh endlessly. Perhaps the 3 top-grade primeval stones that Xiaohua used to obstruct him were the last few straws that broke the camel's back. The bidding for the authentic work of great scholar came to an end. The next bidding was still for the items of hidden immortal continent. However, these things were mostly refining techniques of imperial tools. Only some great refiners had use for them. Not only were there few people bidding, even Xiaohua was too lazy to listen. He could be considered to be proficient in the refining techniques of Dao sect and soul cultivators. He also knew a lot of refining techniques of the devil world. Imperial tools, in essence, most of them were derived from Dao sect's tools. Xiaohua could refine spirit tools. Why would he be greedy for the refining techniques of imperial tools? Young Master Fu. Xiaohua raised his hand and took out some spirit fruits from the space. He handed them to Fu Jiwen and said, "Try these spirit fruits, and then continue to analyze the remaining 10 great imperial tools with this Xiao." Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and took the spirit fruit. He gently took a bite, tasted it, and said, "Can I bring some back?" "Of course you can." Xiaohua nodded his head. However, these spirit fruits are full of heaven and earth primeval qi. People without cultivation are not suitable to eat. This one understands. Fu Jiwen carefully received some and replied, "My wife likes these things, but this one is incompetent and can hardly satisfy her request." "Oh, so it's like that." They shook hands and made peace, and vowed to be good for their families. When the two families made the vow, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl each took the Tranquil Heart Flute and Heavenly Melody Zither and flew out of the dangerous situation. The two were in love, and their love was stronger than gold. In the case of dying for love, the heavens were moved, and they actually obtained 2 imperial equipment in this dangerous situation. It was also these two who relied on these imperial equipment to change the blood feud between the two families. When the two cultivated to the 5 Qi unification realm, they received the conferring document from the Immortal Palace, and entered the Immortal Palace to serve. Made up. Hearing Fu Jiwen's words, Xiaohua unrestrainedly asserted, "Not only is this story cliché, it's also full of flaws. Not to mention that when the two met in the academy, they didn't inquire about each other's background, and not to mention that the two were able to walk together in the battle between the two families, and went into the dangerous situation together. Just this imperial equipment, it's impossible to control it right away. The final ending is even more bullshit. I'm afraid that the old woman gave the name of the Immortal Palace to her young granddaughter to make them happy, right?" Fu Jiwen shrugged, and said with a smile, "Maybe. But this story has been circulating in the hidden immortal continent for many years, and no one doubted it. Also, the Tranquil Heart Flute and Heavenly Melody Zither. These 2 imperial equipment are indeed from the Immortal Palace. It said that when the Immortal Palace sent soldiers to capture the demons who didn't submit to the Immortal Palace, someone personally saw the power of these 2 imperial equipment. That's what the Immortal Palace used to trick people, to make people admire the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua pointed with his hand, and said downstairs, "Just like this Yu Linfeng, saying so much, isn't it just to make people pay more origin stones?" Chapter 3284. By the way, what do you mean by Immortal Palace capturing unruly demons? Xiaohua asked in confusion. Does Immortal Palace still care about Hidden Immortal Continent? Hidden Immortal Continent has tens of thousands of countries and hundreds of millions of people. Fu Jiwen explained, These ordinary governance rights are all in the hands of the kings of the 10,000 countries. Immortal Palace naturally won't intervene. Even if the country's power changes, Immortal Palace still won't care. Even if a power different from Confucian cultivators appears, Immortal Palace may not intervene. But if these powers openly compete with Immortal Palace, openly oppose Confucian cultivators, and openly slaughter Confucian cultivators, then Immortal Palace will definitely kill them. According to what I know, 800 years ago, in the Yong province, there was a powerful bull demon who wanted to establish his own empire. Moreover, he treated the common people of the Yong province as his food. This angered the Immortal Palace, and they sent troops to kill that bull demon. Oh, isn't Bull Demon a demon of Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Can Immortal Palace just kill it? Xueqi asked in surprise. The real demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm have never disdained to come to Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise. The demons that can appear in Hidden Immortal Continent are not the orthodox demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Moreover, Thousand Demons' sacred realm's great sage palace has also publicly announced that any demon that enters Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise will be killed without mercy. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. So Immortal Palace also didn't show mercy to this bull demon. So that's how it is. Xueqi understood. When he was about to ask what the number 1 ranked imperial equipment was, Yu Linfeng pressed his hand down. The Hidden Immortal Continent's light ball that was just flickering with brilliance immediately dimmed, and the light ball next to it started to glow. Fellow Immortals, all the rare items of Hidden Immortal Continent's Confucian cultivators have been sold. Now, I will take out some rare items from Western Paradise. Please bid. As Yu Linfeng's voice fell, dang dang dang. The sound of the wooden fish rang out from the ball of light, and the complete Sanskrit chants rang out at the same time. Amit Ba. The old monks who were sitting steadily had no choice but to put their palms together and stand up to shout. Namo Amit Ba. A Buddhist chant resounded throughout the entire place. The ball of light suddenly expanded and turned into a barefooted Buddha that was several feet tall. He stood in the air, and the swastika character between his brows and the benevolence in his slightly opened eyes instantly attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh! The barefoot Buddha waved his hand, and it came crashing down like a mountain. Dang 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 dang. A series of hurried sounds of the wooden fish rang out again, and then there was a deathly silence. Whether it was the wooden fish or the Sanskrit chanting, both had disappeared. As the Buddha's huge hand pressed down, the entire Buddha flickered with golden light, and in a breath's time, it turned into fireflies. The fireflies danced in the air for a moment, and then condensed into the outline of the Nirvana world. Just like before, there were more than 10 slightly larger balls of light. These balls of light were different from the ones in the Hidden Immortal Continent. There were no other colors, only pure Buddhist light. Namo Amit Ba. Several old monks chanted in unison. As I heard, for a time, Bagafan lived at the top of the Eagle Peak in the royal residence city, along with a group of 1,250 people. They were all arhats, and they were all exhausted, no more worries, truly free. Their hearts were good, and their wisdom was good, like a wise horse or a great dragon. What they had done, they had abandoned all burdens, they had grasped their own benefits, and they were all tied up. They knew that they were free, and their hearts were free. Apart from Ananda, they lived alone and learned to obtain the fruit of pre-flow. Mahakasyapa was the highest. Several old monks were solemn as they chanted Buddhist scriptures. The entire auction house was silent for a moment, and then there was a lot of noise. Clearly, these Confucian cultivators were not very interested in Buddhism. Yu Linfeng had an apologetic smile on his face. He raised his hand and saluted to his left and right. My Hidden Immortal Continent is a land of etiquette. Since there are treasures of Buddhism here, we naturally have to respect them. We will wait for a moment, and it won't be too late to bid after these masters finish chanting. Yu Linfeng, hurry up. It's already late. I still have to go back and meditate with my beautiful concubine. Who's here to listen to their nonsense for no reason? Who would have thought that just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an irritable voice rang out. Not only was it blaming Yu Linfeng, it was also ridiculing Buddhism's old monks. Yu Linfeng saw that everyone was unhappy and bitterly smiled. Since it's like this, then I will start bidding. With that, Yu Linfeng grabbed with his hand, and a Buddhist light flew out from the outline of the Pure Land and landed in front of Yu Linfeng. When the Buddhist light faded away, It was a monk's staff. That monk's staff had 6 dragons coiled around it, and each dragon head was extremely ferocious. Where was the benevolent appearance of Buddhism? This is one of the 18 treasures of the Pure Land. It is said to be the personal item of the famous Buddhist monk, Miao Chen. These 6 dragons are the protectors of Buddhism. This monk's staff has the power of 6 dragons after using Buddhism's secret technique. And with this 6-dragon monk staff, one can also ride the wind. Yu Linfeng gave a brief introduction, then continued. I'm afraid that only Buddhism's experts can clearly see the mysteries of this monk's staff. I'm not fated with Buddhism, so I can't explain it clearly. The starting price of this monk's staff is 10 upper-grade vitality stones, and each increment is 1 upper-grade vitality stone. I invite the fated person to make a bid. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately raised their hand to bid, out of Xiaohua's expectations. Strange. Xiaohua laughed. Weren't there a lot of people making a racket just now? Why didn't they wait for these monks to finish reciting the scriptures before making a move? Could it be that they're trying to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Fu Jiwen looked around and hesitated. He whispered, I'm not sure about this situation. I remember that when I came down last time, there were very few people bidding for these Buddhist artifacts. Most of them weren't sold. Perhaps these people were planted by Zhai Xinglu? Xiaohua frowned. They want the old monks of Buddhism to pay more vitality stones? Not necessarily. Fu Jiwen shook his head. These old monks of Buddhism don't care about ordinary Buddhist artifacts. They're eager to throw the Buddhist artifacts, scriptures, and Buddhas from Nirvana to hidden immortal continent. What they care about are the relics of the eminent monks. Although those relics contain the psyche power of the eminent monks, most of it is the karma of the eminent monks. These karma are extremely difficult to control and can only be transcended using Buddhism. If it's obtained by someone with ill intentions, it may have an adverse effect on Buddhism. Moreover, relics are also the bodies of the eminent monks. Buddhism won't let them wander outside and want to bring them back to Nirvana to be buried. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, these bidders should have the cultivation of Buddhism. I'm afraid that's the case. Seeing the auction gradually becoming lively, Fu Jiwen sighed. Buddhism's invasion of Confucian cultivators is very serious. Bronze Pillar Country strictly forbids Taoist and Buddhist temples, but it can't stop Confucian cultivators from practicing Buddhism's cultivation methods. Many Confucian cultivators who can't make any progress in Confucian cultivation may turn their eyes to Taoist and Buddhist sects, wanting to use them to advance their cultivation. And Buddhism's cultivation methods and heart sutras have always been given away casually. Confucian cultivators with cultivation experience can easily enter the sect. In the long run, hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators will no longer be Confucian. Young Master Fu, Xiaohua said with a smile. Don't ask others to worry. Don't you also have the cultivation of Taoist? Fu Jiwen hesitated slightly and shook his head slightly. My situation is different from theirs and also different from fellow Xiao. All right. Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter. After all, this matter already involved Fu Jiwen's secret. But at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. All right, young Master Fu. Didn't you say that there would be flying imperial devices from hidden immortal continent? Why aren't there any? The last time I came, I saw Bright Moon Palace bid for quite a few flying imperial devices. This time, I'm afraid there aren't any left? Fu Jiwen said hesitantly. Or perhaps, when the last few imperial devices are up for auction, we'll bid again? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the auction. After the 6 dragon staff, there were some other Buddhist artifacts, or prayer beads, or alms bowls, or incense burners. There was even a water bottle with a willow stuck on it. Seeing the aqua vase appear, Xiaohua almost jumped up. However, when he saw the numerous sprouts on the willow tree that were trying their best to grow, he sat down. It was very obvious that the willow tree branch was a living thing. Perhaps it was broken off by some little bird at dusk and inserted into the aqua vase. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua asked again, Young Master Fu, do you know what the Buddhist sect's Bhikkhu's 18 objects are? Of course I know. Fu Jiwen said very casually. The 18 objects are the 18 objects that Buddhist sect's eminent monks often carry with them. These 18 objects are the Buddhist sect's eminent monks' protection. Unfortunately, one of them has committed a minor sin. Among them, there are 3 grades: heavy, medium, and light. That is, Li San Yi is shedding, which is a heavy sin. Li Bo is Tuji Luo, which is a medium sin. The rest are light sins. These ordinary Buddhist sect monks only use 6 kinds of things: Li San Yi, Li Bo, and water pouch. These 6 kinds of things are known as the bhikkhu's 6 objects. Although this humble one did not deliberately listen to these things, the monks who are everywhere often preach them. This humble one listened and understood. Immediately after, Fu Jiwen looked at the kasaya that he was bidding for. He pointed at it and said, "In fact, these 18 objects are what ordinary people need in life. They are Yangji, which is a wooden chip used to remove the stench in the mouth. Bathing bean, which is a powder ground from soybeans, beans and peas, which is used for bathing and washing. Li San Yi, which refers to the 3 kinds of clothes of Sangha, Yudoro, and Ontua. Li Bo, which refers to the army's 3 kinds of clothes. Li Bo, which is a water bottle used to hold water for washing or drinking. Li Bo, which is also known as a measuring vessel, which is used to hold food. Li Bo, which is a cloth on the ground or on the bed when sitting or lying down. Li Bo, which is a staff with a li bo on the head. When walking, the li bo vibrates to alert people of insects on the road, or when begging to attract people's attention. Incense burner, which is an instrument used to burn incense and invite Buddhas. Li Bo, which is also known as a water filter, a cloth used to filter insects in water. Li Bo, which is a cloth used to wipe hands, including face wipes, body wipes, and feet wipes. Knife, which is used to cut clothes, shave hair, and cut claws. Li Bo, which is a flintlock used to strike a fire. Li Bo, which is a tool used to pluck out nose hairs or thorns. Li Bo, which is a bed made of rope, which is convenient for sitting in meditation. Chapter 3285. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. I thought the 18 objects were some profound things, but it turns out it's just like this. However, the Buddhist artifacts of the Buddhist sect need to be supported by the Buddhist Dharma. They need to be constantly nourished by their psyche power, so most of the Buddhist artifacts come from these 18 objects. Fu Jiwen pointed out the strangeness, because these 18 objects don't leave the monk's side every day. Forget it. Thinking about the kasaya on top of his Buddha Saraira, the 9-dragon staff, and even the clear water bottle, all of which were things that the old monk never left his body for who knows how many years ago, Xiaohua felt a bit sick of them. However, since they were all worn by the Buddha Saraira, Xiaohua didn't think of throwing them away. The fun is here. Just when Xiaohua was feeling disgusted by the Buddhist artifacts and was somewhat distracted, Fu Jiwen suddenly stood up from the chair and walked to the window with a smile. Oh! Xiaohua was also curious. He looked outside and saw that there were dozens of jade boxes lined up in front of Yu Linfeng. Each jade box was wide open, and inside were sarairas as big as chicken eggs and as small as soybeans. These sarairas were of different quality. Some emitted pure Buddhist light while others emitted multicolored light. Not only Xiaohua, who had already condensed a 4th-stage lotus platform, could tell at a glance, but even a Confucian scholar who didn't have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect could also tell. However, Yu Linfeng's voice sounded again. Fellow immortals, these are the sarairas of the Buddhist monks that my Zhai Xing Lu painstakingly found near Yu province. As for the use of these sarairas, there are Buddhist monks here, so I can't say it clearly. However, if there's anyone who doesn't know, you can go to my Zhai Xing Lu's place to look for it. All I have to say is that the Buddhist light is incomparably pure and can perfectly blend with the righteous energy of my Confucian cultivator. The base price of each of these Buddhist relics is 1 top-grade primeval stone. Damn it. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the hidden immortal continent 1 top-grade primeval stone. What kind of concept is that? Just now, the true work of the great Confucian scholar only used a top-grade primeval stone as the base price. How could these relics have a base price of 1 top-grade primeval stone? What was more special was that these relics were of different qualities. Zhai Xinglu's starting price was one supreme-grade primordial stone. Wasn't that clearly bullying? However, someone had really stepped forward to be bullied by Zhai Xinglu. As soon as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a voice shouted, "I'll add 10 top-grade source stones for that untainted relic. This old man will add 50 upper-grade primordial stones. No, a relic of this quality can raise my nature energy by 2 grades. I'll give you 2 supreme-grade primordial stones, haha." Fu Jiwen laughed. These people are really not afraid of trouble. Last time, when everyone made fun of these old monks, they still cared about their reputation and added upper-grade primordial stones one by one. This time, they actually added 2 top-grade primordial stones at once. Are they sure that these old monks are going to take action? Xiao Hua faintly smiled and asked, if the old monk were to go into silent meditation, this Xiao would like to see how they will deal with this. That won't happen. Fu Jiwen shook his head and said, Buddhism emphasizes that monks don't lie. Whatever they say should definitely be believed. According to this one's knowledge, every time Zhai Xinglu holds this kind of auction, they will definitely be present. All the relics will never be left behind. All of them will be bought by them. Humph. Monks don't lie? Say that again after you've seen people like Han Zhu? Xiao Hua was rather disapproving of this sentence, but hearing the end, Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. Then how much primordial stones will they spend? Fu Jiwen snorted and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you see who is behind them? Who? Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something, but he still asked. Behind them are the kind men and women of Burial Immortal Continent and Western Paradise Continent. The daily offerings of these trillions of kind men and women are unimaginable to ordinary people. These monks are relying on these offerings to straighten their backs and dare to challenge here. This is why they dare to say that every relic must be bought. Fu Jiwen sneered, it is also because of this, the relics here. These monks must buy them. Otherwise, they won't be able to answer to these kind men and women. Say. Xiao Hua listened and looked at the several monks whose expressions were calm as if they were not affected by the increasing bidding price of the relics. He sighed and said, respectfully welcoming the relics of the eminent monks back to Western Paradise Continent and letting the departed souls of these eminent monks rest in peace. This is originally a very good thing. If both sides were kind, it would be a good thing. But now one side is trying their best to raise the price, secretly rejoicing in their own gains while the other side is fearless and unhesitatingly taking out the offerings of others. This is already not a good thing to respectfully welcome, but an evil thing to flaunt. I'm afraid this is one of the methods Buddhism uses to attract believers in Burial Immortal Continent, right? Fu Jiwen thought carefully and of course also felt sad. He nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Even if this one is just a bystander, watching the show, it seems like I'm also helping the tyrant. That's natural. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the entire Bright Moon Palace. And this Zhai Xinglu is the chief evil and also the instigator. The secular people are right. Money is the source of all evil. Zhai Xinglu accumulates wealth like this. At this point, Fu Jiwen did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Seeing that the monk from the Buddhist sect did not respond, the several Confucian scholars who had been aggressively bidding immediately lost their confidence. They began to raise the price one by one. However, the number of people who raised the price also decreased. Quite a number of people chose to withdraw. After all, not everyone was willing to try this kind of stimulation that was similar to beating drums and passing flowers. Amitba. Suddenly, one of the few old monks who looked relatively young took a step forward. He put his palms together and bowed to the surroundings. These relics are something that my Buddhist sect must obtain. I'm sure everyone already knows that. As for the meaning of the relics, this old monk also does not want to say much. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhism sect. This old monk is under the orders of the Buddha Lord to welcome them back to Western Paradise Continent. These relics can increase a Confucian cultivator's noble spirit, but correspondingly, the negative karma in the relics will also be added to the cultivator's body. Everyone here does not understand the secret arts of my Buddhism sect and does not know how to eliminate negative karma and get rid of negative karma. In the future, you will definitely be tired of this negative karma. Therefore, this old monk advises everyone here that greed is easy to breed and negative karma is difficult to eliminate. Practicing honestly is the right path. As he spoke, the monk pointed at the dozens of relics floating in the air. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhist sect's Arhat. My Buddha Lord is willing to redeem each wandering soul with 3 supreme-grade primordial stones. If anyone here is willing to pay a higher price than my Buddhism sect, then please go ahead. My Arhat's wandering souls cannot rest in peace in Western Paradise continent. My Buddhist sect's hundreds of millions of benefactors who sincerely worship Buddha will also not be at ease. This monk. Upstairs, Fujiwen was stunned. He actually dares to threaten? Looks like the Buddhism sect also has no surplus food. Xiaohua sighed and looked at Yu Linfeng. He knew this monk's threat was nothing. The only one who would suffer losses was Zhai Xinglu. Yu Linfeng's brows frowned a little. Then he laughed and said loudly, "The Buddhist sect's master has already made a big bid. I wonder which immortal friend wants to increase the price? How can there be anyone who wants to charge forward?" Fu Jiwen lost interest and walked back to the chair from the window. He sat down and said, "This is hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones. Who can afford it?" Just now, this monk already said those harsh words. If some idiot increases the price by 1 supreme-grade primordial stone and these monks really give up, wouldn't this idiot cry himself to death? What if I take this idiot? Xiao Hua looked at the dozens of relics, his heart beating wildly, and he almost blurted out, "TCH." Fu Jiwen was disdainful. Fellow Taoist Xiao is neither a Confucian cultivator nor a member of the Buddhism sect. Why would you take this idiot? If you want to be, it should be someone from Zhai Xinglu. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly suppressed the greed in his heart. Nonsense, it was a blessing to have 3 cultivators, but from another point of view, it was a great tragedy. In this conflict between Confucians and Buddhists, he might be caught in the middle. He might as well be a Taoist loose cultivator. Why would he expose his Buddhism sect cultivation for no reason? That's true, Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the scene. He smiled and said, "I bet that Zhai Xinglu will definitely test it out." Fu Jiwen shook his head slightly. "I don't think so because there's really no need. Let's wait and see." Xiao Hua smiled but didn't say anything. Sure enough, after Yu Linfeng's words fell, no one spoke. After half a cup of tea's time, Yu Linfeng said helplessly, "If no one bids, this old man will add 3 supreme-grade primordial stones for each relic." A slightly shaky voice came from downstairs. "Damn it!" Fu Jiwen almost jumped out of his chair. "This is too fake." The people downstairs. Can they have hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones? According to the rules, they have no right to bid at all. Haha, there's no need to be so angry. Xiao Hua smiled. This is just like how young Master Duanmu tested me. Zhai Xinglu must give the Buddhism sect face, and the Buddhism sect must give Zhai Xinglu an answer. This auction is just a question and answer, nothing more. And this Xiao is sure that the bidder will definitely get something from this supreme-grade primordial stone. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua thought, the monk said lightly, "This old monk will add 1 supreme-grade primordial stone for each relic." That person didn't make a sound. Yu Linfeng laughed and waved his hand. The dozens of jade boxes closed at the same time and flew to the monk. The monk bowed and said, "Amitba, many thanks to Zhai Xinglu for your help." Chapter 3286. With a wave of the monk's yellow robes, the dozens of jade boxes disappeared at the same time. Then, with another wave of his hand, a small cosmos bag flew out of his sleeve and slowly landed in front of Yu Linfeng. "This is the ransom for the dozens of Buddhas. Yu Linfeng, please check it." Monks don't lie. I know that. Yu Linfeng naturally wouldn't check it and accepted it with a smile. Then, when he saw the old monks turn around and leave without a word, he hurriedly shouted, "I'll see you off, masters." Amitba. The monks left, but a Buddhist chant that was as clear as spring water was left in the auction. Haha, an eminent monk is indeed an eminent monk. Although this Buddhist chant didn't contain a trace of psychokinesis, it was enough to hear one's heart. Yu Linfeng hurriedly laughed and said, "They turned around and left without leaving a speck of dust behind. Since the masters have left, Zhai Xinglu's auction is about to end. The treasures from the Pure Land have already fallen to the ground. Zhai Xinglu still has some items from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. However, The Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is too dangerous for the human race. These items are not even comparable to the ones from the Pure Land. Of course, these few items are definitely the best of the best. That's why Zhai Xinglu has always placed the items from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm at the end of the auction. Come on. Yu Linfeng finished speaking and waved his hand. Caw. A bird's cry that shook the entire place was suddenly heard. An extremely small light spot flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the light spot transformed into a bird that was several feet large. This bird looked like an eagle, but it wore a golden crown on its head. Under the golden crown, the majestic eagle's eyes shone with a light that couldn't be looked at directly. Boom! The bird spread its wings as it landed, and thousands of streams of light flew out from its huge wings. When the bird stretched its neck and let out a long cry, the thousands of streams of light rushed into the outline of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and turned into a few spots of light. Fellow Taoist Xiao. On the balcony, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. I lost the bet earlier. I admit defeat. Haha, actually you didn't lose. Xiao Hua looked at the bird's shadow with interest and said with a smile, it's just that you never had the chance to come into contact with these scheming people, so you don't know what they're thinking. A loss is a loss. Fu Jiwen waved his hand. Fine, since you've lost, then tell me, what is the name of this bird? Why can it replace the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Xiao Hua pointed. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Fu Jiwen actually shook his head and said, I know very little about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and I don't know what this flying beast is. If I'm not wrong, then this beast should be a great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Only a great sage can represent the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Alright, then what is a great sage? Saints are supreme beings. Fu Jiwen explains, our hidden immortal continent saints are supreme beings in the human realm. The great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is the title of the most powerful demon. Xiao Hua was naturally not satisfied with this kind of answer. He waved his hand and said, if you don't know, then you don't know. It seems like you really don't know. It's not just me who doesn't know. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. The Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is a place where thousands of demons gather. If we humans go there, we'll be their food. In my hidden immortal continent, other than the great grandmaster and above seniors who have the qualifications to explore the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, no one else has ever been there. If fellow Xiao asks 100 people, it's already not bad if one person can answer clearly. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. You better reveal the mystery of the top 10 Imperial equipment. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the number 1 Imperial equipment will be. What can it be? Fu Jiwen smiled mysteriously and said, fellow Xiao has never practiced martial arts before, so I'm afraid you don't know what it means to practice the blade for 100 days, practice the spear for 1,000 days, practice the sword for 10,000 days, right? Xiao Hua was startled and asked curiously, could it be that young Master Fu has practiced martial arts before? Of course. Fu Jiwen said proudly, hidden immortal continent's Confucian scholars all have to practice the 6 arts. Martial arts, sword arts, and so on are all things that must be learned. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. The top of the top 10 Imperial equipment is the sword. Right. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, the sword is an ancient sacred item, the most revered and noble, worshipped by humans and gods. It's the ancestor of short weapons, a weapon for close combat. With its profound Tao skills, it became a legend. In fact, because it's light and convenient to carry, it's beautiful to wear, and it's quick to use, the hidden immortal continent's various dynasties, princes, emperors, marquises, scholars, swordsmen, merchants and commoners, all of them take pride in it. Since ancient times, the sword and its skills have been unhindered in the battlefield, dominating the martial arts world, establishing a country, and upholding justice. Thus, it has been passed down to this day, and is still loved by the people of the world. With its glorious history, it's deeply rooted in people's hearts, and can be passed down without decline. The top of the top 10 Imperial equipment is precisely the tender-like water sword. Tender-like water. Sword. Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to erase is the grace of a beauty. The sorrow of a beauty's feelings is like flowing water, if it can't be cut off, it will be chaotic. This tender-like water sword is truly outstanding. That's right. This tender-like water sword is like its name, a soft sword. The entire sword is transparent like water. When placed in water, it's the same as water. The sword's body is warm. After this sword is cut off, it can automatically fuse back together. Just like feelings. It can't be truly cut off. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xueqi said thoughtfully, if it's only like this, how can it be the #1 imperial equipment? The sharpest thing in this world is tenderness, and the most hurtful thing in this aristocratic family is also tenderness. This tender-like water sword can open the heavens with water droplets. When Fu Jiwen talked about tenderness, his eyes unexpectedly also showed tenderness. As long as there are still feelings in their hearts, they can't escape the attack of this tender-like water sword. It's said that in the past, the hidden immortal continent's pear blossom fairy was injured and abandoned by the nobles of the immortal palace. In a rage, she held the tender-like water sword and killed her way to the immortal palace. In front of the southern heavenly gate, her sword soared through the sky and annihilated tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. When Empress Dowager led the immortal palace's Star River to kill the fairy's sword cut the Star River into two. Unfortunately, this tender-like water sword was broken by the starlight in the Star River, and turned into a morning star that disappeared into the horizon. The pear blossom fairy even charged into the Star River with hatred, and her body and soul were destroyed. From then on, no matter what imperial equipment was born, it would be difficult for it to surpass. This tender-like water sword has always been listed as the #1 imperial equipment. Sigh, Xueqi sighed. This is another sad but beautiful story. I wonder if this story is the #1 imperial equipment story? Or is it tender-like water sword that is the #1 imperial equipment? What's the difference? Fu Jiwen laughed. The things you can't get are always the best. The faintly discernible legends are always the most beautiful. The memories in a person's heart are always the most profound. Strange, hearing this, Xueqi suddenly thought of his own wishful staff and immediately interrupted. The ancestor of short weapons, the staff is also the #1 weapon. Why isn't there a staff in the top 10 imperial equipment? Staff? Fu Jiwen scratched his head and laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao must be joking. A staff? Isn't it just a staff? How can it be in the top 10 imperial equipment? Forget it. I won't play the lute to a cow with you. Xueqi casually waved his hand, but before he could continue, his expression changed and he hurriedly looked at the auction hall. In front of Yu Linfeng, there was a jade slip. That's right, it was a jade slip commonly seen in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, it was floating in front of Yu Linfeng. Yu Linfeng said, Fellow Taoists, this item is the jade I used by the ancient Taoists before they were destroyed by us Confucian cultivators. It should have been placed in the Taoist trifling item auction, but because this item was obtained from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, it wasn't taken out until now. This item's inspection method is different from the jade eye. After Zhai Xinglu obtained it, we searched through the ancient records and found out that this item was called a jade slip. After that, Zhai Xinglu specially found a Taoist expert and used their unique divine sense to inspect it. Only then did we find out that it was a 5 elements escape technique. Oh, to be more specific, it should be a commonly seen high-level escape technique in the hidden immortal continent called the water avoidance technique. This item is really rare. At least, I've never heard of it before. According to the person who inspected it, after practicing this escape technique, one can borrow the water of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to fly. It's even more powerful than us using the water avoidance technique to travel in the Jianghu. When the Taoist sect was flourishing, it must have been extremely precious. However, now that the Taoist sect has declined, according to that person, there isn't even a person who can use the elementary water escape technique. How could there be someone who needs this higher-level escape technique? Even when Zhai Xinglu saw that this item was of little value and wanted to sell it to that person bitterly smiled and refused. Thus, Zhai Xinglu could only bring it here to bid. It's a bit strange. Although Xueqi was excited, he had already calmed down. He pinched his chin and said curiously, Why did this guy say such a secret so clearly? Isn't he afraid that no one will bid? Haha. Fu Jiwen at the side laughed and said, This is the 3rd time I've heard this. This whatever jade slip is the same as the amplifying thunderwood that I want. No one will bid for it. If not for it being more rare than the amplifying thunderwood and having a higher base price, this guy would have already taken it out when the bidding started. What's the base price of this item? Xueqi hurriedly asked. 1 piece of top-grade primeval stone. Fu Jiwen was really familiar with it and said without hesitation. Xiao Hua cursed loudly. Damn it, this is indeed a rare item worth hoarding. This kind of broken jade slip is actually sold for one piece of top-grade primeval stone? Yes, this item is just like the golden core cultivation method. In some people's eyes, this item is trash. But in the eyes of others, this item is a peerless treasure. Zhai Xinglu fancied this point and would rather smash it in their hands than lower the price. The base price of this jade slip is 50 top-grade primeval stones. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to finish speaking, Yulin Feng cut the base price of the jade slip in half. Damn it, Fu Jiwen immediately jumped up. This young master has waited for this auction 3 times and that amplifying thunder didn't even lower the price of a single primeval stone. How can this jade slip be lower just like that? This is too unfair. Chapter 3287. Hee, it's not unfair. It's your bad character. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand. I bid 51 high-grade source stones. Ayo, fellow Xiao. Fu Jiwen hurriedly shouted. You bid too early, others can see that you're determined to get it. That's right. Since I'm determined to get it, then I naturally have to let others know. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the opposite side, where Duanmu Young Master was. 52 high-grade source stones. Sure enough, Duanmu Young Master's voice leisurely came. Xiao Hua confidently said, 53. Fu Jiwen naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. This Duanmu Young Master was probably the biggest obstacle to Xiao Hua bidding for this jade slip, or even the only obstacle. No matter when Xiao Hua opened his mouth, Duanmu Young Master would definitely return the favor from last time. Since that was the case, why didn't Xiao Hua open his mouth earlier? AI, what a pity. Fu Jiwen stomped his feet. Fellow Xiao, I'm afraid there are even better things later. You let him return it too early. Not early, not early. Xiao Hua also leisurely said, I've benefited a lot from this auction. This item will be the last item to bid. I won't be able to use any of the items in the future. Besides, even if there are more in the future, I'll just continue to bid. Who would be afraid of them? Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua thought, Duanmu Young Master only bid once and didn't say anything else. It seemed to be to return Xiao Hua's favor. And somewhere in Bright Moon Palace, Zhu Qing, who had been watching the entire auction with a sullen face, sighed again. Hi, such a good favor, why? Let it go so easily? Could it be that Xiao Hua really needs this jade slip? And his strength is so strong that he's not afraid of the Duanmu family? Okay, this senior bids 53 high-grade source stones. Yulin Feng saw that the useless jade slip was finally sold as he wished, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, if no one bids, this item will be this senior's. 55 high-grade source stones. Just as Xiao Hua was about to call out Xueqi with a smile, another voice came from downstairs. Xiao Hua's face turned cold. Looking up, it was the person who bid for the golden core cultivation method. Are you crazy? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Fu Jiwen scolded in sympathy. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already helped him bid for a gold core cultivation method. How can he repay kindness with enmity? Or perhaps, his identity as a cultivator of the Tao sect has already been exposed, so he can't add insult to injury. Young Master Fu, you're using the wrong words to make things worse. You should be trying to create new problems. Xiao Hua said coldly. That's right, that's right. Fu Jiwen chuckled. After chatting with Xiao Hua for so long, Fu Jiwen felt like they were old friends at first sight. Unconsciously, he had already regarded Xiao Hua as an old friend. He won't be bidding again soon, Xiao Hua said indifferently. He raised his hand and said, 56 high-grade primordial stones. Immediately after he muttered, could it be that this guy is blaming me for not helping him bid for the golden core cultivation method? Or do you think that I'm making fun of you? Humph, no matter what, you made me spend 2 high-grade primordial stones for nothing. Good, this fellow Taoist has increased the price. Fellow Taoist downstairs, are you going to increase the price? Yulin Feng appeared excited again, as if every increase in price could excite him. Ah, Just as Yu Linfeng was anticipating the increase in price, below the balcony, the cultivator who had just bid screamed for no reason, and then resisted the urge to say anything else. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Fu Jiwen's eyes darted around, looking at Xiao Hua as he said in a low voice. He, using virtue to convince people, using virtue to convince people. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. I've always advocated using virtue to convince people. Fellow Taoist, are you going to increase the price? Yu Linfeng was rather surprised, but he didn't have any other thoughts. After all, the Bright Moon Palace was surrounded by many experts from Star Plucking Tower, and they weren't afraid of others causing trouble. Since no one shouted to stop, it couldn't have been done by that mysterious senior upstairs. The Taoist cultivator who instigated the internal strife naturally wouldn't bid, and even the meddlesome people in the surroundings didn't dare to make a sound. Young Master Duanmu was even more bewildered as he looked at the similarly illusory window in front of him, thinking about something unknown. Good. Yu Linfeng's anticipated climax didn't come, and he could only somewhat dejectedly point his finger, and the jade slip slowly flew towards Xiao Hua's window. Seeing the jade slip fly towards him, Xiao Hua had the urge to use heaven and earth in the sleeve, as if only by holding this item in his hand would his heart be at ease. Of course, Xiao Hua's current magic power wasn't enough to support heaven and earth in the sleeve, and the current Xiao Hua didn't seem to be as impetuous as he was back in the Dawn Rain continent. He only looked, indifferently looked, and his eyes didn't move from the jade slip at all, as if he already had a card up his sleeve, and wasn't afraid of anyone coming to snatch it from him. It was as if he was completely certain that even if this jade slip was snatched away by someone, he would still be able to take it back. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua, who seemed to be a young lad, had already begun to transform, whether it was his temperament or bearing. Perhaps it was because of time, or perhaps it was because of a great change. In short, at this moment, Xiao Hua, who hadn't recovered much magic power, and whose divine abilities weren't even 30% of his peak, actually had a confidence he never had before. Xiaoyi. Xiao Hua took the jade slip and said, "Should this old man hand over the origin stones to you now?" Xiaoyi answered and entered, then hastily waved her hand and said, "Reporting to Senior, as long as there's a bid below a supreme-grade origin stone, Senior doesn't need to immediately hand over the origin stones. This is a kind of treatment for distinguished guests." "No need." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, took out a supreme-grade origin stone, and handed it to Xiaoyi saying, "This kind of treatment doesn't have any practical meaning." Senior, you'll soon know the treatment for distinguished guests." Xiaoyi took the origin stone, pursed her lips and smiled, then lowered her head and left. "What kind of treatment do distinguished guests have?" Xiao Hua used his divine sense to enter the jade slip, carefully probing it, and asked Fu Jiwen again. Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread out his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm just joking. This is the first time I've entered a distinguished guest's room. How could I know the treatment for distinguished guests?" However, after thinking for a moment, he probed again. If it's the most obvious treatment, it might be when bidding for the last few treasures. After a certain price, the cultivators downstairs aren't allowed to bid. They're probably afraid that they can't afford the origin stones, so they're blindly shouting there. And Xiao Hua answered indifferently. Fu Jiwen couldn't clearly see Xiao Hua's appearance in the stardust, but he also understood that Xiao Hua was probing the water escape technique. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua put the jade slip into the space, and handed it over to the green-robed Xiao Hua to comprehend. At this moment, Xiao Hua was really happy. Although this water escape technique wasn't a high-grade water escape technique like Yu Linfeng said, it was still a mid-grade water escape technique. After fusing with the water, it was an escape technique that relied on the water energy of heaven and earth to fly. In other words, as long as it was a place with water energy of heaven and earth, one could use this escape technique to fly. It wasn't like before where there was real water to be able to escape. As for the water avoidance technique from the West Sea, Xiao Hua had already finished comprehending it with the Buddha's Saraira. That technique was very strange and required the so-called origin energy to be used. However, Xiao Hua didn't know what origin energy was, so he couldn't test it out. Xiao Hua closed his eyes for a moment and pondered a little. He knew that although these two water escape techniques weren't of the same origin, the realms of the escape techniques were connected. If he finished cultivating the water avoidance technique, he could naturally continue to cultivate the mid-grade water escape technique. "Oh, right. Isn't there someone in front of us who knows about origin energy?" It's a waste not to ask. Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen, who was also silently looking at the auction, and came to a realization. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Young Master Fu, I still have a question to ask. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you so polite? Please ask." Fu Jiwen hurriedly moved his gaze away from the window and said with a smile. Xiaohua said, "I would like to ask, what is origin energy? Is it the magic power of Confucian cultivators?" "Yes," Fu Jiwen said curiously, "Taoism is magic power, Buddhism is psychokinesis, Confucian cultivators are naturally origin energy. But why do some demons' cultivation techniques also mention origin energy?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "This is what I don't understand." "Oh, I understand," Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "Does fellow Taoist know about the 9 grades of origin energy and the 27th rank?" "I naturally know about this." Xiaohua nodded. "Then it's easy to explain." Fu Jiwen explained, because the 3 continents have magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. "Oh, I'm not very clear about the 1,000 demons sacred realm. This kind of classification is too heterogeneous. However, some cultivation techniques can be used regardless of magic power, psychokinesis, or origin energy. Therefore, Confucian cultivators use origin energy to refer to all magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy." "So it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and said, "These Confucian cultivators are really tyrannical. Origin energy is 9 grades. The substitution of origin energy is convenient for them. It can't be helped." "Who asked the hidden immortal continent to have the most Confucian cultivators?" Fu Jiwen smiled, then pointed outside the window and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you just say that you want to look for flying equipment? Now they have already started to bid for flying demonic beasts. Why don't you take a look?" "Okay." Xiaohua responded and looked outside the window. However, he was ecstatic in his heart. Since magic power can be used as origin energy, then when his magic power is fully recovered, he can naturally use the water escape technique. In other words, he can already use the complete 5 elements escape technique. His light escape technique cultivation has indeed taken a solid step. At this moment, in front of Yu Linfeng, there is a row of over 10 eggs of different sizes, which are also emitting different kinds of bewitching brilliance. The shape of these eggs is as strange as the halo. Some are oval, some are flat, some are gourd-shaped, and there are even some that are long. There are even some eggs that are faintly flickering, as if these eggs are lightly breathing. "These are demonic beast eggs?" Xiaohua squinted his eyes and asked Fu Jiwen in a low voice. Chapter 3288. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to answer, Yu Linfeng unfolded his fan and pretended to wave it a few times. He smiled and said, "What fellow immortals are looking at is naturally the eggs of the extremely precious birds and beasts of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Everyone knows that the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent can't be compared to the demons of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. They can't rely on their physical bodies to fly long distances. They can only rely on flying tools and birds. Generally, flying tools requires primeval stones and primeval energy. Sometimes, it also consumes divine sense. Birds for transportation don't need to be so troublesome. As long as you communicate with them, you don't need to think too much. You can sleep and be taken away by the birds. What's more, a well-trained bird is a great help to us. They can also help you kill any evil cultivators you encounter. And these birds and flying beasts are best raised from young. Sign a blood contract with them before they hatch. If you erase the blood contract with the birds and flying beasts, then sign a new one. The bird spirituality will disappear a lot. The eggs of the birds and flying beasts in front of me are all from the 1,000 demons sacred realm. They weren't raised in captivity by the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the spirituality of these birds and flying beasts after they hatch. Of course, if any fellow immortal is unlucky and can't hatch the eggs, or if the hatched demonic beast doesn't have spirituality, my Zhaixing Lu won't take responsibility." "Ha!" Yu Linfeng teased a few words. He flung his fan and said, "The first egg is a cloud crane egg. The starting price is 5 high-grade primeval stones. 6. 10. Following Yu Linfeng's words, the entire auction hall became lively again. After all, these flying beasts were commonly used. Many people came here for these eggs. How could they be patient? They hurriedly bid. That fellow Taoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Seeing that he didn't do anything, he said with a smile, I want to bid for a wood-attributed green crane. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can help me. Xiao Hua smiled and said, No problem, you can bid as much as you want. It's not what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks. Fu Jiwen said with some shame, Dao friend helped me bid for the thunder amplification wood, so I should have given all these high-grade primeval stones to Dao friend. However, I have been thinking that these upper-grade primordial stones are not enough to compensate fellow Taoist. I don't know how I can compensate or repay fellow Taoist. But now, I'm not paying attention to fellow Taoist's gift, and I'm bidding for the birds instead. All right. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. There's no need to mention this again. Just now, young Master Fu gave me a lot of pointers, and that's more than enough to repay him. Young Master Fu, you can bid as much as you want. There's no need to think too much about it. All right. Fu Jiwen sighed. Actually, the reason why I bid for the green crane is because I want to wait for my wife to escape and take her to travel the world. Escape. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, thinking that he had misheard, but Fu Jiwen seemed to have blurted it out. His face was a little embarrassed, and he immediately looked out the window, not saying another word. Since Fu Jiwen didn't say anything, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't ask any more. Soon, the price of the cloud crane egg reached 23 high-grade primordial stones, and it was bought by a cultivator downstairs. Following that, the fire snake, blue luan, cloud howl, Xueqi, shi hong, and other bird beasts were all bought by 20 or so high-grade primordial stones. Unfortunately, these bird beasts were not of the wood attribute. Fu Jiwen didn't say anything. Fu Jiwen, who always looked calm, was actually a little anxious. He stood in front of the windowsill and looked at the decreasing number of beast eggs. Fortunately, when the third last beast egg was auctioned, it was the wood attribute cloud crane that Fu Jiwen wanted, and he almost couldn't wait to bid. His bid didn't matter, but everyone was a little hesitant. After all, everyone had seen the bid for the water escape technique. Who would dare to compete with a virtuous senior? After a slight awkward silence, this cloud crane was actually bought by Fu Jiwen for 10 or so high-grade primordial stones. But at this critical moment, young Master Duanmu started to bid again. Moreover, he increased the price by 5 high-grade primordial stones twice, and still raised the price of this cloud crane to the height of 25 high-grade primordial stones. Humph! Xiao Hua sneered and said in a low voice, This is young Master Duanmu telling me that this is the last time he will be lenient. From now on, the bridge will be the bridge, and the road will be the road. He won't let go again. The conflict from before. Hee, I'm afraid it can't be revealed. Did I ruin fellow Taoists' matter? Fu Jiwen hurriedly said. He really didn't think that much. How about I give it to young Master Duanmu? How is that possible? Doing this is adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Hua shook his head. Don't be afraid of him, this has nothing to do with you. 26 high-grade primordial stones. I want to see, what will young Master Duanmu look like after he loses his mask? After Xiao Hua spoke, the entire auction house was silent. No one bid anymore, and the green crane egg flew to the window. Fu Jiwen took the green crane egg and carefully put it into the small Qiankuan bag. Looking at Fu Jiwen's relieved expression, Xiao Hua suddenly asked curiously, Young Master Fu, this small Qiankuan bag can store living things? Of course. Fu Jiwen didn't find Xiao Hua's ignorance strange at all, and said with a smile, Qiankuan means to form a universe of its own, of course it can store living things. But no matter if it's the small Qiankuan bag, the Qiankuan bag, or even the Qiankuan bangles, they can't store living things for long periods of time. After a certain period of time, the living things have to come out for air. In the following few bids, other than the remaining beast eggs, there were even a dozen young beasts. Although Xiao Hua hadn't seen these young beasts before, he wasn't interested in them. He had a lot of strange things in his space, and every one of them was more powerful than these young beasts. He wouldn't spend primordial stones for no reason. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Linfeng finally finished processing the young beasts. Then, he looked at the last golden ball of light on the outline of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Fellow immortals, you should all know that every time my Bright Moon Palace bids for rare items, we leave the 3 most valuable items behind. The next item to bid is one of them." Swoosh. Once Yu Linfeng said this, everyone held their breaths and looked at the golden ball of light with rapt attention. They didn't even want to breathe loudly, and quietly listened to Yu Linfeng's analysis. They really wanted to know what it was. This item. Yu Linfeng didn't even take the item and said, "This item is only for the VIPs on the 3rd floor. As for the other immortals, I'm sorry, you don't have the qualifications to bid." Fellow immortal Yu. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone naturally wasn't convinced. He jumped up and said, "I know the rules of Star Picking Tower very well. When the price of a rare item is set, only the VIPs on the 3rd floor are qualified to bid. But this item hasn't even revealed its base price yet, so we're not allowed to bid? Could it be? This item's base price has already exceeded." At this point, the cultivator seemed to have understood something and couldn't close his mouth. This was the first time he heard that the Bright Moon Palace bid for an item with a base price of more than 10 top-grade source stones. AI, it's not just the base price. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and sighed. Even if you have enough source stones to bid, you still have to consider whether you have the strength to protect this item, whether you have the life to protect this item. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, the golden light slowly flew closer. The golden light was blazing. Although it hadn't revealed its true appearance, the indescribable heat was like the scorching sun, and it already made everyone in the Bright Moon Palace feel anxious and thirsty. A feeling of difficulty arose in everyone's hearts. Unconsciously, everyone slightly narrowed their eyes, but the desire in their eyes was even more intense than the scorching sun. They stared fixedly at the light, wanting to know just how rare this item was. When the light landed in front of Yu Linfeng, it was actually dozens of feet wide. It was clear that Yu Linfeng didn't dare to approach the light and had already flown to the top of the Bright Moon Palace. At the same time, wisps of blue mist emerged from all over the Bright Moon Palace like clouds, enveloping everyone in front of it and blocking the heat. Rise! Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and a rare imperial artifact that looked like an ink brush came out of his sleeves. He let out a roar like spring thunder and reached out his hand. The brush was about to throw towards the golden light. Wait! Just at this moment, an extremely loud and clear voice that was even more shocking than muffled thunder came from the windowsill on Xiaohua's left. Essay. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua's mind was shaken by this voice. Xiaohua couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air, and looked to his left in disbelief. This window, it seems like there hasn't been a bid. There hasn't even been a sound, right? It seems like their goal is this golden item. When Yu Linfeng heard this voice, his body naturally trembled, and the ink brush remained in his hand. However, Yu Linfeng's face didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior upstairs, may I say something? There's no need to open this item." That voice was very imposing, and in people's ears, it seemed to resonate in their hearts. There was an inconceivable power that made people submit from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, this little one understands. Yu Linfeng actually agreed, and withdrew his hand, putting the ink brush back into his sleeve. Cough cough. A clear coughing sound appeared at this time, and a ball of green light floated from the night sky of the Bright Moon Palace. Within the light, Xueqi had already changed into green clothes, and slowly flew down like a student rushing to take the exam. When Yu Linfeng saw Xueqi, he immediately sweated profusely. His usually calm expression was replaced with panic, and he hastily bowed and said, "Tower Lord, this subordinate, and you can go down." Xueqi didn't talk to Yu Linfeng as warmly as she talked to Xiaohua. Just a few words made Yu Linfeng feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to ask anything, and hastily floated down from the sky. However, he still didn't dare to approach the golden light, and followed the edge of the Bright Moon Palace to stand in the shadows. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.